The male lead is just a chubby guy who loves studying. But unexpectedly, he gets hit by a delivery truck. At that moment, he passes away, but surprisingly, a powerful cultivator transmigrates into his body. Ling Yun begins to acquire his memories, being bullied by the teacher, ridiculed by the school goddess, forced to kneel and apologize by his classmates, and even beaten up by some school thugs. Ling Yun never expected that he would transmigrate into a useless fat guy, so he decides to fight back for the original owner. After that, not only does he become surrounded by female students, but also by a nurse and a policewoman who loves wearing fishnet stockings. Even the rich heiress falls for him, and the top assassin calls Ling Yun her master. The full moon gradually rises in the sky, illuminating the city. On his way home, a chubby male student named Ling Yun, tired and yawning after a busy day, puts his black backpack in his bicycle basket and mutters to himself, "It's time to go home already. So boring. I need to finish my homework quickly, otherwise the teacher will scold me again tomorrow." With that thought, Ling Yun quickly gets on his bike and rushes home. Focused on getting home as fast as possible, he doesn't notice a truck in the distance with its headlights flashing. It isn't until the lights shine directly on him that he wakes up with a start. But by then, it's too late. The distance between him and the truck rapidly decreases. Ling Yun's face turns pale as he realizes there's no way to avoid it. The truck, moving at a terrifying speed, crashes into him and his tiny bicycle. The sudden impact sends him flying off his bike, his glasses shattering and flying into the air. The truck quickly drives off, leaving chaos behind: a twisted bicycle, a black backpack lying on the road, and Ling Yun's battered body lying in a pool of blood. Elsewhere, a mysterious man smirks, holding a phone, informing the boss that the job is done and asking him to transfer the remaining 1,000 yuan to his account. Through his scope, he observes Ling Yun's bloody body on the road, puzzled as to why the boss would spend 2,000 yuan on such a worthless person. Thinking about the money he's about to receive, he can't help but chuckle and quickly drives away, leaving the bloody scene behind. At this moment, Ling Yun's eyes remain tightly shut, with blood continuously flowing from the top of his head, spreading across his face and pooling on the ground. Suddenly, a green light appears out of nowhere, aiming straight at Ling Yun's head. A faint voice echoes in his mind, "Did I succeed in my tribulation?" The pain is excruciating. He slowly opens his eyes, seeing his bloodied arm, followed by the chaotic scene around him, his broken bicycle, and the mess. Where am I? The pain coursing through his body makes Ling Yun wince. This body. Suddenly, he receives a flood of memories from the original owner, making his eyes widen in shock. The memories start with Ling Yun being with a teacher, clutching a test paper, when a purple-haired girl walks in, quickly noticing him and sneering with disdain. 30 points? Are you a pig, Ling Yun? In the cafeteria, Ling Yun is covered in food, kneeling on the ground, surrounded by 4 other male students, all looking down on him. The blue-haired one holding a tray says, "All you do is eat and eat. Let me help you lose some weight." They surround Ling Yun, and 2 of them start tormenting and bullying him, mercilessly beating him while he helplessly curls up and shields his head. "Fatty, Cao Shenchan is a beauty. You think you deserve her? Why don't you take a look in the mirror?" After seeing these memories, Ling Yun falls into deep thought, wondering, "Even if you share the same name as me, aren't you a bit too cowardly? I am Ling Yun, originally a cultivator who had reached the tribulation stage. After 9 lifetimes of overcoming the heavens, I've lost 1 life, and my primordial spirit has traveled to this planet, inhabiting this body." Ling Yun shivers slightly. This body. I should use the remaining spiritual energy to heal it first. With that, his entire body is enveloped in a green light, surrounded by powerful streams of spiritual energy. Wait a minute, this kid's yin and yang meridians have been crippled. If I don't heal them, he won't live past 20 years old. At such a young age, he already has so many enemies, he thought to himself. Well, whatever. Ling Yun slowly sits up after healing the body. Since I've taken over this body, I should upgrade it with some spiritual energy. A faint smile appears on his face. I'll make sure to repay any kindness and settle any grudges. he begins to gather spiritual energy into his palms. Not long after, his entire body is enveloped in multiple streams of spiritual energy. 10 minutes pass, and he feels the spiritual energy weakening. An hour passes, and he can no longer sense any energy. Frustrated, Ling Yun shouts, startling a passing cat. What kind of place is this? The spiritual energy is so weak, it's disappointing. He feels a bit unwilling, thinking, am I really going to have to struggle through life with this pathetic body? After a long moment of silence, Ling Yun thinks it over and then encourages himself, at worst, I'll just start cultivating from scratch again. After all, I used to be a big deal, and no one dared to mess with me in the cultivation world. These minor setbacks won't stop me. With that, he musters the strength to stand up and start walking. The full moon has risen high, shining alone in the silent night. On a deserted road, Ling Yun slowly trudges along. This body really is pathetic, he grumbles. Suddenly, he stops, looking at his reflection in the water, and can't help but sigh. So dirty. Ling Yun quickly strips off his blood-stained uniform, leaving only his shorts on. The water is pretty clean. Might as well wash this filthy body. Without hesitation, he heads toward the river, casually immersing himself in the cool water to clean up. Leaning against a rock for support, he sighs with satisfaction while soaking, so comfortable. The sound of an engine suddenly catches his attention. What's that sound? Curiously, he looks toward the source of the noise. On the opposite road, a car comes to a sudden stop, and the door opens to reveal the legs and high heels of a woman. A purple-haired girl with a flushed face hurriedly steps out of the car. Ling Yun quickly hides in the water, unable to take his eyes off her. She's so beautiful, he thinks. The girl, feeling unwell, suddenly vomits everything out. Watching the scene, Ling Yun can't help but freeze in place, stiff as a board. After vomiting, she weakly coughs a few times, stumbling as she loses her balance and falls forward. Seeing this, Ling Yun shouts, "Oh no! Be careful!" Just as she slips and falls into the water, Ling Yun quickly swims toward her from a distance. The purple-haired girl struggles and cries out for help as she gradually becomes exhausted and starts sinking. Her weak arm continues to reach out, desperately seeking help. In an instant, a chubby arm quickly grabbed the slender wrist of the girl. It was Ling Yun. He used force to pull the girl back to the surface of the water, carefully holding her waist. The girl, surprised, opened her eyes wide, but her expression changed when she looked down. She felt something touching one side of her thigh. She immediately reacted, struggling fiercely in Ling Yun's arms, trying to push him away. "Let go of me, pervert!" She couldn't help but curse. Ling Yun didn't panic at her actions. He needed to find a way to calm her down. Thinking quickly, in one moment, he was in front of the girl, and in the next, he appeared right behind her. He carefully locked her arms behind her back and covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming. Faced with her confused and bewildered eyes, Ling Yun slowly said, "Miss, I saved your life. I'm not a bad person. I was just bathing in the river earlier." Outwardly, he appeared calm, but inside, he was in despair. "Oh, dear mother, it's hard to be a good person in this situation." He calmly turned back to the girl with purple hair. "Please don't scream. I'll let you talk, okay?" Realizing that Ling Yun had no ill intentions, the girl gradually became calmer, but the contact between them made her blush. She shyly said, "Please take me to the shore." Ling Yun immediately complied with her request, and when he suddenly lifted her, the girl cried out in surprise, "Ah! What are you doing?" Ling Yun calmly replied, "I'm taking you to the shore. Do you want to swim by yourself?" Embarrassed, the girl avoided his gaze. "Thank you." Ling Yun did exactly as he said, carefully carrying the girl to the other shore, where he had left his clothes. Once safely ashore, the girl felt a bit confused when Ling Yun didn't join her. She looked back at his figure in the middle of the river and curiously asked, "Aren't you coming up?" Ling Yun immersed himself entirely in the water, leaving only his head above the surface as he replied, "It's late at night, with just the two of us, a man and a woman. If I come up and you get scared, what then?" He continued calmly, "My clothes are beside you. Put them on to avoid catching the cold. Just leave the pants for me. Only then did the girl notice Ling Yun's clothes on the grass. She seemed to disregard the dried bloodstains on his shirt and followed his instructions, quickly putting on his shirt to keep warm. She wrung out her wet hair and once again asked Ling Yun, "But what about you?" Ling Yun calmly replied, "A man can endure a bit of cold. After all, I'm chubby and don't fear the cold." Feeling drawn to his masculinity and upright character, the girl no longer guarded against him and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Thank you for saving me. What's your name?" Ling Yun couldn't help but smile proudly, but still calmly responded, "Good deeds don't need to be repaid. Virtuous acts don't require a name." He steadfastly turned his back, maintaining the image of a cool and aloof hero. "Miss, you should go quickly before you catch a cold." The girl's face turned even redder, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Just before turning to leave, the purple-haired girl suddenly stopped. She mustered all of her strength to tell Ling Yun her name. "I'm Lin Mungan. I'm not a miss." Ling Yun, now on the shore, looked towards her. "Lin Mungan," he murmured, leaning against the railing, his hand on his chin. "That's a nice name." As he pondered, something caught his attention. This scent. He followed the smell to a grassy area to investigate. Not long after carefully searching through the bushes, he excitedly shouted, "Found it!" In front of him was a red grass with strange glowing spots. Chiljuko, a spiritual herb that absorbs the essence of the sun. Once matured, it can be refined into spiritual energy. Ling Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Chiljucho withers 7 days after maturity. My current abilities can't handle it. Fortunately, this Chiljucho has 2 months before it matures." The strong spiritual energy surrounding the plant immediately caught Ling Yun's attention. Chiljuko is emitting spiritual energy. He quickly reached out to absorb it, holding the spiritual energy in his hand. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel delighted. "Luckily, my natural talent for absorbing spiritual energy from all things hasn't faded." He slowly closed his eyes, comfortably sitting in a meditative posture, his hands touching as he began to absorb the spiritual energy of Chiljuko. Before long, his entire body was enveloped in the spiritual power and energy of the plant. Sensing the abundant strength in his body, he quickly opened his eyes. Ling Yun immediately stood up, performed a somersault in the air, and landed skillfully. His movements became increasingly agile and smooth, his martial arts techniques more refined and powerful. Now, this is what a normal body should be like. Ling Yun looked down at the Chiljuko, thinking, "This Chiljucho has about 2 months left before it matures. I must cultivate to the level of key refinement before it matures. Only then can I refine Chiljudan to completely restore my damaged veins." Ling Yun clenched his fist, revealing veins that had been severed in multiple places on his hand. The image of 4 male students who had bullied him and others flashed through his mind. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "Those who have wronged me will pay." Ling Yun paused in front of the dormitory gate, carefully considering his options. Entering through the main entrance would get him noticed by the guards. He surveyed his surroundings and decided to take an alternative route. "I'll just climb the wall," he resolved. As he looked at the wall, a memory flashed across his mind. An image of the old Ling Yun attempting to climb a wall, only to get his pants caught on a pole and be yanked back, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Ling Yun frowned. "What a weakling. Let's see how I do this time." He pushed off with his foot, using it as a springboard to leap up. With agility, he scaled the fence without any obstacles. The wall climbing mission concluded with a stylish landing, leaving Ling Yun with a sense of exhilaration. "Haha, I'm really too handsome." He eagerly ran inside the building. Along the hallway, Ling Yun easily found his dorm room. "Room 305, here it is." He reached out to open the door, but the handle didn't budge. Realizing the door was locked, Ling Yun pounded on it repeatedly, demanding that someone inside open it. The door shook violently under his physical assault. A person inside heard Ling Yun's call and instinctively moved toward the door, thinking, "I should just open it first." "Stop!" A shout from another roommate quickly halted Kai Hanlin in his tracks. Wei Shingen aggressively pointed at him. "If you dare open that door, I'll beat you every day like I beat that pig Ling Yun." Gu Yuanlong, who was nearby, frowned at Kai Hanlin. Why do you care about Ling Yun? He chased after Kao Shanshan like a madman after class. It's only right for him to stay outside since he's returning to the dorm so late. Jiameng quickly joined them. Did he dare to have feelings for the campus belle? He should check his own status first. Wei Qinggan was even more interested. He thought to himself, daring to dream of my goddess. Today, I must make you suffer a bit more. In the hallway, Ling Yun's loud knocking made the other male students in the nearby rooms uncomfortable, yelling, "Who's the crazy one knocking so late? Go away, can't you let others sleep?" The noise outside gradually ceased. Wei Qinggan looked at the door with satisfaction. Haha, that damned fatso is indeed angry. The door became as quiet as before. A period of silence with no sound. Suddenly, a loud noise appeared. Ling Yun raised his leg, delivering a strong kick to the door forcefully. His face turned red with anger. He pointed at each person in the room and cursed, "Who locked the door? Speak up." The unexpected development left the trio Wei Qinggan agape in astonishment. A hand gently placed on Ling Yun's shoulder made him shift his attention. He turned to see Kai Hanlin beside him, who was concerned and asked why Ling Yun had just returned and if everything was okay. The anger inside Ling Yun suddenly extinguished. Ling Yun calmly replied, "I'm fine, just went out to the river to wash up a bit." Hearing this, Wei Qinggan reacted, "Went to the river to wash up? Did you intend to commit suicide because your confession was rejected?" Ling Yun's anger immediately flared up. "Stop talking nonsense. I'll ask again, who locked the door?" Wei Qinggan arrogantly mocked. "I locked it, so what? If you're brave, hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand immediately grabbed and squeezed his throat. Ling Yun didn't hesitate to strike, causing Wei Qinggan to lose his balance and fall backward. Ling Yun swiftly slammed him to the ground, tightening his grip, making Wei Qinggan scream. His swift and unexpected movements shocked the remaining three people in the room. Not only that, Ling Yun raised his foot and aimed directly at his stomach, kicking hard without mercy. Wei Qinggan couldn't react in time and could only let out a cry of pain. Ling Yun's cruel smile continued as he relentlessly kicked him, saying, "I don't just want to hit you, I want to trample you too." Wei Qinggan struggled in agony, helplessly calling for help. "Someone come help me." Taking advantage of Ling Yun's momentary lapse, Jiameng seized the opportunity to sneak attack. Kai Hanlin shouted from the side, warning Ling Yun to be careful. Jiameng clenched his fists and charged at Ling Yun. "Dan Fatso, I see you don't want to live anymore." He swung his fist at Ling Yun's back, intending to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. His hand felt numb as if he had just punched a wall. His hand was in pain. Jiameng looked at Ling Yun with trembling hands. Seeing him raise an eyebrow teasingly, "Are you trying to scratch an itch for me?" Ling Yun immediately turned his attention to Jiameng. He casually cracked his knuckles. "You want to hit someone with such little strength?" Jiameng's expression was extremely panicked. He couldn't believe that the fatso in front of him was different from before. Was he stimulated by something? Before he could think further, a powerful punch under his chin interrupted his thoughts and knocked a tooth out. Ling Yun delivered a strong uppercut, successfully knocking Jiameng's head backward and blood spurted from his mouth. Outside, during the night, people were very lively and noisy. Someone said, "Can we have some order? I have an exam tomorrow and need to sleep." It turned out the annoying noise came from room 305. They angrily rushed into that room. "If you want to teach Ling Yun a lesson, do it in the morning," one person standing at the door said. A person lying defeated at Ling Yun's feet, seeing everyone arrive, pleaded, "Everyone, help me. What are you waiting for? If we don't deal with this kid now, we'll be in trouble later." The scene before them truly made their faces turn pale. Ling Yun glanced at them. "For years you've always bullied me, and I've endured. But today, you actually locked the door to keep me out. If I endure it again, will you just keep shitting on my head next time?" What do you think? It seemed they were quite scared by Ling Yun's difference. They responded, "You're right. Anyone would be unable to endure this. Wei Qinggan is too cruel." Then they dispersed and returned to their rooms. "I have to return early too," said one. Ling Yun glanced at the door, speaking disdainfully to the crowd. Then he looked down at the person lying at his feet with a terrifying gaze. Should I settle some old scores now? The person was quite scared, so he turned to face Ling Yun and begged softly, I was wrong before. Please forgive a petty person like me. But in reality, Ling Yun had no intention of hitting him. He just wanted to see if he realized his mistake. Of course, he hurriedly apologized to Ling Yun, followed by a series of threats and warnings from Ling Yun. Hey, you up there, do you hear this? Ling Yun asked. Yes, little brother hears it clearly, he replied. Ling Yun then reminded them to fix the door quickly, or they shouldn't think about sleeping. Then he took the basin and went outside. Yes, sir, I'll fix it right away and ensure it doesn't delay your sleep. Transitioning to the bathroom, Ling Yun stood in front of the mirror, thinking, those little bastards, they probably won't dare to bother me anymore. He looked at himself in the mirror and thought, this way I can safely carry out the next plan. From tomorrow on, I want to start saying goodbye to that pile of fat. Outside, they were helping the group leader stand up. How is your group leader? Kai Hanlin asked worriedly. Everyone is friends, and we are roommates, so it's better to get along without causing trouble. After seeing Ling Yun's frightening appearance, who would dare to provoke him again? One person responded, as for Wei Qiangan, he is so angry that it seems like flames are surrounding him. He is determined to get revenge on Ling Yun. In Class 3 of Year 5, they were gossiping about Ling Yun's incident from last night. They even spread rumors that Ling Yun had been following Cao Shanshan last night and returned with disheveled clothes. Unfortunately, the rumors reached Cao Shanshan's ears. She was furious, walked up to the two boys talking, and upon being noticed, they said, Goddess, you're here early today. Is there something you need? Cao Shanshan snorted angrily and walked away. Sitting next to her was a girl with blue hair named Zhangling. Hearing the current gossip, she asked Shanshan, did Ling Yun really do something to you last night? Shanshan angrily denied the rumor, saying she hadn't even seen that idiot the previous night. Zhangling continued, it's already spreading throughout the school. Everyone thinks it's true. Hearing this, Shanshan panicked and shouted, Ling Yun, I want to destroy you. Then someone laughed mysteriously, thinking, Ling Yun, Cao Shanshan is not the type of person to be fooled. If you can touch her, you can just wait for death. Shanshan's voice echoed from Class 5. Where's that damned guy? Seeing Shanshan leave, Zhangling quickly followed her, asking, where are you going? Suddenly, Shanshan stopped, causing Zhangling to bump into her. Shanshan thought deeply. If I go find Ling Yun now, it would just confirm the rumor. It would really be an unclear explanation. Zhangling, seeing her standing still, asked, aren't you going to find Ling Yun? Shanshan, calculating silently, replied, in no time, everyone will realize this is nonsense. Maybe Ling Yun spread this rumor himself to attract attention. Hearing this, Shanshan became even angrier, shouting, how dare you think you're even worthy of this? She then threatened Zhangling. And you too, always meddling in other people's business. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the hallway. That guy is running with a sandbag, followed by numerous comments and eyes turning towards Ling Yun, who was running on the school field. Ling Yun's face was covered in sweat, and he was exhausted, taking every step with great difficulty. While he was said to be running, his actual speed was more like walking. That pighead is embarrassing himself again. What a useless person, said Zheng Meina, the top beauty of the school, with her friend Si Junyan, one of the notorious 4 playboys. Hearing their comments, someone angrily said, he's not useless. It turned out the speaker was Ning Ling Yu, the second beauty of the school. Seeing her defend him, Zheng Meina teased, oh, so that fat guy is your boyfriend. I never knew before. She then asked Junyan, who was looking infatuated with Ning Ling Yu, and noticed he was blushing. Junyan thought to himself, Ling Yu looks so beautiful when she's angry. I didn't expect her to be so charming. Zheng Meina became even more enraged. Ning Ling Yu threatened her, saying, if you keep talking about him like that, don't blame me for being impolite. Instead of being afraid, the girl retorted, are you always beaten up? You frequently place last in every exam. Someone like that is not just useless. Who else could be? Hearing this, Junyan grabbed her wrist, stopping her from arguing further. He'd apologized to Ning Ling Yu on Mayna's behalf. Ling Yu, don't be angry. Mayna may have gone too far. Mayna, hearing this, became even more furious. Si Junyan, what are you talking about? Who's really your friend here? Seeing her anger, Si Junyan thought, this is such a hassle. Once I win Ning Ling Yu, I'll immediately kick her out. Meanwhile, the crowd outside was buzzing again. Tangming has started another bet on how many laps Ling Yun can run with that sandbag. One person said, I bet he can't even complete one lap. Tangming called Mayna over to watch the commotion. Mayna came up with a plan, saying, Ling Yu, listen up. The whole school knows that guy is a waste. If you trust him so much, are you willing to bet with me? Ning Ling Yu agreed without hesitation, bet. I'm in. Who's afraid of who? In the classrooms, many students watched Ling Yun run on the field, all thinking the same thing. How has Ling Yun suddenly changed into someone else? Jiangling grabbed Shanshan's wrist and said, Shanshan, Tangming is making bets again. We should join in. Shanshan, her eyes lighting up, quickly dragged Zhangling away, surprising her. A loud voice asked, What day is it today? I actually get to see the top 3 beauties and Cai Junyan all in one place. The person was Tangming. Beside Zheng Meina was Xi Junyan, who appeared right in front of him. Zheng Meina raised a QR code on her phone, saying, All right, I'm betting 2,000 that the idiot can only run one lap. Tangming snapped his fingers to close the deal with Meina. Deal. What about the others? Si Junyan bet 5,000 for 4 laps, while Shanshan bet between 1 year to 10 laps. Hearing this, everyone jumped up, saying, Why would the goddess bet 5 to 10 laps? How could she have such confidence in Ling Yun? Si Junyan, a betting expert, also felt Ling Yun could run 4 laps. I should have placed my bet earlier. Seeing this, Jiangling whispered to Shanshan, That sandbag weighs at least 50 kilograms, about 25 kilograms. You normally wouldn't be able to run with it. Shanshan replied, Don't worry, I understand. Zheng Meina glared at Cai Junyan, silently cursing him for not supporting her, thinking, Isn't this just embarrassing me in front of everyone? Zheng Meina then looked at Ning Ling Yu and said, Ning Ling Yu, I want to see how high your hopes are for that useless guy. Suddenly, Ning Ling Yu made an offer, 500 for 10 laps or more. This surprised everyone. Has this woman gone crazy? Zheng Meina sneered, Ning Ling Yu, do you think this is a fantasy novel? Ning Ling Yu responded confidently, and Tangming slammed the table to finalize the bets. Everyone has placed their bets. I'm going down to see how Ling Yun performs. Soon, it would be known. On the field, Ling Yun, sweating heavily and struggling, thought, no matter what you practice, it all comes down to training the mind. Compared to the brutal world of cultivation, this kind of physical exhaustion is nothing. Tangming went down to the field and handed a cigarette to Cheng Zhai, asking, How many laps do you think he can last? Cheng Zhai replied, I think he will reach his limit soon. Meanwhile, Ling Yun was doing his best to run with the sandbag, causing the spectators to gasp. Tangming, surprised, shouted, Is he speeding up? Cheng Zhai calmly said, No, he has already given it his all. Suddenly, Ling Yun stumbled and vomited blood. Seeing this, Cheng Zhai panicked. He'll die if he keeps running. Just as he was about to help, Tangming grabbed Cheng Zhai's shoulder and said, Wait, it's not appropriate yet. Suddenly, Ling Yun was surrounded by spiritual energy, which revitalized him, and he accelerated. As he was expelling accumulated blood, the spiritual energy finally started to flow through his meridians. Ling Yun, full of energy, accelerated and jumped up, leaving everyone watching in awe. Cheng Zhai exclaimed, What is this? It's impossible. Tangming smiled with amusement, hinting at some meaning. Si Junyan, standing high up, looked down at the track and texted someone with the content. Don't let Ling Yun run the 5th lap. Si Junyan's eyes conveyed everything. Stop him by any means. At the school track, everyone cheered, encouraging Ling Yun. Ling Yun ran, thinking to himself, 5 laps. How can they underestimate me like this? In a place with no spiritual energy, The only way to break through is through extreme training, pushing my body to its limits to activate Chiljuko's spiritual power and gain entirely new strength. Once I've exhausted Chiljuko's spiritual energy, I'll continue by the river to absorb more. Ling Yun accelerated, thinking as he ran. Day by day, I'll discard this fatty body and reach peak physical training. When Ling Yun suddenly accelerated, everyone present was astonished, exclaiming, "Ling Yun is so amazing. He's accelerating even more. Am I just a pig compared to him?" Cheng Zhai was also impressed, noting Ling Yun as a sports genius, and then glanced at Tang Ming, who was deep in thought. Suddenly, Tang Ming saw Li Lois standing in Ling Yun's path. Li Lois charged towards the lane with a sinister smile, saying, "Tired already? If so, fall down and take a rest." Tang Ming immediately shouted, "It's over." But Ling Yun dodged Li Lois and continued running even faster. Li Lois, therefore, fell to the ground out of inertia, stunned. How could this be? The spectators reacted with praise for Ling Yun's handsomeness and laughter at Li Lois' fall. Tang Ming, after witnessing the scene, also surprisedly asked Cheng Zhai, "Did you see that clearly?" Cheng Zhai, with a look of astonishment, responded, "I saw it roughly." Each time Li Lois acted, Ling Yun accelerated and perfectly dodged. Seeing this, Tang Ming remarked, "This kid is a bit too unusual." Suddenly, Cheng Zhai, with a look of panic, shouted, "Li Lois, is he determined to chase and knock down Ling Yun?" Meanwhile, Li Lois was still trying to catch up with Ling Yun with all his might. As he ran, Li Lois thought, "Ling Yun dared to make a fool of me in front of everyone. Today, you're finished for sure." Seeing this, Tang Ming turned red with anger and said, "Coming here to ruin the bet like this? Do you think Tang Ming is heir?" Cheng Zhai quickly held Tang Ming back, saying, "Don't rush over to Li Lois. He's Si Zhengyan's little brother. If you do this, you're provoking him." Tang Ming replied, "Anyone who dares to cheat in my bet will be dealt with by me." Tang Ming looked at Ling Yun and shouted, "Ling Yun, be careful, Li Lois is behind you." Ling Yun glanced back, thinking, "This guy really doesn't know when to quit." Ling Yun's hand was surrounded by green power. Li Lois charged forward from behind, and Ling Yun grabbed a sandbag and hit Li Lois straight in the face, sending him flying and face-planting into the ground. After hitting him, Ling Yun added that Li Lois was a waste. The spectators, seeing this, were all excited and cheered even louder for Ling Yun. Tang Ming at this moment was turning purple with anger, not knowing what to say. Cheng Zhai tried to ask something, but Tang Ming interrupted, "Don't ask me anything more. No matter what happens, I won't be surprised." Suddenly, the bell rang, and everyone in the class rushed out to see Ling Yun, exclaiming, "He's still running." Tang Ming and Cheng Zhai stood there, dumbfounded, smoking cigarettes. Tang Ming asked, "How many laps?" Cheng Zhai answered, 11 laps. Ning Ling Yu then ran to Ling Yun, calling him. Ling Yun put down the sandbag, panting. It seemed that in this bet, only Ning Ling Yu won. The blue-haired girl clenched her fists, pressing her hands against the window frame, and angrily said, "How can this be?" The white-haired boy, talking on the phone with a grim expression, was no less troubled than the girl. At that moment, he said, "He ran here in the middle of the day. Does he want to run himself to death?" But the girl didn't think so positively. She even thought, "He wants to use this method to unlock his potential. Moreover, it's clear he has succeeded." Other students were also amazed, saying, "Ling Yun is truly impressive. I have to change my view of you. I want to be your fan." Ling Yun, feeling proud of the praise, thought, "How vain. It's just running a few more laps. Is it really necessary to make a big deal out of it?" He first calmed down, then returned to shower. While thinking, he set his backpack down and rested. Ning Ling Yu ran over to ask, "Are you okay?" Ling Yun wondered, "Yeah." The girl seemed like his sister. She then asked, "Why are you bleeding? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ling Yun suddenly realized something and said, "Wait, is this a natural-born spiritual body?" In the realm of cultivation, a natural-born spiritual body is an extremely rare physique that enhances cultivation speed, at least several times faster than others, hundreds to thousands of times. Even heaven is helping me, he thought. I'm secretly absorbing Ning Ling Yu's natural-born spiritual body. Ling Yun sighed. The natural-born spiritual body is so wonderful. Ning Ling Yu, feeling uncomfortable with Ling Yun's nose constantly pointing at her, shyly spoke, "Brother." Ling Yun, startled, moved away, thinking, "Oh no, will she think I'm a pervert?" The girl innocently asked, "Were you trying to comfort me just now?" She was moved and hugged Ling Yun. She recalled that he was picked up by their mother from the temple when she heard a baby crying. Ning Ling Yu's mother had picked up the baby and comforted him. "Since childhood, I knew we didn't share blood ties. When the baby was picked up, there was only a note with his name. Although we're not blood siblings, our feelings are even stronger than those of blood siblings." Until Ling Yun was mocked by others saying, "You're not even blood siblings. You were picked up by her mother from the roadside. You're just an adopted child." Ling Yun became silent and increasingly insecure, starting to avoid and ignore her. The girl was moved and quietly said, "Oh, I thought I'd lost you forever." Ling Yun thought, "In the future, no one will dare to bully Ling Yun, and no one will dare to bully you either." He patted her head, comforting her. "How could that be? I will always be your brother." He wiped her tears and said, "Wait for me to return and shower. Then I'll take you out for a meal." She smiled and agreed, "Okay." On the second floor of the cafeteria, she looked at the luxurious surroundings and said, "You really don't need to bring me to such a fancy place for a meal." Ling Yun, holding the menu, responded, "How can that be? I want to take you to eat the best food. Quickly look at the menu and order whatever you want." She thought to herself that after running for so long, he must be very hungry and needs to eat more. She glanced at the prices and was stunned. How can it be so expensive? Are they robbing us? Ling Yun whispered to himself that he only had 20 NDT in his pocket. In the restaurant, Ling Yun thought there was no other way but to borrow a little from his sister. "This is like treating guests, so it's considered my treat." He asked Ling Yu if she had money and how much she had. She replied that she had enough, but had just lent some to a friend that morning. "Fortunately, you invited me to eat." Ling Yun thought, "It's over. I want to eat but have no money. It's really troublesome." At this moment, a silver-haired young man approached and said, "So you're here. I've been searching everywhere for you." Ning Ling Yu looked at him and said loudly, "Tang Ming, what do you want?" "I'm having a meal with my brother." Tang Ming leisurely sat down and said, "Don't be so wary. I just came here to eat as well. Why don't we eat together?" Ling Yun, annoyed, stood up and said, "Can't you see my sister is not welcoming you? Leave quickly, or I won't be polite." Tang Ming thought for a moment and said, "All right, if you don't want to eat, then fine. Actually, I came to give Ling Yu some money." Ling Yu, afraid of being exposed, shouted, "I don't understand what you're saying. Just leave." Tang Ming continued, "It's the money she won from the bet, a total of 15,000. Ling Yun quickly grabbed the money with lightning speed. He shamelessly said, "I'll take this money." He asked Tang Ming, "What about the compensation for my effort?" Tang Ming asked, "What compensation?" Ling Yun began to explain, "If you bet on how many laps I could run and I ran so hard, you should give me some compensation." Tang Ming thought, "How shameless," and replied, "Did I make you run? If you think it's unreasonable, you can go to the sports field and run 11 laps with a sandbag. After you finish, I'll give you the money." Tang Ming was speechless. "You're really too shameless. How can you talk like that?" Tang Ming said, "Don't act like I don't exist. My name is Tang Ming, one of the 4 notorious high school delinquents. Don't pretend you don't recognize me." A junior reported, "Your record has been broken by someone from our school." Ling Yun asked, "What record?" The junior replied, "The record for carrying a sack while running. Previously, you were tested by the mysterious army, and the new person who broke your record is a fat guy who used to have to stop and catch his breath every 2 steps. The junior then asked, "Did he really push his body to the limit?" The girl replied, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Ling Yun responded, "Such people will grow very quickly in the future. Shanshan needs to keep a close watch on him." She agreed, "Yes, I will." At that moment, a friend approached Shanshan and asked, "Are you still on the phone? I'm starving. Let's go to the second floor to eat." When they arrived, they were astonished by what they saw. My eyes are blurred. Is that Ling Yun eating on the second floor? Shanshan said, wait for me. As Shanshan approached, both Ling Yun and Tangming looked up at her. Her friend, watching from a distance, wondered, Shanshan, what exactly do you want to do? Why is it so embarrassing to have a meal together? Ling Yun picked up his chopsticks and gently handed a dish of meat to his sister, saying, this dish is very delicious. You should eat more of it. The other three people at the table felt like they were invisible. Tangming, feeling embarrassed, thought, I didn't provoke her. What's the matter with the top beauty? She handed over 1,000 in betting money. Why didn't you say earlier that you were the top beauty? You almost scared me to death. Before the money could be taken, Ling Yun swiftly grabbed it. He shamelessly said, I accept this money. When asked by Ling Yun what he wanted, Ling Yun replied, you also need to pay me for my trouble. For what trouble? Ling Yun began to explain. If you make me run in a bet, you should also compensate me a bit. Tangming thought it was very shameless. Did I force you to run? If you think it's unfair, you can go to the sports field and carry a sandbag for 11 laps. After that, I'll return the money to you. Tangming was speechless, saying, you are really too shameless. How can you talk like that? Since Shanshan sat down, Ling Yun hadn't looked at her at all. She slammed her hand on the table and said, Ling Yun, what's the meaning of this? Are you deliberately pretending not to know me? Ling Yun remained indifferent and asked, who are you? Is Tangming your girlfriend? Tangming quickly denied, of course not. Don't say such things. She then explained, this is Cao Shinshan, the top beauty of the high school. Aren't you in the same class? Ling Yun asked, genuinely surprised, I don't know her and have no interest in her. Shanshan, angry, stormed off and said, Ling Yun, do you think you're very special now? Tomorrow night, in the alley outside the school, if you're a man, come. I'll make you regret what you've done. Her friend tried to hold Shanshan back. The others joined in, bad-mouthing her one after another, with comments like, the young lady seems really angry. Are they discussing countermeasures? Ling Yun continued eating, unaffected. Ling Yu, however, was very worried about his brother. Tomorrow night, just stay calm. I won't go. Eat quickly, and we need to go back to class. Tangming was surprised, not knowing why Ling Yun wanted to go back to class, or if he wanted to make up for missed lessons. Her friend ran after her and said, Shanshan, calm down. Shanshan was still upset and seemed to want to curse Ling Yun with her words. How can I stay calm? That bastard Ling Yun, who does he think he is? Why isn't he interested in me? Why does he use that kind of expression? Her friend teased, Shanshan, do you care that much? Do you actually have feelings for him? Shanshan retorted, nonsense. I won't regret it. But if I don't like him, why would I hate him? Shanshan angrily left the classroom. A classmate commented, the first period in the afternoon is history. It's exhausting enough already. Ling Yun, what are you doing here? Ling Yun replied, studying, leaving his friend speechless. The friend thought Ling Yun was just showing off. Ling Yun focused on the knowledge in his book and wondered. Then, someone pushed the door open with a creak. The teacher entered the classroom and signaled for the students to be silent. The whole class stood up to greet the teacher, but Ling Yun remained seated, unmoving. His friend pulled on his arm, saying, Ling Yun, and asked, what's going on? It turns out he was reading a book on cultivation, clearly fascinated by it. It was about the issues of cultivation in the immortal realm, specifically the supreme method of cultivating the Tao and accumulating virtue. He needed to study the Tao Te Ching thoroughly. However, the spiritual energy in this place was extremely thin, making any sutras useless. This was not entirely accurate, as even in the mortal realm, most ordinary people did not know about cultivation, though it was not non-existent. Recently, he had been too high profile, and he might have been discovered and had his meridians disabled. He needed to speed up his training. The teacher, furious, slammed the desk and yelled at Ling Yun, who was jolted out of his thoughts. The teacher expelled him, saying that with the college entrance exams approaching, he could not afford to cause such disruptions in his class. His classmates whispered and gossiped, and the teacher had seized the opportunity to catch Ling Yun this time. Ling Yun was in trouble. Ling Yun was too naive to realize that he was shooting himself in the foot. Could it be that running excessively this morning made him less clear-headed? Ling Yun asked the teacher when he had caused a disturbance. The teacher patiently explained that while everyone else was standing, he remained seated, which was disruptive. Ling Yun said he was still studying and did not notice everyone standing. The teacher asked what lesson he was studying. Ling Yun reflected and then answered that he remembered everything from Sango Sunjin to Jija Baka. Shanshan thought to herself how foolish he was. Was he still bragging now? The teacher was unlikely to let him off the hook. All remembered. Good, very good. Since today's review includes this content, recite it from start to finish, the teacher demanded. Ling Yun fell silent. A classmate with blue hair said, Ling Yun, don't be embarrassed. Hurry up and recite it. Everyone is waiting. Another said, yeah, don't just stand there. Everyone is waiting for you to recite. Ling Yun responded that he feared there wouldn't be enough time as the content was quite extensive. 1 or 2 hours were basically insufficient. The teacher smiled and said, that's fine. We have 2 history periods this afternoon. We have plenty of time. Everyone looked at Ling Yun. The teacher approached and said, standing here won't do you any good. Go up to the podium. No one can remind you there. Shanshan stood up and said to the teacher, while a classmate beside her pulled her down and asked what she was planning to do. Shanshan replied that she wanted to prevent Ling Yun from going up to avoid embarrassment. Didn't you say at noon that you hated him so much your teeth were itching? Are you feeling heartache now? Shanshan used every excuse to deny it, saying as the class monitor, she couldn't just watch the time wasted. It was truly embarrassing. The friend reassured her, saying even though she also felt Ling Yun might not be able to recite, her sixth sense told her that he must have a way to handle it. Just trust me. We'll just watch the show. Shanshan's friend asked if they wanted refreshments. Ling Yun declared confidently that he knew the entire first part. 40 minutes later, he was still reciting the 6th part. Everyone was astonished. Was he really reciting it all? Could he actually remember it all? Not missing a single word. The teacher was moved, saying, impossible. Ling Yun truly has an amazing memory. After class, the teacher took Ling Yun to the office to discuss, instructing Shanshan to stay behind and manage the class. In the next period, everyone can review freely. Shanshan, you'll be in charge of maintaining order. Ling Yun, come with me to the office. Ling Yun turned back to look at Shanshan, realizing she was indeed a classmate. The class buzzed with disbelief. They were amazed at Ling Yun's achievements and even compared them to Guinness World Records. What's the big deal? There are people who can remember over 6,000 digits of pi. Ling Yun remembering half a book is not surprising. Besides, he's the best in our class. From the start to the end, someone commented. Others disagreed, saying, what's special about that? The college entrance exam doesn't include history. Perhaps he didn't study much in the past 3 years, just memorized things. He must have prepared in advance, another said. Only his deskmate knew Ling Yun hadn't prepared in advance. He had only looked at it once. The key was that Ling Yun hadn't prepared beforehand. He had only glanced at it once. In the teacher's office, the teacher handed Ling Yun a stack of documents and said, studying history and memorization are crucial, but understanding is even more important. These are documents I personally compiled. You need to review them before the college entrance exams. The teacher had misunderstood Ling Yun previously, which was why he had often been angry. Now that Ling Yun had come to his senses, the teacher promised not to hold any grudges. The teacher hugged him tightly, making Ling Yun unable to breathe. Ling Yun gasped, I can't breathe. Before Ling Yun left, the teacher instructed him, I'll arrange a study schedule for you to make up for what you missed. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Ling Yun thanked the teacher and said he would work hard. Ling Yun realized he would have to spend the entire night studying the extensive materials. The teacher lamented, it's too late to realize this. Despite your hard work these 2 months, you only participated in 3 exams. In the classroom, students excitedly discussed where to go after class. One friend mentioned going home and then to a movie. Ling Yun entered and fell silent. A classmate asked if Ling Yun was really that impressive. What did the teacher call you out for? Ling Yun shrugged and said, "The teacher praised me and gave me a stack of materials to review. I'll have to stay up all night." In geography class, Ling Yun was no longer troubled by the teacher but was still being watched by everyone, hoping to witness another extraordinary event like in history class. Ling Yun thought to himself that he noticed people frequently glancing at him. He knew they wanted to see something as amazing as in history class, but unfortunately, nothing like that would happen. A classmate asked if Ling Yun wanted to go home together. Ling Yun replied that he wanted to continue reviewing history to understand the world's development. Geography helps understand the structure of each place. For example, Manrajang starts at Zhonghai and ends at Koktum. No matter how you change it, it resembles a dragon vein. Jin Suwang built the stone statues, probably to practice immortality. Combined with various legends I've heard, I'm certain there are cultivators in this world. When the time comes, I'll personally explore these places. I'm sure there will be significant gains. In the past, I would have found such places in an instant. Now, with my current level of cultivation, protecting myself is also a problem. The friend asked why they had to attend the entire class, and what was so miraculous about it. Shanshan said, "I have no idea what he's thinking, so just ask him directly." Jiangling went over to ask Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, remember to treat me to a meal later." Ling Yun asked why. It turned out that the teacher had asked her to come and tutor Ling Yun in history. If there were any questions, she would be there to help. Jiangling thought Ling Yun should invite her to a meal as payment. It turns out Jiangling was a top 3 history student in the grade. Ling Yun agreed to treat her since he did have many questions. "I will invite you to a meal," he said. Jiangling asked if she could bring class monitor Shanshan along, but Ling Yun didn't want to invite Shanshan. He said her princess-like personality was too annoying. Jiangling thought to herself, "Thankfully Shanshan didn't hear that, otherwise she'd be furious." Jiangling looked at the marked points in the book and asked Ling Yun if he wanted to visit those places. Shanshan had seemingly been to all those places and knew more than they did. If Ling Yun wanted a more direct understanding, he could ask Shanshan. Jiangling used various methods to persuade Ling Yun to bring Shanshan along and eventually succeeded. Ling Yun agreed to take her. Jiangling said, "I'll book a room at the restaurant across from the school right away." Shanshan, seeing them laughing and talking, felt envious. What were they talking about for so long? She seemed very eager to go. Jiangling asked about the restaurant and said she wanted to book a room. While they were talking, she bumped into Gu Junfa. He asked why she was at the restaurant. Shanshan retorted, "What are you doing in our class? Get lost." Others in the class wondered if that was Gu Junfa, one of the infamous 4 great bullies of the school. Be careful not to let him hear you, otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Gu Junfa's father was the owner of a real estate company, and Gu Junfa was notorious at school. Shanshan thought, "Let me see if I can find something." Gu Junfa approached Ling Yun and asked what was going on. He quickly reassured Shanshan not to be impatient and promised to resolve the matter so they could go to the restaurant together. He told Ling Yun, "I heard you made quite a name for yourself at school today." Ling Yun did not respond, which made Gu Junfa very angry. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Lift your head up." Ling Yun asked Gu Junfa if it was true that he had something to ask. Gu Junfa's attitude was displeased and his eyes flared up. "You dare speak to me like that? Go ahead and ask. Once you're done, I'll give you a good beating so Shanshan can see what I'm capable of." Ling Yun replied, "All right, I want to ask you how much money you've stolen from me over the past 3 years, and how many times you've beaten me." Gu Junfa smugly said he couldn't remember how many times he had beaten Ling Yun, but would just beat him whenever he felt like it. As for the money, he casually mentioned it was about 3,000 or 4,000. "You poor thing, you don't have much anyway." However, Gu Junfa added that he had heard Ling Yun's sister won 10 million. "You should give Shanshan 1,000. He warned Ling Yun to pay up immediately, or he would take action himself, making Ling Yun suffer. Shanshan said to Gu Junfa, "Stop bullying people. What you're doing is no different from being a gangster." Ling Yun told Shan Shan not to worry about him. I figured out the final issue. How much money do you have now? Gu Junfa replied, around 10,000. Ling Yun said, if you don't give me the money, you'll have a hard time paying for medical expenses. With that, he punched Gu Junfa in the face, sending him flying. He was then beaten up and thrown against the wall, leaving everyone astonished. Gu Junfa asked Piaget, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help. Piaget, standing aside, said, dare to hit our boss. Let me deal with you. Gu Junfa thought to himself, how foolish to provoke him while standing there. He told Piaget to help him. Ling Yun said, don't be afraid. Didn't you want him to help you? I'm just here to help. Ling Yun kicked him towards the door, colliding heavily with Piaget, who fell to the ground. Saint Ling Yun is so strong. Everyone was impressed by his actions. Gu Junfa and a subordinate were beaten and lying on the ground, groaning. Ling Yun stood over them, looking down with a disgusted expression, and then firmly stomped on Gu Junfa's chest, causing him pain. Ling Yun triumphantly leaned down and asked Gu Junfa, can you still speak now? Some classmates were happy, while others were amazed and couldn't believe it. Zhang Ling said to Cao Shanshan, Shan Shan, did you hear that? Gu Junfa was called a little brat by Ling Yun. Ling Yun continued interrogating, are you mute now? Did I injure you badly? Gu Junfa, in pain, tried to lift Ling Yun off but couldn't. Ling Yun continued, so much for being one of the 4 great bullies. Your current state is far from Wei Qiangan's. Wei Qiangan, who was in the dorm, turned pale and wondered why he was being mentioned. Ling Yun said with a sly smile, you just claimed you took 3,000 to 4,000 from me over the past 3 years. Gu Junfa, frightened, stammered, about 3,000 to 4,000. Ling Yun calculated 3,000 plus 4,000, and then asked Zhang Ling about the total amount received by the bank over the past 3 years. Zhang Ling replied she didn't know, but it was at least 10% to 15%. Ling Yun figured 15% would be 1,050. He cheerfully decided to take 8,000, thinking it wasn't too excessive. The classmates were stunned. Gu Junfa, hearing this, said it was natural and handed over a stack of money. Trembling, he offered it to Ling Yun, saying, here, I'm giving you 10,000. Ling Yun asked, do you think I'm like you? I only want my own money, not a cent more. He threw the stack of money at Gu Junfa's face. Zhang Ling was pleased and said, Ling Yun actually knows how to be reasonable. Cao Shanshan, however, seemed to disagree. Gu Junfa, in a panic, gathered the money and asked if it was enough. Ling Yun, still unsatisfied, glared at him. How could you need so much money for a useless person like you? Ling Yun coldly said. Hearing this, Gu Junfa's face turned pale with fear. Ling Yun held up one finger and smiled. Half will do. Consider this settled. Gu Junfa, battered and bruised, struggled to stand up, cursing Ling Yun in his mind. Just wait, I'll come back and bring people to beat you to death. But before he could get up, Ling Yun kicked him in the face, pinning him to the ground. What are you doing? I haven't let you stand up yet. Ling Yun said with anger, pressing down on Gu Junfa. Gu Junfa, shaking, thought, I've been beaten and I've paid. What more do you want? Ling Yun stomped on his face, forcing him to look up, and stared down at him with a disgusted expression. What happened to the injury on your face? Gu Junfa, fuming with anger, couldn't speak. He recalled similar scenes where he had arrogantly stomped on others' faces and mockingly said, if anyone asks about the injury on your face, you should know how to answer. Those who had their heads stomped on could only endure and couldn't resist. Even if they were furious, they had to admit it was their own fault. Gu Junfa, having his head stomped on, looked up at Ling Yun with a discontented expression and gritted his teeth. I accidentally bumped into a wall. After receiving the answer he wanted, Ling Yun turned to the other students. Everyone heard that, right? He grinned, addressing everyone present. Gu Junfa's injuries were self-inflicted and have nothing to do with our class. The classmates seem to have long been dissatisfied with Gu Junfa. After Ling Yun's words, everyone cheered loudly, confirming it. We can all testify. Ling Yun smirked, provokingly telling Gu Junfa, "Be more careful in the future. Don't hurt yourself unnecessarily." Gu Junfa swallowed his anger and replied, "Yes," then shakily supported himself on his knees to stand up. He supported himself with one hand on his leg and one hand on his stomach, smiling nervously at Ling Yun, saying, "I will be more careful in the future." His posture looked very cowardly. Ling Yun then put an arm around Gu Junfa's neck, leaned close to him, and said, "If you dare to show up in front of me again, I'll beat you up every time you appear, got it?" Gu Junfa stammered, "Got it, got it." After saying that, Ling Yun put one hand on his hip and pointed at Gu Junfa, shouting, "Get out of here." Gu Junfa was helped away by his friends, under the watchful eyes of the students. After Gu Junfa left, all the students there cheered with joy. Someone shouted, "The fool Gu Junfa finally got a taste of defeat. I didn't even get to see much before Ling Yun knocked Gu Junfa flat." Cao Shenchen watched the scene, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She reflected that Ling Yun hadn't been just randomly fighting. Recalling Ling Yun's fighting style, she secretly analyzed, his movements seemed like some kind of mysterious trajectory. Watching Ling Yun go back to his seat, Cao Shenchen wondered, how many secrets does Ling Yun still have? Ling Yun returned to his seat, placed the wad of money he had just taken from Gu Junfa on the table, and mentally calculated what he needed to buy: a new phone for his sister, a gift for his mother, and some other things. He thought to himself that this money was not nearly enough. Ling Yun lay on the table, his index finger moving back and forth over the money, looking troubled and thinking, "Is there anyone else who wants to trouble me? I need to earn a bit more money." Just as if the heavens heard his thoughts, an angry voice sounded. Ling Yun heard his name being called and immediately perked up, turning around with a bright, starry-eyed look. Expecting a promising target, he found it was Tangming, the so-called god of trouble, one of the 4 notorious young masters. Tangming, with one hand on the door, spoke in a slightly loud and worried tone, "You even dared to hit Gu Junfa. He's the local real estate tycoon. Are you trying to defy the heavens?" Ling Yun looked at Tangming, who was out of breath with his hand on his hip, and thought, "This kid Tangming may act recklessly, but he actually values integrity." He stood up, leaning on the table with one hand and putting his other hand on his hip with a smirk, speaking regretfully, "It's a pity you came too late." Ling Yun then moved closer to Tangming, placed a hand on his shoulder, and with one hand in his pocket, said with enthusiasm, his nose almost pointing to the sky, "If you had come a bit earlier, we could have beaten him together." Tangming, seeing this, also put an arm around Ling Yun's shoulder, and, with one hand on his hip, boastfully said, "That arrogant fool definitely deserved it. I've long disliked him." Both of them laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha." Just then, another voice sounded, "Ling Yun, it's being spread around the school that you beat up Gu Junfa." At that moment, Tangming was poked in the back by something, causing him to yelp in surprise. Tangming, angry, turned around to see Kai Hanlin, the person who poked him, and with gritted teeth asked, "Why did you poke me if you're concerned about Ling Yun?" Kai Hanlin stammered, "I didn't mean to." Tangming, with one hand on his hip and the other shaking a finger in front of Kai Hanlin's face, scolded him, "Every time it's like this. I'm really impressed by you." Kai Hanlin could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Seeing the commotion, Ling Yun stood by with a smile, thinking to himself, "One after another, you two are really considerate." He was pleased, thinking that these two were actually very concerned about him. At that moment, a female voice called out, "Ling Yun." A girl with pink hair rushed over, resting her hand on her thigh, and asked with concern, "I heard you fought with Gu Junfa. Are you injured?" Ling Yun looked at Ning Ling Yu, who had called out to him, patted her head with his hand, and cheerfully said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll take you out for dinner." He then turned to look at Tangming and Kai Hanlin and called, "You two, do you want to join us?" Ling Yun, with a thumbs up and a bright smile, said, "Today, I'm treating. Do you want to come?" They chose a luxurious restaurant with bright lights and a large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Ling Yun was momentarily stunned, thinking, "We're still students. Isn't this dinner a bit too extravagant?" Before he could dwell on it, Tang spoke up. This is the most luxurious restaurant in town, Wangthak. Tang, with his arm around Ling Yun, continued, Ling Yun, I can't believe you're so generous. In contrast to Tang, Ling Yun felt somewhat disappointed and unfairly treated, thinking, I thought it was like the cafeteria on the second floor. But since they were already there, he sighed, luckily, I earned over 20,000. Otherwise, I'd feel like a bumpkin. As soon as Tang sat down, he thought to himself, Ling Yun, you're really lucky. Tang looked at the two girls, the two campus beauties, and remarked, no one else in school gets treated like this. Ling, hearing Ling Yun was treating, confidently ordered 2 appetizers, 1 spicy stewed fish and 1 roasted duck. She then smiled at the waiter, adding 1 more dish. Suddenly, Ling Yun's voice rang out, Stop, stop. You've ordered so much. Why haven't the others ordered yet? Ling laughed, seizing the rare opportunity. Since you're treating, of course, we should order enough. As the food was served, Tang commented, I didn't expect you, of all people, to be the most outstanding in the school just 2 months before graduation. He tilted his head and looked at Ling Yun, adding, but Gu Junfa won't be easy to deal with. After losing face this time, he'll definitely find a way to get revenge on you. Hearing this, Ling Yun was a bit surprised. He still dares to seek revenge. Tang continued, Gu Junfa has never suffered like this before. He'll definitely gather a bunch of his ruthless subordinates to deal with you. These words also reached Ning Ling Yu's ears. She stood up, asking anxiously, what should we do now, Tang? Can you help him? Tang cleared his throat and said, Ling Yun, don't worry. Although you've stirred up big trouble this time. He held up 2 fingers, as long as I'm around. Gu Junfa won't dare to take action. Ling, busy eating, also added, Ling Yun probably doesn't need protection anyway. Shan, seeing Ling call her name, said, Ling Yun, no matter how strong you are, you're still just one person, and you can't fight off all 4 of them. After considering everyone's comments, Ling Yun concluded, Shan makes a point. I need to build my own power. This is true in any world. He looked at Tang, and just then, someone felt suitable to be stared at by others. His 6th sense told him to look at Ling Yun. Tang thought, what is he planning? In his mind, he screamed in fear, wondering why he was being looked at so strangely. Suddenly, Ling put down her spoon, clutching her stomach in pain, and stood up, apologizing, sorry, I think I ate too much. I need to go to the restroom. Ling Yu immediately followed her, saying, let me go with you. It seemed that their departure created an opportunity. Ling Yun quickly realized the chance and asked loudly, by the way, has anyone been to Manhwa Jiangxiang? Kei Hanlin calmly replied, I went once when I was young. Ling Yun asked, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Ling Yun casually made up an excuse, I'm just curious about how people in ancient times built such impressive structures. His mouth pulled into a smile as he wondered if they knew any magical techniques. Sure enough, after he spoke, Cao Shanshan was startled, sensing something unusual about her. Ling Yun asked, do you know something? Before he could get an answer, a scream came from nearby. Get out of here. 3 drunk men blocked Ling and Ling Yu's way, harassing the 2 young ladies. How much do you want? Ling Yun recognized the familiar voice and called out for Ling Yu. Shanshan also turned around. Ling's voice could be heard behind them, and before Ling Yun could react, Shanshan had already run far away. Tang and Shanshan quickly arrived at the scene. Ling Yu stood in front of the drunk men, while they continued to act arrogantly. Today is our lucky day. Another beautiful young lady has arrived. As soon as Tang arrived, he anxiously asked Ling Yu, are you okay? At the same time, Ling was not backing down, shouting, these scoundrels want to take advantage of us. Ling Yun intended to run away, but one of the men was held back by Tang. Apologize, if these ladies are willing to forgive you today, I'll generously let you go this time. The man's expression showed that he had some skill and sneered, kid, are you tired of living? Another man arrogantly added, just a bunch of kids from Gangnam Industrial University. The 2 men acted intimidating, ordering, get on your knees and beg. we might consider letting you go. Tang Meng, insulted, repeated the command, get on your knees. He angrily kicked the green-clad man in the stomach, shouting, do you think you're worthy? The man, hit and bleeding, cursed, you dare to strike me. He knelt on the ground and ordered his underlings to cripple Tang Meng. Seeing their arrogance, Ling Yun used his skills. The man asked in confusion, when did you get behind me? Ling Yun didn't waste words and kicked him in the waist, causing him to fall to the ground. The remaining man, seeing this, was upset for his comrade. He cursed the group of young people, but seemed even more foolish than the previous man. He walked with his eyes fixed upward, tripping over Kai Hanlin's outstretched leg and falling face-first onto the floor. Tang Meng couldn't help but praise, well done. Zhang Ling, standing by, continued to cheer, show them who we are. How dare you use the university's name to act so arrogantly? Tang Meng looked around with obvious disdain, wondering if there was no one worthwhile at Gangnam Industrial University. Suddenly, another unfamiliar voice came from the space. Who dares say there is no one worthwhile at Gangnam Industrial University? Another group of people appeared, looking more professional than the previous three. The leader of the previous group, with chestnut-colored hair, approached. Shanshan, possibly familiar with the new group, warned everyone, stay away a bit later to avoid getting hurt. Zhang Ling realized her friend's intention and asked, Shanshan, are you going to join them in fighting? Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed Shanshan's wrist. It was Ling Yun. Shanshan was shocked, unable to believe he was holding her hand. Without hesitation, Ling Yun firmly pulled Shanshan away, saying, take care of the two ladies. There's no need for women to get involved here. Ling Yun stood before the group, warning them to stay away to avoid getting hurt. Tang Meng immediately said, are you crazy? They have 7 people. No matter how skilled you are, you can't take on 7. Ling Yun only replied with, don't worry. The leader of the Gangnam Industrial University group approached, holding a bottle of liquor. You're about to die, and you still want to play the hero. None of you will escape. He tightened his grip on the bottle, preparing to strike Ling Yun. Seeing this, Ling Yu anxiously yelled, be careful. However, the leader underestimated Ling Yun. Ling Yun easily dodged the strike. The leader was surprised, realizing the chubby guy was surprisingly agile. He continued to attack, but every move missed Ling Yun. His frustration grew as he realized his attacks were just making a show for Ling Yun. His subordinates watched with boredom, thinking their boss was just putting on a performance. Ling Yun decided to stop playing around. He quickly moved behind the leader and asked, are you done yet? Without giving the leader a chance to react, Ling Yun grabbed his arm holding the bottle and twisted it, subduing him. The leader cried out and Ling Yun pressed him to the ground, not giving him a chance to escape. The bottle fell and shattered on the ground. The leader, now terrified, could only beg for mercy, please, spare me. Ling Yun, controlling the man with the broken bottle, challenged the rest of the group, is there anyone else? Is that all you can do? The Gangnam Industrial University group, seeing their leader defeated, panicked. They screamed, our leader knows he was wrong. We are blind. Please don't hold it against us. Seeing this, Ling Yun's expression darkened. He said, who told you to apologize to me? The defeated group quickly approached the 3 girls, bowing respectfully and saying, we apologize. We drank too much and spoke nonsense. Feel free to hit or scold us. We won't complain. Zhang Ling was amazed and said, this is really surprising. Shanshan thought that this kind of apology lacked sincerity. A person with long hair covering half of his face approached, addressing the students, you've fought enough. Can we end this here? Hearing this, it was truly irritating. Ling Yun asked, so you think that saying it's over means it's over? The person awkwardly scratched his head and introduced himself as the vice class monitor, saying, if you have any requests, just let me know. Ling Yun, somewhat angry, responded that it wasn't a big deal, just a matter of compensation. The 2 words compensation seemed to hit the mark with these people. The vice class monitor said, we have apologized and besides, the injuries were all ours. Ling Yun's eyes widened. You have no injuries, right? My younger sister was troubled and had her mood ruined. How much should be paid for this? If any of us were affected to the point of failing college entrance exams, how much compensation would that be? Faced with this pressing question, the vice class monitor could only negotiate. How much do you want? The vice class monitor agreed to pay. Ling Yun smiled, saying, since you've admitted fault and your attitude is good, we'll accept a bit of loss. You just need to cover our meal expenses and compensate these ladies with 2,000 as emotional damage. Hearing this, the two people behind Ling Yun were stunned. The vice class monitor, feeling awkward, asked if there could be a reduction. Ling Yun's expression suddenly turned stern. Compensation is the end of it. Otherwise, we'll continue the fight. He then continued to brandish the broken bottle at the vice class monitor. Zhang Ling, observing from behind, couldn't help but comment on Ling Yun's increasingly skilled deception. The vice class monitor, terrified of the bottle being pressed against his neck, said in fear, don't be so aggressive. The situation is beyond repair. He reluctantly agreed, we will compensate. Zhang Ling from behind watched with a look of disgust as the beaten-up people were forced to invite guests and provide compensation. Suddenly, she jumped up and exclaimed, Ling Yun is really too handsome. After that, the vice class monitor handed a stack of money to Ling Yun. Here is 2,000. Please accept it. The previously fierce leader could only look on with resentment. Ling Yun accepted the money and comforted the vice class monitor. Don't feel wronged. Some people are just not worth provoking. Holding the money, he couldn't help but sigh. You're lucky to live in such a peaceful world. In my previous world, it was all about killing and fighting. If this were the cultivation world, we'd already have several corpses by now. The city at night was brightly lit. Just after leaving the restaurant, Zhang Ling said, the handsome guy hasn't finished yet today. Hearing this, Ling Yun turned to her and asked what else she wanted. We're already full. But then he realized something and noticed that she had changed the way she addressed him. Interrupting Ling Yun's thoughts, Zhang Ling continued, you haven't spent any money today. How can you call it treating guests? She mischievously looked at him and added, but if you agree to one request of mine, I'll let you go. Ling Yun, curious, asked what the request was. Zhang Ling blushed slightly and said, you're running madly to lose weight, right? Once you lose weight, be my boyfriend. Her words immediately made him blush deeply. The scene made everyone around them gasp. Tang Meng chimed in, got to get some dog food after the meal, huh? Ling Yun, allowing Zhang Ling to hug his arm, cleared his throat and said, we'll discuss this later. But Zhang Ling, not letting go, pouted, you have to agree now. Ling Yun, embarrassed and unsure of how to respond, was also met with Kao Shanshan's disapproving stare. Shanshan gritted her teeth and said, Zhang Ling, it's getting late. We should go back and study. The two looked back at Shanshan, not understanding why she was suddenly upset. Zhang Ling, being pulled away by Shanshan, said to Ling Yun, I'll let you go this time. I'm letting you off the hook. As Zhang Ling was dragged away, she ran to catch up, calling out, Shanshan, slow down. I can't keep up. The two left, leaving Ling Yun confused and staring after them. Seeing her brother looking dazed, Ling Yu came over, frowning, aren't you coming back to school with us? It's almost time for evening self-study. Ling Yun lowered his head and replied softly, I have a few things to handle and will return later. After finishing his sentence, Tang Meng put his arm around Ling Yun's shoulders and said to Ling Yu, don't worry, Ling Yu. I'll keep him safe. Ling Yun, feeling a bit annoyed, said, I don't need you to come with me. Tang Meng was adamant, pointing to himself and saying, are you sure you don't want me? I know every corner of the school. Whatever you want to do, I can assist. Ling Yun reluctantly agreed, fine, then you can come along. Tang Meng was delighted, that's more like it. After the two left, Ling Yu felt frustrated, thinking it was truancy. She had just said she wanted to study hard. In contrast to Ling Yu, Han Lin's eyes brightened as he looked at Ling Yun's back, feeling that Ling Yun had completely changed. Hearing his words made Ling Yu feel better. She also sensed that Ling Yun would be even more remarkable in the future. Meanwhile, Tang Meng and Ling Yun walked side by side, chatting and laughing. The night corridor was dim, but the light from the classrooms was enough to see the path clearly. Ling Yu, bored, rested her chin on her hand, then lay down on the desk, wondering when her brother would return. Unexpectedly, a classmate ran in, calling out loudly, "Ning Ling Yu, your brother and Tangming are here." Seeing Ling Yun, Ling Yu was surprised. "Tangming is with him too?" She playfully asked Ling Yu, "Did you miss us?" Ling Yu excitedly ran to hug Ling Yun, saying, "I missed you so much." Tangming, left out in the hallway, felt disappointed and thought he had been completely ignored. Ling Yun handed a bag of items to his sister. "These are for you. Open them and see if you like them." Ling Yu hesitated, pulling out a camera, headphones, and a phone, asking, "Is this what you had to do?" Seeing his sister's amazement, Ling Yun happily said, "Of course. If others had younger sisters, I must have one too." At that moment, students at the back of the classroom also stood up to watch the scene. "Look, Ling Yun bought all the latest expensive stuff. How can they afford it? Aren't they supposed to be poor?" Some wondered if Ling Yun was making a lot of money. Ling Yu moved, wiped her tears away. Seeing her cry, Ling Yun hurriedly asked what was wrong. "Don't you like it?" She bowed her head, choking on her sobs. "It's not that I don't like it, I'm just so happy." Ling Yu's face lit up with joy again. "You didn't waste so much money on me. I won't use it all." Maina suddenly approached with a snide remark. "If you won't use it, then don't use it at all." Tangming, unable to tolerate Maina's attitude, admonished her, "Watch your words." Maina, unconcerned, sneered, "What's wrong? Your family is so poor. Who knows where your brother got all these things from?" Tangming's anger grew, and she shouted at Maina, clenching her fists, "I won't let you get away with this." Understanding Tangming's intent, Ling Yun quickly restrained him, saying, "Step back." Ling Yun approached Maina. "She's always been hostile towards my sister." To avoid scaring Maina, the brown-haired guy behind her stepped forward, blocking Ling Yun. "What are you going to do, Ling Yun?" Ling Yun looked at him disdainfully and pointed at him. "Who the hell are you?" The man stood firm. "I'm Sexy Junyan." The situation is getting tense. Ling Yu quickly stepped in to stop Ling Yun. "Forget it. You're tired today. Don't waste your energy on people like this." Ling Yun sighed and listened to his sister, though he reminded the others, "I warn you, from now on, if anyone bullies my sister or makes her unhappy, I will make sure they pay the price." He spoke loudly for everyone to hear. Everyone will face severe consequences. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, discussing how Ling Yun had become so tough. "This chubby guy has become really skilled in fighting. Ever since he got beaten up, he's been like this. Maybe he's learned some moves." The two of them left the classroom. Ling Yu and Tangming called out to Ling Yun. Tangming paused and added, "Why didn't you take action earlier? I could have handled Xe Junyan easily." Ling Yun looked back. "You can't beat him." Tangming was surprised. "I can't beat him." Ling Yun recalled the moment when he approached Xe Junyan. The proximity had allowed him to sense that Xe Junyan was not only unafraid but also ready to fight. Ling Yun speculated that Xe Junyan might be skilled in martial arts and quite powerful. He told Tangming, "Let's go back. I want to train." Tangming was surprised, training at this hour. Ling Yun continued running tirelessly through the vast city. "If I can't find a worthy opponent, my efforts in training will be somewhat boring." After running for a while, he stopped, dropped his gear on the grass, and thought, "It's getting interesting." He relaxed on the grass by the riverbank, and in the quiet of the night, began practicing his breathing technique. He practiced the Great Gathering of Spiritual Treasures technique. At the first level, it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to enhance the body. If perfected, it could even sense the entire world and transform the sun, moon, and stars into one's own power. Ling Yun focused intensely, feeling the energy flow through him. "I forgot that my meridians haven't been fully restored yet." He frowned, sweating profusely, and gritted his teeth. "Such minor issues won't stop me." Ling Yun's determination shone through. He concentrated all his strength, forcing himself to absorb the spiritual energy. Under his pressure, the spiritual energy flowed more vigorously than ever. He succeeded in channeling the energy into himself, continuing the process of body enhancement. Observing the ample spiritual energy in his palm, Ling Yun reflected, The absorption rate has clearly increased, and my body can handle twice the amount of spiritual energy as before. He successfully reached the first level of body training. Ling Yun recalled his past struggles lifting heavy loads. Now, he could effortlessly handle a bag with one hand, tossing it into the air without effort. When the bag fell, Ling Yun quickly moved into position and kicked it, sending it flying meters away. He thought, although I haven't reached the second level of body training as hoped, it's acceptable for now. He rubbed his chin, contemplating the need for a suitable weapon. In a luxurious mansion, a man with golden hair stared intently at a purple-haired girl before him, who posed provocatively with two beautiful women on either side. Lin Ho, enjoying himself, lifted his glass and ordered the girl, "Spread your legs a bit more." Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting him. Lin Ho grumbled, grabbing the phone and looking at the screen. "Who's bothering me during my enjoyment?" A message from someone read, "This chubby guy is quite interesting," with an attached video of Ling Yun running with a bag on the school field. Lin Ho turned pale, sweating and staring in shock. He angrily pushed away the two beauties beside him and ordered, "Get all these girls out of here." Elsewhere, a man lying in bed reached for his ringing phone, groggy. "Hello?" On the other end, Lin Ho's furious voice demanded, "Jin-sam, didn't you say you'd handle that bastard? Why is he still running around?" Jin-sam, now fully awake, replied firmly, "I saw him get stabbed with my own eyes." Lin Ho coldly responded, "Do you need me to show you the video? Jin-sam, you took 20 million from me, and this is the result." On the other end, Jin-sam hastily explained, "Lin Ho, killing that useless person is easy. I wouldn't deceive you. If he's still alive, someone must have saved him." Lin Ho's gaze turned serious. Jin-sam continued, "I heard there's someone who can bring the dead back to life, known as the Old Immortal. He resides in Cheongda City." Lin Ho quickly dismissed this. "No way, even the most skilled doctors can't resurrect the dead. If someone saved him, they're not ordinary people." Jin-sam then had a realization. Could it be that those people saved him? The idea of immortal beings appeared in both of their minds. Both families were top tier in the country and knew more than ordinary people, including the existence of immortals hidden within powerful families or secluded mountain sects. Lin Ho's voice came through the phone. "Those people are always so mysterious, normal people can't even get close. Even my grandfather had to be respectful towards them." Jin-sam's face turned anxious. "What should we do now, Ling Ho? We seem to have offended a big shot. We're doomed this time." Lin Ho, however, was calm and composed. "Why be afraid? Those people are always aloof. Do you think they would come to save just one insignificant person? Don't interfere with this matter in the future. I'll handle it myself." Jin-sam immediately gave a thumbs up. "Lin Ho, you're indeed decisive." After ending the call, Lin Ho casually tossed the phone onto the couch and took a sip of his wine, falling into deep thought. He recalled a previous meeting with the elders. Lin Ho's father sat across from him, instructing his son. "You must remember that although you are the heir of the family, it doesn't mean you will automatically become the clan leader. You must work hard. The future is yours." Lin Ho respectfully replied, "I understand, father." Lin Ho's uncle put an arm around him in a friendly manner. "Lin Ho, you're too stubborn. You're competing with your younger brother and two other families. It's painful to watch." Lin Ho smiled and responded, "Indeed, Uncle San is kind-hearted. Since you have only one daughter, you'll support me, right?" Both of them shared a cunning smile, and the uncle replied, "Of course. After all, you are the only one who hasn't forgotten about me." Later, Lin Ho secretly listened to the entire conversation from outside through a crack in the door. Inside, his grandfather was furious, slapping his uncle. "I raised you, but you've been raising an illegitimate child outside." The uncle immediately retorted, his face marked with bruises. "I didn't raise him. He was abandoned in the wilderness as soon as he was born." His grandfather was even more enraged, pointing outside. "Find him and bring him back. How can we leave my grandson out there?" The uncle quickly compromised. "Father, please calm down. I'll send someone to bring Ling Yun back." Lin Ho left quickly, concluding his recollection. His face hardened and he crushed the wine glass into pieces, seething with anger. Why does this bastard have such a big life? We can't delay any longer. He immediately picked up the phone and ordered, "Send assassins to find and kill Ling Yun at the first secondary school. I want the body returned. This time, I want to see it with my own eyes." He sternly instructed while wrapping his hand to stop the bleeding. At the male dormitory of the secondary school, Ling Yun held a pen in his hand, its metal tip reflecting light. "I have a set of excellent needle techniques at my current level." Ling Yun carefully aimed, then threw the pen, piercing the center of a butterfly within a 10-meter radius without missing. "With my understanding of the body's meridians, needles can also be used to treat and heal." Ling Yun glanced at the pen, feeling disheartened. "The needle is the most suitable weapon for me right now, but where can I find a suitable needle?" Kai Hanlin noticed Ling Yun was still awake and kindly reminded him, "It's late. You should go to sleep." Early on Saturday morning at the school sports field, Ling Yun confidently stood on the field. After a few days, he had roughly understood. His appearance attracted the attention and gaze of those around him. Common people, he thought, the world has key points to absorb, so in the future, I cannot practice body training during the day. Among the crowd, a curious girl spoke up. "Ling Yun looks a bit thinner." The people present quickly responded, "He actually looks much better." Others chimed in, "He looks quite handsome now." Ling Yun humbly walked amidst the discussions. I should stay low-key, he thought. Lelois, however, was enraged by the comments. He aggressively pointed at Ling Yun, threatening, "Ling Yun, how dare you come to the sports field?" Ling Yun stopped, quickly recognizing the fool in front of him. Lelois stomped his foot, cursing, "Let me show you the consequences of provoking me." He charged at Ling Yun, preparing to strike him hard. Ling Yun swiftly grabbed his hand, successfully blocking Lelois' attack, leaving him stunned. Without warning, Ling Yun swung his hand, delivering a forceful slap that left a red handprint on Lelois' cheek. The force of the slap made Lelois lose his balance and fall hard to the ground. Ling Yun stood coldly from above, looking down. "You wanted to fight, and I obliged." Fear quickly rose in Lelois' eyes as he held his bruised cheek. "What do you want?" he yelled in panic. "Don't come any closer." The sound of slaps echoed clearly across the sports field. Ling Yun continued to slap Lelois repeatedly, and other students watching the fight began to worry. Lelois seems to have no strength to fight back. If this continues, he might be beaten into a fool. Finally, when Ling Yun felt it was enough, he delivered one last powerful slap, then stopped. Lelois, with swollen cheeks and bleeding lips, lay on the ground unable to get up. Ling Yun, still standing in front of him, warned, "Get out of here. I've had enough." He intended to let Lelois go without further conflict, but Lelois, humiliated and enraged, got up and charged at Ling Yun, shouting, "I'll fight you to the end." Ling Yun, now genuinely angry, thought, "How can someone be so unreasonable?" He scolded, "You dare to come back." Ling Yun grabbed Lelois' arm and threw him down with a powerful move, sending him sprawling across the sports field. Ling Yun then said, "I've always been clear about grievances. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. Those who do will face the consequences." He looked at the unconscious Lelois on the field, a clear warning for anyone who might try to provoke him. At this moment, a girl in the sports field noticed the fight and commented, "Ling Yun is quite impressive." When evening came, students started to leave school. Ling Yun walked down the street, deep in thought. He had passed by a pharmacy the previous night and planned to visit it today to see if he could find the right needles. As he walked, someone called out to him, "Wait a moment." As Ling Yun was on his way, he saw a very beautiful girl who made quite a statement with her appearance, tall and stunning. She was dressed comfortably, and when she noticed Ling Yun looking her way, she allowed him to admire her for a moment before speaking. "Have you seen enough? If so, wait a little longer." Ling Yun, feeling slightly embarrassed by the attention, replied, "I've seen enough. What is it you want from me?" The girl introduced herself as Su Mining, a sophomore in Class 3, and said, "You can call me Soning. Where are you headed now?" Ling Yun responded, "I'm just going to buy something." Sui Mining looked at him and repeated, "Buy something." "Well, I'll accompany you." She then took Ling Yun's arm, and when he asked if she wasn't afraid he might scare her away, she playfully replied, "Scare me away? I'm more worried that I might scare you off." She leaned closer, pressing her chest against him in a suggestive manner. Ling Yun, who had never been so close to a beautiful woman, was slightly uncomfortable and told her not to be so distracting. "I'm going to buy acupuncture needles. I doubt you'd be interested in that." Sui Mining seemed intrigued and asked, "Acupuncture needles? What for?" Ling Yun explained that they could be used for treating ailments. Sui Mining then flirtatiously offered to help, saying her family had plenty of acupuncture needles. Ling Yun was surprised but cautious, questioning her true intentions. Sui Mining was taken aback by his suspicion and explained that her grandfather had heard about Ling Yun's impressive feats and wanted to meet him. She assured him that as long as her grandfather was pleased, Ling Yun could have all the needles he wanted. Ling Yun, still skeptical, asked if her grandfather was real. Sui Mining continued, "Yes, my grandfather is a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and he has a large collection of acupuncture needles." She urged Ling Yun to come with her if he was interested. Ling Yun followed her into a car, but felt uncomfortable as Sui Mining kept clinging to him. She insisted on staying close to prevent him from running away. Ling Yun was resigned to her behavior and decided to let her be. During the ride, Sui Mining expressed curiosity about their destination and asked Ling Yun if he saw anything of interest. Ling Yun could only respond with confusion, feeling uneasy with her close proximity. Eventually, they arrived at a luxurious villa. The car stopped, and as Sui Mining prepared to get out, Ling Yun asked where she was going. She replied that they had arrived and urged him to get out of the car. Ling Yun, noticing the cost of the ride, asked if she could pay for it. Sui Mining dismissed his concern and said he should handle it himself. Ling Yun was left bewildered by her response, and the driver, feeling disgruntled, asked for payment. Ling Yun tried to negotiate a discount but was met with resistance. After settling the fare, Ling Yun followed Sui Mining into the villa, intrigued by the rich atmosphere and the scent of precious medicinal herbs. Sui Mining instructed Ling Yun to behave properly when meeting her grandfather, warning him not to anger him. Ling Yun assured her that he always behaved respectfully and had never angered anyone. As they entered, Sui Mining greeted her grandfather, who, despite his age, appeared sharp and youthful. He was dressed in a white robe with gold trim and greeted Ling Yun warmly. "So you must be Ling Yun, the young man my granddaughter has praised so much." Ling Yun, feeling a bit awkward, confirmed, "Yes, that's me." The old man, who seemed pleased, quickly composed himself and instructed Sui Mining to prepare the best tea for their guest. The old man looked at Ling Yun and invited him to sit. He smiled at Ling Yun and said, "My granddaughter has been spoiled since she was little, so her temper isn't very good. She won't bully you. It's just that she can be a bit too enthusiastic." Ling Yun replied, and as soon as he sat down, he couldn't help but let his professional instincts take over. He thought it was odd that the old man, who looked robust and in good spirits from the outside, had issues with his lungs. In Ling Yun's eyes, the old man's lungs were partially blackened. Ling Yun asked the old man without hesitation, "I noticed you were coughing just now. Is it a problem with your lungs?" The old man waved his hand and smiled, saying it was just an old illness and nothing to worry about. "The main reason I invited you here today is to meet you in person," the old man said, sitting seriously and looking at Ling Yun. Ling Yun asked in confusion, and the old man explained, "I heard that you carried a 50-kilogram weight and ran a lap around the sports field, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, you seem to be protected by a divine being, almost showing no signs of weakness." Hearing this story, which was both unfamiliar and yet familiar, made Ling Yun uneasy. He wondered how it had come to be like this. The old man looked at him and said, "Ling Yun, I am very curious about your body. I wonder if you could clarify something. Traditional Chinese medicine relies on the 4 basic methods: observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. However, since Ling Yun didn't let him observe, listen, or question, the old man could only take his pulse. He extended his hand to Ling Yun, who offered his wrist. After feeling the pulse, the old man furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "This is really strange." Seeing the old man's serious expression made Ling Yun even more curious about what the old man had discovered. The old man looked at Ling Yun in confusion and said, "Your pulse's energy is more abundant than usual, but it should be weak according to the theory. Your body should be very weak." Ling Yun had always understood his own physical condition, but it was astonishing that an old man could know this. He thought, if a regular old Chinese medicine practitioner can investigate my body in such a short time, then the top level of this world must be on par with me. The old man asked Ling Yun if he had met any unusual people recently. Ling Yun obediently answered, "I've only met a few classmates." The old man asked further, "Have you eaten anything unusual recently?" Ling Yun answered honestly, "I mostly eat food from restaurants." The old man pondered further, "What time do you get up and what time do you go to bed? Do you feel any unusual sensations in your body?" Ling Yun replied that there was nothing unusual despite going to bed late and waking up late. The old man coughed again and said, "If that's the case, the problem must be with the mouthful of blood you spat out, but it shouldn't have such a significant effect." Unable to make sense of it, the old man, who was frail and ailing, continued to try to find an explanation. Ling Yun felt uneasy, thinking, "Does he want me to say it's because I use that plant to absorb spiritual energy? If I say that, it might scare him." At this moment, Surpassing came out with a tea tray and asked, "Ling Yun, what exactly is wrong with your body? Can it be treated?" The old man waved his hand and said, "His physique is even stronger than usual now. The remedies I prepared are of no use." Ling Yun asked in confusion, "What remedies?" Surpassing set the tea tray down and replied with a frown, "I heard about your situation and wanted to help, so I specifically prepared remedies that could treat your body. You don't know what you've missed. In the past, many people asked my grandfather for help." The old man's coughing interrupted Surpassing, and he said, "Be careful with your words. Treating illness and saving lives is indeed the responsibility of a traditional Chinese doctor." Surpassing, though bold, could only respond, "I understand, grandfather." Ling Yun had a better impression of the old man, who was kind and skilled. He thought, "I didn't expect this old man to be so kind-hearted. Since that's the case, I'll help him a bit." Ling Yun then spoke up, "Actually, I came here today mainly to ask for something." The old man, curious, asked, "Ask for something? Apart from things related to treating illness, we don't have anything else here." Surpassing put the teacup down and said to her grandfather, "Ling Yun wants acupuncture needles." Ling Yun added, "I don't need many, just 9 needles. However, their shapes are a bit special. One is a long needle, one is a round needle, one is a short needle, and another is..." Before Ling Yun could finish, the teacup in the old man's hand fell. Both the old man and his granddaughter immediately realized what he was asking for. They were surprised and said, "Yang Soguchim." Ling Yun, surprised, asked, "Do you really know Yang Soguchim?" Seeing their excitement, Ling Yun said, "Of course I know." The old man was now filled with countless shocks. He couldn't believe someone knew about Yang Soguchim, which was described in the books as the essence of Yang Soguchim. He remembered the books mentioning that the emperor once spoke of Yang Soguchim in the human body, which is a key area for the operation of the 12 main meridians and channels. Yang Soguchim is used for 9 types of acupuncture, and as long as a person is still alive, even if severely injured, it can save them. These 9 needles include the large needle, long needle, round needle, short needle, and wind needle. However, it had long been lost for many years, and no one had seen it with their own eyes. The old man was deep in thought, while Ling Yun, on the outside, had his hand held by the old man until it was sweating. Ling Yun called out, "Ah, old man," and the old man quickly realized his rudeness and apologized, "I'm sorry for this offense." Ling Yun, surprised, retracted his hand and wondered why the old man was so excited. Yang Soguchim was not the most commonly seen acupuncture method. Why would he be so worked up? The 3 people sat by the stone table, each lost in their own thoughts. Surpassing, sharply observing Ling Yun, thought, "Yang Soguchim requires true energy to perform. Ling Yun is just a high school student, and his body has just reached its limit. How could he possess such energy? Ling Yun, feeling increasingly annoyed, watched Exu stand up and grab his collar, saying, "You've been lying all along." She angrily looked at Ling Yun and said, "Ling Yun, you're a fraud, daring to joke about my grandfather's body." The old man couldn't bear to see this and scolded, "Soning, release him immediately." Ling Yun looked at her, understanding her urgent emotions. He said, "Soning, if I can describe the symptoms, will you believe me?" Exu rushed forward and said, "If you can, I'll give you another chance." Ling Yun smiled and said, "The old man has been coughing continuously. It seems like a lung issue, but the root cause is actually the heart." The old man looked at him in astonishment and asked, "How can you tell without checking the pulse?" Surpassing saw that what he said made sense, so she let go of him and anxiously looked at her grandfather. Ling Yun continued, "The heart and the tongue both belong to the element of fire in the 5 elements. The old man's tongue is reddish-purple with a green tip. This clearly indicates excessive heart fire causing fire to overcome metal. Since the lungs are associated with metal, excessive heart fire harms the lungs, naturally leading to a constant cough." The old man remained silent, just staring at the young man in front of him in shock. Surpassing asked anxiously, "Why is my grandfather suffering from excessive heart fire?" "It's simple, too much tonic food," Ling Yun replied. The old man coughed again, saying, "All right, Ling Yun, I believe you. Prepare to do acupuncture." Surpassing looked at her grandfather and asked, "Why did you eat so many tonics?" "You should clarify for me. My grandfather drinks that wine every day as if it were food. Even if it's a tonic, it shouldn't be able to nourish so much." Surpassing had no choice but to rely on Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not answer. She turned to the old man and said, "Grandfather, you should tell her. After all, she is your granddaughter. I can see that she really cares about you." The old man agreed, saying, "All right, I will." Ling Yun was able to explain to the patient's family, "Grandfather, you ate so many tonics because there is a living entity in your body." Surpassing did not believe it and asked, "How can there be a living entity in his body? What exactly is it?" The old man looked at his granddaughter and said gently, "Soning, don't be alarmed. The living entity in my body is..." The old man reminisced, 40 years ago, in search of Musang Guido, I infiltrated Myogang, and by chance met a young woman from the ethnic group. At that time, I was still a handsome young man with vigorous vitality, which made the young woman gaze at me with a hint of infatuation. He continued, "Later, I found out she was the holy maiden of Myogang. Her medical skills had reached an extraordinary level. The time I spent exchanging medical knowledge with her was the happiest period of my life. When my skills couldn't improve further, I decided to leave Myogang. However, at that time, I was young and impulsive. I was determined to seek Musang Guido and had a wife at home. I didn't consider that prolonged interaction between a man and a woman would inevitably lead to feelings. I didn't expect that, but unexpectedly, the Myogang Phoenix had already developed feelings for me, hoping I could stay forever. But at that time, I was already married to your grandmother and have fathered your father. How could I agree to her? I didn't expect her to meddle with my food. Just a small amount of medicinal ingredient rendered me completely powerless, allowing her to take advantage of me. I knew that the Holy Maiden of Myogang would only love one person in her lifetime and would not easily let me go. That night, things had already gone further. The granddaughter blushed slightly, placed her finger on her lips, her small eyes full of curiosity and embarrassment, as she somewhat inferred what happened next. The old man only smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and covered up his helplessness at that time. He responded to Soning, "She prepared too thoroughly. I basically couldn't escape." Ling Yun also felt helpless and could read part of the old man's inner thoughts, silently cursing, "I see." The old man would wish for it to happen a few more times. The story was left hanging, which made the young girl even more curious about what happened next. "What happened after that?" she asked. The old man recalled the words from that night. "What did she give me?" The young woman's victorious expression and loving gaze at him. It was a heart-eating worm, a primitive parasite in a woman's body. She turned around, embraced me, and held my face tenderly. Once a man and a woman complete the union, the parasite will enter the other's body, making it impossible for both to forget each other for a lifetime. Anyone who tries to forget will suffer from the torment of the parasite, unable to live a normal life. At this point, the old man still had not clarified the appearance of the woman. The granddaughter asked, "The phoenix must have been very beautiful, right?" The old man coughed and said, "Yes, she was indeed a rare beauty in the world." Then she said something that made him jump. He hadn't expected that his beloved granddaughter would be so domineering. "Then why did you refuse her? Couldn't you have brought her home directly?" Hearing this, Ling Yun, who was sitting aside, also had to admire it. "Not bad." The old man kept coughing to hide his embarrassment. "Don't talk nonsense. How could I bring her home? What about your grandmother?" Ling Yun showed a look as if he could see through the old man, teasing internally, "I don't believe it." The old man hadn't considered that. The old man continued, "Perhaps because the parasite had been suppressed, she was somewhat reassured. That's when I took the opportunity to escape Myogang. When I got home, I sat in front of my desk, behind which were wooden cabinets filled with hundreds of Chinese medicinal herbs. I tossed and turned, but I had no way to escape. I could only find a way to suppress the parasite." Ling Yun interjected, "So you took medicine to increase heart fire to suppress the parasite in your body. It's not easy to persist for over 40 years. The old man sighed deeply, reflecting on his life over the past 40 years. The granddaughter remained curious and asked, "If the Holy Maiden of Myogang was so persistent, why didn't she come to find you?" The old man continued, "Of course, she did come. But when she came, she encountered your grandmother." He recalled their meeting. The atmosphere was so intense it was almost suffocating. Soning suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Soning asked in surprise, showing a bit of worry on her face, "Grandmother, what about her?" The old man replied, "I don't know what they ultimately said. But after that, the Holy Maiden returned to Myogang and hasn't appeared since." Soning hurriedly asked, "Didn't grandmother ask how to resolve the parasite in your body?" The old man was also helpless. He recalled how his wife had scolded him severely and replied, "Grandmother said this was the debt of love I caused. The heart-eating worm is a punishment I deserve." Hearing this, Ling Yun, standing aside, also had to admire Soming's grandmother for being so ruthless. The old man raised his hand to his mouth and coughed, his face showing a serious expression. "All right, let's move on. This matter is not easily explained. Ling Yun, my young friend, you will have to help me with the acupuncture." The old man took out an old wooden box. The moment he opened it, a strong golden aura spread everywhere. Ling Yun's gaze remained steady as he stared at the object inside the box. It turned out to be a set of acupuncture needles preserved in a jade box made from lingok, containing a huge and dense source of spiritual power. Ling Yun looked at the old man and said, "I want to start the acupuncture." Soning suddenly hugged Ling Yun from somewhere, her eyes full of concern and affection. "Ling Yun, please take care of my grandfather." Soming's action made the young man blush. He closed his eyes, pretending to cough to hide his embarrassment. "Cough, cough. Rest assured, leave it to me. There's no problem." Hearing this, Soning felt more at ease, turned and walked out, but not before leaving a teasing and threatening comment. "Ling Yun, if you mess up treating my grandfather, many people will come after you." Hearing this, Ling Yun could only feel helpless in the face of this sharp-tongued girl. The old man interrupted, "Ling Yun, my young friend, wait a moment." He turned around, asking, "What's the matter?" The old man, looking pale, said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if we should change locations before starting the needle procedure." Unlike the old man's worried demeanor, Ling Yun remained calm, replying, "No need, just take off your shirt." The old man reluctantly complied, understanding his fate. Next, Ling Yun only needed to use the needles to infuse spiritual energy into the old man's acupuncture points. Holding the needle, its tip glowed briefly with golden light before dimming. After several attempts, Ling Yun was filled with questions. Why is this happening? Why can't I control the spiritual energy in my body? He chanted a few spells from an ancient book he had read, releasing a golden stream of spiritual energy from his hands that enveloped the needle. But after a brief moment, it broke off, leaving Ling Yun pale and helpless. I just boasted, and now, if I can't do it, I'll definitely be chased away, he thought, turning around, trying to find a way out of this dilemma. Do I need to run a few thousand meters to absorb spiritual energy? Suddenly, his gaze fell on the needle box from earlier. That's right, I can absorb spiritual energy from there and use it to stimulate the flow of internal energy. Haha, when I use this to help the old man, it won't go to waste. With that in mind, he reached out to absorb the spiritual energy from the box and directed it into the needle in his hand. As expected, it worked. The spiritual energy enveloped the needle, its golden light shining brightly, filling Ling Yun's eyes with confidence and determination. He smiled at the old man. Today, I will use acupuncture to suppress the gu worm, making sure it doesn't act up for at least 2 months. Then, I'll treat your lungs to temporarily stop the coughing. This process will be very painful, so please be patient. Hearing this, the old man, drenched in sweat, looked worried. Ling Yun then inserted a needle into the old man's shoulder, causing him such pain that he gripped his thigh tightly, sweating even more. Then, Ling Yun inserted 26 more needles, sighing, only 1 more to go. This final needle seemed to be the one to decide success or failure. The last needle contained an unusually large amount of spiritual energy compared to the previous ones. As the needle was inserted, the old man felt a surge of energy coursing through all the meridians and bones in his body. He coughed up blood in pain. Soning rushed over, asking anxiously, "Grandfather, are you okay? Why are you coughing up blood?" The old man, surprised, wiped his sweat and said, "Yeong Sobuchim. So this is Yeong Sobuchim. Truly marvelous. I feel my entire body becoming more radiant." Ling Yun, picking his nose indifferently, thought to himself, "Is it really that effective?" The old man turned to Ling Yun, saying, "Ling Yun, after you remove the needles, take them with you." Ling Yun, excited, asked, "You want to give me the needles?" The old man laughed and replied, "Haha, in this entire place, I'm afraid only you can use these needles. Who else would I give them to?" Overjoyed, Ling Yun respectfully replied, "Then I shall accept them." Soning, crossing her arms in annoyance, said, "Hemph, I've never seen anyone like you, taking someone's gift without even saying thank you." Ling Yun, leaning in close with a playful smile, retorted, "I helped cure your grandfather, but I didn't hear you say thank you either. I've never seen anyone like you." Soning, speechless, tightened her grip on her sleeve, blushing. After a while she shyly said, "Thank you." Ling Yun, acting shamelessly, cupped his ear and teased, "What? I didn't hear you. Could you say it a little louder?" Furious, Soning pinched his ear and yelled, "If you didn't hear it the first time, then forget it." At this point the old man, stroking his chin with his eyes closed, said, "Soning, Ling Yun is your grandfather's savior. From now on, be more polite to him, understand?" Soning, feeling defeated, replied, "I understand." Ling Yun, beside her, secretly smiled, pointing to the sky with joy, and said, "Old man, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you." Soning smirked and responded, "Hemph, I knew it. Give him an inch and he'll take a mile." Ling Yun said, "I'd like to trouble you to give me a simple foot-soaking basin, so I don't have to go out and buy one." The old man happily agreed, "Is that all? Don't worry, I'll give you 10 basins if you want." He placed a needle box on the table and asked, "Ling Yun, what do you think of this?" Ling Yun was surprised to see Soning excitedly say, "Grandfather, isn't this the set of needles you used for your practice?" Ling Yun, pleased, scratched his head and said, "Old man, I don't need anything fancy. A regular set will do." The old man stood up, grabbed Ling Yun's hand, and said with a smile, "Ling Yun, these needles will only be effective in your hands. I trust you will use them to save many more patients." Ling Yun, trembling with emotion, broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile, thinking, "But I wanted to keep them for self-defense." Soning, curious, asked Ling Yun, "When will you be able to remove the gu worm from my grandfather?" Ling Yun, still held by the old man, cheerfully replied, "It won't be long, about 2 months. By then, your grandfather's body should have fully recovered." Hearing this, the old man looked at Ling Yun with hopeful eyes, bowing deeply, I'm counting on you. Ling Yun, sweating at the sight of the old man's gaze, thought, the old man's eyes are really strange. In a manor in the forest, in a dimly lit room, Mayogang was kneeling on the floor, coughing up blood. Holding her chest, she thought with a pale face, my life-bound goo worm has been suppressed. Clenching her teeth, she wondered angrily, who could possibly suppress the heart-devouring goo? Sitting cross-legged, Mayogang formed a seal with her hands, thinking, Zui Zhongyi, do you think finding a master will allow you to escape? I will never let you go. Outside, a group of young women were sitting by the stream, surrounding Somyo and asking her, tell us quickly, what is the outside world like? Are the men there handsome? How do they compare to the guys in our farm? Somyo happily replied, outside, there are very tall buildings, even taller than the mountains here. There are also very fast cars. Suddenly, she was startled by a sensation and quickly turned to run, not forgetting to look back at her friends and say, grandmother is calling me. I'll tell you more tomorrow. Somyo pushed the door open and loudly called for her grandmother. She ran in and saw her grandmother sitting in meditation on the floor with bloodstains. Somyo worriedly asked, grandmother, are you hurt? Mayogang struggled to reassure her. There's no need to panic. It's just a backlash from the suppression of my life-bound goo worm. Somyo, worried, urged her, grandmother, it's been decades. Why do you still do this? You should just recall the goo worm. Mayogang angrily shouted, shut up. Clenching her fists, she resolutely said, the life-bound goo worm represents my life for him alone. I will never recall it. Somyo, alarmed, quickly said, grandmother, please don't get upset. I didn't mean it. Mayogang, calming down, said sadly, Somyo, the one who suppressed my life-bound goo worm is extremely skilled. From this distance, I can't fight them. Maeyogang's sharp eyes said, they have probably been infected with the heart-devouring goo. Your poison techniques have been passed down from me. Tomorrow, you should set off to find them. Somyo, worried, asked, but grandmother, if they can deal with the heart-devouring goo, how can I handle them? Mayogang replied, yes, although their techniques are advanced, they still have very low weaknesses. You can definitely use goo techniques to control them, making them want to live but can't, want to die but can't. At that time, you can force them to release my heart-devouring goo. Somyo, stunned, listened as her grandmother continued, also, Somyo, no man from the outside world is trustworthy. Mayogang stroked Somyo's cheek and warned, you must remember my teachings. When you go outside, never be tempted. Somyo obediently replied, I understand, grandmother. I will never fall for an outsider. A red sports car pulled up, and as the door opened, someone stepped out onto the step in front of the door. The attendant looked on in surprise, thinking, whose sports car is this? And who is this beautiful woman with him? Ling Yun got out of the car and said to Soning, this car is not bad, but it's far from comfortable. The taxi we had before was better. The attendant, seeing Ling Yun, was sweating nervously, thinking, a celebrity is here. Ling Yun, looking ahead, cheerfully asked, where are we? Soning replied, this is the best restaurant here. Before we left, I promised to take you out for a meal. Ling Yun, pleased, said, if it's free, then it's fine. The attendant, hearing their conversation, was puzzled, looking at the table full of delicacies. Soning commented, Ling Yun, look at how you're eating like a starving ghost. Ling Yun, with his face buried in the food, replied, if someone is treating you, of course, you have to eat well. Soning, sweating, thought, as expected, this is his true nature. She propped her chin up and asked Ling Yun, so why didn't you ask for anything when you treated my grandfather? Ling Yun, chewing, replied, I did take a set of acupuncture needles, the same set of needles as before. Soning, frowning, said, no, that's not what I meant. I mean, you took only 2 sets of needles. Isn't that a bit much? Ling Yun smiled and said, it's not a big deal. Besides, it was worth it. Soning, feeling proud, asked Ling Yun, do you even know who my grandfather is? Ling Yun put down his chopsticks and turned to her, saying, of course I know. Soning, even more excited, asked, you know? Ling Yun pointed to the sky and began analyzing. Your grandfather is a very good old Chinese doctor. Moreover, he is a person who has discarded his lovers. Each word from Ling Yun seemed to hit Soning like a hammer. She clenched her fists, her face turning red with anger, and said through gritted teeth, Ling Yun. Soning, frowning and glaring at Ling Yun, stood up angrily and shouted, "Don't you dare speak about my grandfather like that." Ling Yun was startled by her reaction. Soning, swinging a punch and raising her voice, said, "If you keep this up, don't blame me for being rude." As she was about to strike, her wrist was grabbed by a hand. Soning looked at Ling Yun in surprise and asked, "What's happening?" Ling Yun, sitting on the chair, pulled her closer and said with a wink, "Before you get rude, can we fulfill the promise between us?" Soning, blushing, stammered, "Promise? What promise?" Ling Yun leaned closer and said, "Soning, don't you remember? When we were back home half an hour ago, you pointed at me and warned me that if I couldn't cure your grandfather, you would strip me naked and throw me into the lake for the fish." Ling Yun, showing his teeth and closing his eyes, said, "You don't have to be so fierce. If I manage to cure your grandfather, what will you do for me?" He continued, "What will you do to thank me?" Soning, at a loss for words, remained silent. After a while, she blushed and shyly said, "If you truly cure my grandfather, I will give you a kiss." Ling Yun happily agreed, saying, "Deal." Ling Yun added, "Just make sure you don't change your mind later." Soning replied, "I promise I will do as I said." Back at the restaurant, Ling Yun, holding Soning's waist, sat her on his lap and said, "I want that kiss now." Soning, blushing, shouted, "Wait a minute." Feeling shy, she added, "The promise between us is to completely cure my grandfather first." Soning grinned mischievously and said, "If you want a kiss, you have to wait until then." Ling Yun, also smiling, replied, "All right, it's not like it's 2 months away." Soning, blushing and pouting, thought, "How could he treat this so lightly? This is my first kiss." Annoyed, she jumped back into her chair, her face burning with embarrassment, and continued eating. Ling Yun, watching her, propped his chin on his hand, thinking, "I didn't expect this trick to be so effective. She probably won't have the mood to question me now." Ling Yun, with a serious expression, thought to himself, "I certainly know that the old man is not an ordinary person." Considering the manner where the old man lived, he thought, being in such an expensive place, and speaking with such authority, how could he be an ordinary person? The old man was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard, enjoying a cup of tea. Ling Yun, while eating and picking up meat, thought, "If I demand a large sum of money, we would settle our accounts." Looking at the piece of meat on his chopsticks, Ling Yun thought, "Only now can the old man always remember my life-saving grace. Whenever I am in trouble, he will definitely help me without hesitation." Observing the piece of meat he picked up, Ling Yun happily mused, "This is the real reward I want." Suddenly, Soming placed her hand on Ling Yun's shoulder and, with a flirtatious look, called him Ling Yun. Soming cheerfully asked, "There are still 2 months left. Can you teach me Yang Soguchim?" Ling Yun, with his hands in the air, helplessly said, "I can't. Without spiritual energy assistance, you won't be able to learn it." Then he said, "This is a unique skill that cannot be taught to others." Sui Mining, hearing this, leaned closer to him, and with an alluring expression said, "Then teach me, Ling Yun." In this situation, the protagonist blushed and sweated, thinking, "This little vixen is really persistent. If I don't agree, she won't let it go." Thinking for a moment, he said, "I can teach you, but first, I need to test you for a while." Sui Mining was overjoyed and asked, "How long will the test be?" Ling Yun held up 2 fingers and replied confidently, 2 years. Hearing this, Sui Mining was shocked and bewildered. "Why so long?" Ling Yun calmly said, "This is the legendary Yang Soguchim. I was tested for 9 years before I could learn it." Although Ling Yun was lying, Sui Mining believed him wholeheartedly. Leaning against him, she admired, "So there are so many tests to go through." He touched her hand, which was resting on his, and advised, "If you don't want to, it's fine." However, just a moment later, Sui Mining stopped him and said, "Wait, if it's 2 years, I'm willing to accept the test," she said with a serious face and tone. Ling Yun, smiling with satisfaction, replied, "Well then, we'll see how you perform, Soning." He thought happily, she's been scared off again. Night had fallen, and the moonlight illuminated the space brightly. The tall buildings were lit up with dazzling modern lights. The red sports car was speeding down the road. Ling Yun, sitting in the passenger seat, calmly asked, "Where are we going next?" Mining, while driving, replied, "To the highest-end shopping area in the city." Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel puzzled and confused. What's a shopping area? In the original host's memory, it was just a place on the map. Thinking this, he grumbled, "I don't have any money." Mining smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, you don't have to pay. I'll use my card." She took out a powerful black card, and Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking, this little girl really does have some style. After driving for a while, they were stopped by a traffic jam ahead. Mining, frustrated, complained, "Why is the traffic so congested?" The protagonist got out of the car and replied, "There are many people gathered ahead, blocking the road. It looks like there's been an accident." 2 cars had crashed into each other, with their windows shattered and debris scattered on the ground. Smoke was billowing from the cars. Seeing this, Ling Yun added, "It seems quite serious. We might have to wait a long time." Mining, also getting out of the car, said with a worried face, "We can't just wait here. We're doctors. Let's go see if we can help." Ling Yun, feeling helpless, was dragged along by her. He thought, "Aren't we students? When did we become doctors?" At this time, many cars were also waiting behind. Among the bustling crowd, 2 people were pushing through. Mining suddenly gasped and exclaimed, "Oh my God, what's going on?" She overheard people next to her talking. The driver was speeding. He must have been drunk, ran a red light, and hit 3 people. He only stopped after hitting that car. The worst off is that old man. He was thrown away. We don't know if he'll survive. Among the accident scene, there was a little girl and a young woman, both injured and covered in blood. Another man seemed to have lost too much blood from a head injury and was lying on the ground, dead. Mining, with a serious face, approached and turned to Ling Yun, saying, "What are you waiting for? Go save people." Suddenly, sensing something, Ling Yun was startled and turned around, thinking, "Wait, is someone monitoring me?" He looked around in the crowd focused on the accident and saw a person wearing a hat covering their face, smiling at him. Ling Yun, with a serious expression, stood still, carefully observing the surroundings. In the crowd watching the accident, no one seemed suspicious. Noticing this, he felt very puzzled. Could it be an illusion? He then turned to Mining and asked, "Little sister, what do you want to do? The old man is seriously injured. Don't be reckless." She sat next to the man, whose head was bleeding profusely, and replied anxiously, "I want to save him." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Mining, feeling helpless, thought, "I only know basic pulse reading and acupuncture. How can I save someone in this situation?" Suddenly, another handsome man approached her and said softly, "I'm a surgeon. Let me handle this." Saying that, he immediately got to work. The injured person's eyes were tightly shut. Mining, still worried, sat beside him and observed. The surgeon, anxious and silent, said, "He's severely injured. His pupils are dilated, his breathing and heartbeat are extremely weak. When will the ambulance arrive?" The female police officer who was securing the scene replied, "It's the weekend today, and the nearby streets are all congested. The ambulance can't get through." Hearing this, the surgeon turned to Mining and said, "This old man needs immediate surgery, or his life will be at risk." Hearing this, Mining, crying and distressed, quickly turned to Ling Yun and said, "He's about to die. You need to save him." Ling Yun calmly approached her, gently patting her head to reassure her, "Don't panic. With me here, he won't die." Mining continued to cry, asking in disbelief, "Really?" Ling Yun just smiled gently and didn't answer, then extended his hand to treat the man. However, before he could do anything, the surgeon grabbed his hand and stopped him, saying sternly, "Enough with your childish antics. This is an accident scene, not a playground." Hearing this, Ling Yun's face darkened with displeasure, and he stood up in silence. Sui Mining, hearing those words, shuddered, thinking, "Uncle, your words will backfire." Ling Yun crossed his arms and coldly said, "If so, then you handle it." She felt helpless and thought, "What should we do now?" Then he turned and walked away. However, Sui Mining grabbed his hand, looking at him with a pitiful face, and said, "Ling Yun, are you really going to watch him die without doing anything? Please." Tears kept falling from her eyes. Ling Yun smiled gently and reassured her, "His condition is still stable. I'll check on the others first. Come with me to help." After hearing this, Sui Mining immediately stopped crying and smiled, replying, "Yes." They then went to a place where a girl who had just been in an accident was bleeding and injured. Ling Yun said, "Don't worry. I'll start with acupuncture to stop the bleeding, and then help with setting her bones." Seeing his calm and indifferent attitude, Sui Mining couldn't help but ask, "Ling Yun, how can you remain so calm with so much blood?" Ling Yun, while treating the injured girl, replied, "I'm used to it." This surprised Sui Mining. "What's going on?" The protagonist then recalled his past experiences, filled with bloody battles in the world of martial arts, where big fish eat little fish, and killing was as common as eating. "I've seen too much blood and violence," he thought. After treating the injured girl, Ling Yun smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, you'll be fine soon. How do you feel now?" The injured girl, astonished, replied with a confused expression, "Actually, it doesn't hurt anymore." Then Ling Yun went to the car involved in the accident, where he checked the pulse of another girl who was unconscious. "She has no serious issues, she's just in a coma," he said, and immediately started acupuncture on her neck. After the acupuncture, she would soon wake up. "Soning, stay here and keep watch." The surgeon, still sitting beside the man with blood all over his head, watched Ling Yun's actions with amazement. He thought, traditional Chinese medicine? He managed to treat so many people in just a few minutes. This kid is remarkable. Meanwhile, Ling Yun, still unaware of the situation, calmly stood among the crowd, talking to Sui Mining. Ling Yun approached and asked, "Am I now qualified to help treat the old man's injuries?" The general practitioner replied, "Of course. Is there anything I can help with?" Ling Yun took out a set of acupuncture needles and said, "While I'm performing acupuncture, please ensure no one disturbs me." The doctor responded, "No problem." Ling Yun then took out 2 needles he had enchanted with his technique. He thought, if spiritual energy cannot be used, and thinking this, he inserted the needles into the old man's artery. He considered, so it has to rely on acupuncture. The surgeon, watching him, thought, the acupuncture points and technique are precise. The entire process is carried out without hesitation, as if he has been doing this for decades, despite being only in his teens. Meanwhile, the onlookers, seeing Ling Yun's method of treatment, began to talk among themselves, "Oh my God, what is that kid doing? Is he trying to kill the old man?" Hearing this, Ling Yun's hand paused. He thought, the old man has a brain injury. If I don't perform acupuncture now, he might become paralyzed or never wake up. The surgeon mumbled, "The acupuncture points on the head. I've heard about this. Even the renowned divine physician wouldn't dare to perform acupuncture here. But this kid, without any hesitation, just starts." At this moment, the old man's head started bleeding, but after a while, his hand moved slightly. The crowd, seeing this, erupted in cheers. "This young man is incredible. His fingers are moving." Ling Yun sighed in relief and sat down, thinking, indeed, without spiritual energy, it's not possible. Just a few acupuncture techniques have already exhausted me. Suddenly, a man came in from outside, shouting loudly, "Sir, please cooperate. This is the rule." After the man stepped out, he pointed at a police officer and yelled, "Damn it, how dare you question me? I have a lot of money. Even if I kill them all, I can compensate. If you keep talking, I'll find someone to strip you naked. Get out of here." Then he kicked a car on the side of the road and said, "You just hit the car. Are you enjoying it?" The girl in the car was in pain from him banging on the car window. Seeing that she didn't fear him, he angrily said, "Don't think that just because you've returned to Cheongsu, I won't dare to touch you. Your family begged us for the marriage. If you oppose, there's no chance. Then he slammed his hand on the window and said, if I can't teach you a lesson, how will you dare to mess around in Gyeongsang in the future? The girl, terrified, backed away. Suddenly, Soning stepped forward and grabbed the man's hand. He looked at her with a sinister smile. Then Soning said, she's just regained consciousness. You can't touch her. The man pressed his face close to Soning, wrapping his arm around her waist, and said, I heard that Cheonsu has many beautiful women. It's true. Little sister, you're quite beautiful. Tonight, I'll make sure you enjoy yourself. Soning, in rage, shouted, pervert, get away from me. The man, undeterred, continued to advance and replied, very well, if that's how you want it. He then cursed, you're just like that woman who cursed at me. Suddenly, Ling Yun approached and asked, has anyone ever hit you before? Hearing Ling Yun's voice, the man turned and saw Ling Yun glaring at him. He squeezed his hand and cursed, you fat pig, still thinking of being a hero. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he lunged at Ling Yun and threw a punch. Ling Yun dodged it in time, grabbed the man's hand, and squeezed it tightly. The man screamed in pain, my hand. Before long, Ling Yun landed a punch directly on his face, breaking his teeth. The man, stunned by the sudden blow, stood there dazed and said, You dare hit me? I'm Sanso from Gyeongsang. My family won't let you get away with this. Despite his angry protests, Ling Yun coldly replied, quiet, or I'll make you shut up. He then kicked him, saying, who are you? I don't care. I don't even know Gyeongsang. The man fell hard to the ground. The female police officer, seeing this, intervened, stop fighting. Stop it now. She suddenly froze, her legs trembling, thinking, what's happening? Why can't I move? Am I really scared of this kid? The girl Jang Mi, sitting in the car, watched in amazement and said, he actually dared to hit him. Who is this teenager? The crowd around, witnessing the fight, cheered, great job. That's how you deal with these rich brats. Ling Yun continued towards the man, his face serious. Already unconscious? I haven't finished teaching him yet. Suddenly, Soning shouted, Ling Yun. Hearing this, Ling Yun paused, turned his head, and looked at her, alarmed. Soning, you're not going to let him go, are you? This scoundrel? Soning replied firmly, of course not. She then stepped forward, prepared to deal with him herself, saying, Ling Yun, let me take care of this. You said you wanted to make him enjoy himself. I'll make sure he can't function anymore. As the man regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was Soning's punch. Ling Yun stood by, watching as Soning pummeled the man. He ended up on the ground, bruised and battered. After finishing, Soning dusted off her hands and said, that feels better. She then looked at Ling Yun and asked, how was that? Ling Yun, awed, replied, excellent. He thought, a woman's anger is truly frightening. I'll definitely avoid provoking her in the future. Suddenly, Jang Mi Yuan's voice called out, making Ling Yun turn. Jang Mi, from inside the car, said with a serious expression, could you come here for a moment? Ling Yun approached the white car, his face gentle as he bowed his head and asked, how do you feel now? She placed her hand on her chest, blushing and tired but still smiling. Much better. Thank you for saving me. Ling Yun said, no need to be polite. Now that you're awake, I'll remove the needles. She responded quietly, all right. Ling Yun then leaned in, placing one hand on the edge of the seat she was sitting on. Its actions made Jang Mi-juang feel shy and embarrassed, and she turned her gaze away. The close proximity was too intimate. Ling Yun, however, remained focused on her treatment, maintaining a professional demeanor as if he were an experienced physician. He wasn't swayed by the presence of a female patient. To him, she was just a patient. But the fact that he showed no reaction made a strong impression on her, as most men she had encountered would have looked at her with desire. Only he was different. After finishing the acupuncture, Ling Yun said, rest well. I need to check on the others. Thank you for your help. Watching him leave, Jang Mi-yuan felt a complex mix of emotions, but she didn't show it on her face. Ling Yun, meanwhile, was internally thrilled, thinking, wow, her figure is amazing. This world has so many beautiful scenes. I almost couldn't control myself. Suddenly, Jang Mi-jong ran after him, grabbing his hand. Ling Yun, surprised, wondered why she was following him. Thinking, was she mesmerized by my skill in acupuncture? He turned and asked coldly, "What is it?" Her face was earnest as she said, "I'm Jang Mi-jong. Can you give me your phone number?" Ling Yun replied, "I don't have a phone." Seeing her downcast expression, she thought, he doesn't want to stay in touch. Ling Yun, kindly interrupting her negative thoughts, said, "I'm in Cheongsu, at the top high school, class 6, year 3. You can come and find me later." Hearing this, she was shocked. "You're still a student." Ling Yun replied coldly, "So what if I'm a student?" She, realizing her rudeness, quickly added, "No, it's nothing. I'm just surprised by how skilled you are. I didn't expect you to still be a student." Jang Mi-jong, feeling embarrassed, thought, "I ran away from home. My family will surely disown me. I shouldn't mention my connection with Mina." She then took out a pen and wrote her phone number on Ling Yun's left arm. "This is my number. You can call me anytime." She looked worried and added, "The family you hit is a major family in Gyeongsang. They will definitely seek revenge. I'll make sure to protect you with all my might." Ling Yun was surprised by her proactive approach. He pushed her gently and thanked her for her willingness to protect him, but added, "I hope you can take good care of yourself first." He thought to himself, after all, there are others who might retaliate, like the little devil Soning. She's not someone to mess with. Jang Mi-jong, touched by Ling Yun's actions, said, "You really are a good man." Naturally, witnessing the scene, Soning felt a pang of jealousy and discomfort. "Ling Yun, you playboy. Here I am with you, and you're still trying to flirt with others." She ran up and grabbed his left arm, putting on a stern expression as if marking her territory. "Ling Yun, the ambulance is here," she said. Ling Yun glanced down and saw Soning pouting in frustration. "Just as I finish removing the needles from the old man, we can leave." Suddenly, the female police officer shouted, "None of you can leave. You both are involved in a fight on the street. I need to take you back to the station." This infuriated Soning. This person tried to harass the woman earlier, and she didn't say a word. Now that Ling Yun and I are helping people, she wants to arrest us. What kind of logic is that? The surgical doctor also spoke up, demanding justice. Ling Yun was wrong to hit someone, but he was protecting that young lady. Without Ling Yun, the old man might not have survived. Jang Mi-jong added, "Ling Yun did nothing wrong. I'll come back to the station with you and explain everything." Clearly seeing their aggressive stance, the police officer was at a loss. The young officer quickly stepped in, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Let it go. Looking at the young master, he only has minor injuries. They are students. Let them go." The police officer was obviously scared. She was supposed to be a defender of justice, but was now hesitating in the face of the powerful families. Her voice trembled with fear. "Don't you hear what that guy said? His family has a very powerful background. If we don't detain them, we might face trouble later." The male officer hesitated but didn't have time to think further. The female officer raised her voice again, pointing at Ling Yun and Soning. "Ling Yun's explanation won't help. If you have anything to say, do it back at the station." Soning was furious, rolling up her sleeves, ready to confront the police officer. "If you want to arrest me, come on. I guarantee you'll regret it." She turned to Ling Yun, "Right?" But she couldn't find him. Ling Yun had gone to check on the old man, who was slowly regaining consciousness but was still weak from the accident. The old man, with a trembling voice, asked, "Who are you?" Ling Yun confidently replied, "I'm Ling Yun. Don't worry, sir. Rest well, and you'll recover quickly." The old man felt reassured and thanked him. Onlookers were astonished, realizing that despite the severity of the old man's condition, Ling Yun managed to save him. "Look at that old man, he's even able to speak. This boy is truly miraculous. He really saved the old man." Public opinion was outraged at the police for their unreasonable actions. "Why are you protecting Sanso? He admitted to intentionally hurting someone. Why are you siding with him? Is there still justice in the world?" The two police officers found themselves in a difficult situation. The male officer wanted to drop the matter and let Ling Yun and the others go to calm public sentiment. The female officer was torn between fear of powerful families and her conscience. Ultimately, fear won out. She stretched her arm out to block their path and shouted, "You can't leave!" Ling Yun, with a dark expression, glanced at her disdainfully and, without a word, pressed a pressure point on her thigh. The officer was jolted, feeling as if she were being electrocuted, and collapsed backward. The male officer, startled, called out to her, "What's wrong with her?" The female officer, confused and unable to control her body, wondered, "Why can't I feel my body?" Ling Yun and Soning had moved some distance away. Soning, holding on to Ling Yun's arm, turned to glare at the officer. "Ling Yun, hurry up! My car is over there. It wouldn't be good if it got stolen." Seeing the expensive car, the officer was stunned and then fell into regret. "This young lady's car is so costly. I've made a terrible mistake." She looked up to the sky, feeling helpless, and thought, "What have I done?" After shopping in the mall, the back seat of the car was piled high with bags, and Ling Yun was groaning in exhaustion. "I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired." How can she buy so much? Sui Mining, on the other hand, was full of energy, happily admiring a dress. "What's wrong? We've only been shopping for a bit. I chose the phone and clothes for you. You're tired already?" Sui Mining teased. Ling Yun, weary and carrying numerous shopping bags, thought about his struggles. "Look at how many clothes I'm holding. I'm resigned to this." Sui Mining continued, "You spent so much time in the store because you're so fat. I couldn't find a single set for you." Ling Yun relaxed and leaned back, saying, "I'm trying to lose weight. Come back in 2 months, and I guarantee I'll be down to 150 pounds. Sui Mining raised an eyebrow skeptically. "You're at least over 200 pounds now. Losing more than 60 pounds in 2 months. I don't believe it." She quickly turned her face away from the car door, hiding her flushed cheeks with pride. "But you're fine as you are now. I'm not complaining." Ling Yun's pride was slightly hurt. He frowned and glared at Sui Mining, muttering to himself, "That little brat, I'll be even skinnier later. Don't get scared." Suddenly, Du Mining's phone rang with a notification of an incoming call. Frowning at the screen, she said, "How is it him again?" Without any courtesy, she answered the call loudly. "Jong Chin, didn't I tell you not to call me casually?" "I didn't call you casually," Jong Chin replied calmly. He was the top wealthy second generation in Jiangsu. "Isn't this the first time today?" Jong Chin glanced at the table filled with expensive gifts like earrings, rings, and bags, and continued, "My sister just wants you to choose a birthday gift. What do you want?" "I don't want anything you give," Sui Mining replied bluntly, continuing to scold him. "So don't waste your efforts." Jong Chin, thick-skinned, was not bothered by Sui Mining's harsh words. To him, it didn't matter if she didn't like it. He liked her, and that was enough. Sui Mining felt a headache coming on. She tiredly rubbed her forehead and asked, "What exactly do you like about me so I can change?" Ling Yun, sitting beside her, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jong Chin, sharp as ever, detected the strange sound on the other end of the line and immediately questioned, "What's that sound?" "Soning, who's the man next to you?" Sui Mining glanced at Ling Yun, who looked at her with some concern. In a slightly provocative tone, she said, "We're going out to eat together today and doing many things. You don't need to know." Jong Chin's mood instantly plummeted, and suspicion and anxiety rose within him. "No, it can't be. Who is this person? What's his relationship with you?" Sui Mining smiled meaningfully and said, "He's my boyfriend." Jong Chin was stunned by her assertive tone. He couldn't believe his ears and muttered, "Soning has a boyfriend. I've been pursuing Soning for 2 years and she already has a boyfriend." His face darkened and his eyes emitted a dangerous glint. "Who is he?" The phone rang, shattering the quiet of the night. Tang Ming, groggy, answered the call. "Who's disturbing my sleep?" Realizing it was Jong Chin on the line, Tang Ming immediately became alert. He sat up straight on his bed. "Good evening, boss. Aren't you in Yangyang? Why are you calling me suddenly?" After Jong Chin's instructions, Tang Ming, full of energy, replied, Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely find out who dares to approach Soning. I promise, I'll take care of him personally. Meanwhile, on the way back, Ling Yun felt a slight itch in his nose. He sneezed and rubbed his nose, thinking, why do I feel like someone's talking bad about me behind my back? After ending the call, Texu-mining leaned closer to Ling Yun with a pleading look, clasping her hands together. Ling Yun, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Ling Yun looked at her seriously and outright refused. No, I can't do that. I think this little girl isn't ordinary, and Jong Chin is persistent, which means his family is not simple. If I pretend to be your boyfriend, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Sui-mining, not giving up, moved closer to him, making him blush involuntarily. Not only that, she tightly clung to his arm, looking very pitiful and constantly begging. Ling Yun, you bought so many things for you. Can't you do this small favor for me? Besides, Soning was planning to buy more for you. Because, as my boyfriend, you can't be worse than Jong Chin. She pressed her chest against his arm, and Ling Yun's eyes lit up, almost drooling at the sight. He quickly composed himself and looked at Sui-mining seriously. Helping you is not impossible, but it has to be under certain conditions. Seeing him agree to pretend to be her boyfriend, Sui-mining was overjoyed. It won't be long, just enough to make Jong Chin completely give up. Ling Yun thought to himself, someone as persistent as him won't give up easily. He then noticed Sui-mining hugging his arm again, and seeing her satisfied and delighted expression made him feel uneasy. Wait a minute, he thought, this can't be true. Does this mean I'll have to keep pretending to be her boyfriend? Realizing this, Ling Yun felt his world crumbling. He was caught off guard and had been tricked into this situation. In the stillness of the night, under the waning moonlight peeking through the clouds, the classrooms in Cheongsu were still lit. Cao Shinchan carefully packed her notebooks and glanced at the empty desk next to her with some worry. Why isn't Ling Yun here for the evening self-study session? Is he deliberately avoiding me outside the classroom? Zhang Ling quickly ran over to inform Shanchan, Ling Yun has returned. Cao Shinchan anxiously asked where he was. Zhang Ling, panting, replied, he went back to the dorm and brought a lot of designer goods. Someone even saw him get out of an Audi. Cao Shinchan was shocked by Zhang Ling's words. What? Outside the dorm? A girl's silhouette appeared, waiting to meet Ling Yun. It was Ling Yu. Zhang Ling's clear voice attracted her attention. Following Zhang Ling were Cao Shinchan and the others. Ling Yu quickly recognized the familiar faces and greeted them warmly. Shanchan, are you here to find him? Ling Yu asked curiously. Cao Shinchan simply nodded. Not long after, Ling Yun appeared at the dormitory entrance. He cheerfully called out to Ling Yu, completely ignoring Zhang Ling and Cao Shinchan, who were still there. He gently said to Ling Yu, let's go home. Ling Yu hesitated slightly and replied, what about Shanchan? Cao Shinchan, feeling completely ignored, was immediately furious. Ling Yun. She grabbed his wrist and forcefully pulled him away. Come here. Ling Yun, however, remained calm and asked the class monitor, what's this about? Cao Shinchan dragged him to the school sports field, finding a quiet spot to talk. She raised an eyebrow, looking at Ling Yun with suspicion. You're skipping evening study sessions and going out shopping, buying all these things. Ling Yun scratched his head, avoiding Shanchan's probing gaze. How did you know? Actually, I feel like it's too much too, but they kept insisting I take it. Cao Shinchan's eyes turned sharp as she crossed her arms and questioned him. It's from a guy. Ling Yun nonchalantly replied, not a girl. Cao Shinchan's anger intensified. Ling Yun, do you even know what you're doing? Don't you want to take the college entrance exams anymore? Ling Yun pondered for a moment and answered, of course I do. But class monitor, what does this have to do with you? His words left Cao Shinchan speechless, making her even more furious. Clenching her teeth, she said, today, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson. She lunged at him, ready to give him a good scolding. Just before Cao Shinchan could act, Ling Yun grabbed her ankle, lifting her off the ground. Ling Yu, observing from a distance, covered her mouth in shock. Ling Yun, casually holding Cao Shinchan's ankle, continued talking. how come you want to kick me? Ling Yun held Cao Shanshan's leg up with one hand and supported her waist with the other, bringing her closer. The position of the two looked extremely ambiguous, causing Cao Shanshan to blush. She quickly reacted, struggling to push Ling Yun away. Let me go. Ling Yun teased. So, are you still going to kick me? Though embarrassed, Cao Shanshan tried to maintain her composure. Ling Yun smirked. Well, I'll just keep holding on then. Cao Shanshan's face remained red as she shyly looked behind her. More and more onlookers gathered. On the other side, students from the school had quickly gathered in the sports field. Zhang Ling spoke up first. Amazing. Ling Yun actually managed to withstand Shanshan's kick. A blue-haired male student commented, she's the martial arts practitioner in school. Few guys can beat her. Among the crowd, Tang Ming suddenly appeared in a flashy shirt, deliberately standing behind Ling Yu. Indeed, the boss doesn't give the class monitor any face. He's really something, Tang Ming remarked. Ling Yu looked at him with curiosity. Tang Ming, how come you're here? Tang Ming replied, I came to see the excitement. Though he said that, he thought to himself, yesterday, I knew Ling Yun wanted to take you home. This is a chance for me to be the flower protector. Zhang Ling's clear voice soon drew everyone's attention back. Ling Yun, why haven't you let Shanshan go yet? She pointed at the two of them. He's not going to be clinging on like this, is he? The male students, excited, began to chant, come down here, there's a good show to watch. Ling Yun, keep it up. Ling Yu, concerned, also looked at him. Cao Shanshan, unable to escape Ling Yun's grip, had no choice but to plead, can you let me go? The tension between the two increased. Ling Yun casually replied, there are so many classmates watching. Let's keep this up for a while longer. Cao Shanshan whispered, come a bit closer. I have a secret to tell you. Ling Yun gently lifted her face, bringing it closer. What's the secret? Without warning, Cao Shanshan took advantage of the moment and grabbed his hand, biting it hard, catching him off guard. Damn it! Ling Yun exclaimed in pain and quickly backed away, keeping his distance. You're like a dog biting people. Cao Shanshan glared at him for a moment, then wiped her mouth and said, I'll remember today's events. If you skip school again, I'll bite you. She then turned and walked back to the crowd. Let's go. Zhang Ling, stunned for a moment, replied, okay. Ling Yu, worried, hurried over to Ling Yun. Are you okay? Seeing the powerful spiritual energy emanating from Ling Yu, Ling Yun couldn't hide his smile. As Ling Yu approached, Ling Yun began absorbing the spiritual energy, feeling very satisfied. Today, I used up a lot of spiritual energy. I need to take this chance to replenish it. Tang Ming also seized the opportunity to approach Ling Yu. Let me help you support the boss. Ling Yun immediately frowned. Stay away from me. Tang Ming, scared by his expression, immediately stepped back and stood properly. He rubbed his hands together and smiled at Ling Yun. Boss, do you need me to drive you home? Your place is a bit far from school. The last bus is probably gone. Tang Ming's suggestion surprised Ling Yun. He turned to Tang Ming, his attitude changing 360 degrees from before. Extending his hand towards Tang Ming, he said with a smile, Tang Ming, come here, come here. After a long journey, the car quickly arrived in front of an alley. Ling Yun said, Tang Ming, stop the car here. Our home is right here. He got out of the car, and the light from the street lamps and surrounding buildings cast a long shadow on the ground behind him. Ling Yun stopped in front of an old-looking house, thinking to himself, this place is indeed different from the old man's house. Ling Yu, curious, looked at him and asked, what's wrong? Ling Yun smiled and replied, nothing. He silently vowed to himself, sooner or later, I'll move you and Mom into a bigger apartment like the old man's. He signaled Tang Ming behind him with a gesture, indicating that they should go inside first and help him bring the items into the room. Tang Ming, upon hearing this, turned and walked towards the trunk of the car. The trunk was opened, revealing various bags of items underneath. Tang Ming sighed and said, so many things, and I have to handle all of them alone. Ling Yun replied indifferently, if you don't want to, you can leave now. Tang Ming immediately became anxious and said, no boss, I'll do it. Inside the clinic, the person in charge of the Jeonpado district sat arrogantly in a chair and said leisurely, "This clinic has major issues in all aspects." His filthy gaze was fixed on the pair of hills in front of him. "In a few days, someone will come to inspect, and at that time, you will be asked to close it down." He continued, "Of course, if I intervene, it won't be like that." Faced with this somewhat threatening statement, the woman with pink hair remained calm and continued with her work. Jeonpado became irritated and adjusted his glasses, his mouth curling into a malicious smile as he deliberately dangled a bait to lure them. "This place will be closed down immediately, but I know someone at the Market Administration Bureau who could help you this once, as long as you are willing to follow me," Jeonpado said. Ling Yu's appearance immediately cut through the tense and gloomy atmosphere between the two. "Mother and son have returned," she said. Jeonpado's eyes quickly fixed on the fluttering hem of Ling Yu's dress as she walked over to her mother. Jeonpado then broke into a sinister smile with hidden intentions, a wicked thought crossing his mind. Ling Yu's mother gently held her daughter's hand and said, "You silly girl, didn't you tell me on the phone yesterday?" Ling Yu smiled with her eyes squinting. "I was just excited." Ling Yun also quickly appeared right after, saying, "Mother and son have returned." His mother greeted her with a warm smile and a nod, saying, "It's good to be back." Jeonpado then spoke up, drawing the attention of Ling Yu's mother and daughter. "Is this your daughter?" he asked, his gaze clearly revealing his wicked intentions. "She's grown up to be very beautiful." His hunger made Jeonpado salivate, and he nervously approached, opening his coat with one hand while adjusting his collar with the other. "Come here, let me see you clearly." Ling Yun quickly blocked his way, standing firm like a solid wall. He raised an eyebrow with suspicion and asked, "Are you sick?" Jeonpado, flustered, responded, "What did you say?" Ling Yun continued, "You seem to be suffering from excessive sexual desire." Jeonpado, enraged, shouted, "You're the one with excessive desire, you little brat. Do you know who I am? Apologize immediately or else." Without giving him a chance to finish, Ling Yun suddenly landed a punch directly to his face, making his head snap to the side. Ling Yu was the first to react, watching her brother anxiously as she clenched her fists. Tangming also quickly ran over to assist the boss, shouting loudly, "Let me take care of this." Without waiting for Ling Yun and Ling Yu to process what was happening, Tangming charged straight at Jeonpado, delivering another powerful punch to his face. The force of the punch made Jeonpado's nose turn as red as a tomato, and his mouth kept bleeding. Not giving him a chance to recover, Tangming delivered another punch right to his chest. Seeing Tangming fiercely teach Jeonpado a lesson, Ling Yun watched with curiosity while carefully shielding Ling Yu behind him. What has got this kid so worked up? Jeonpado, battered and bruised, lay sprawled on the ground, his face a mess of blood. You dare to hit me." Tangming showed no mercy, grabbing Jeonpado by the collar and lifting him as if he were dragging trash along the road, his face contorted with rage. Jeonpado, frightened, cried out, "What do you want to do? Let me go." Tangming callously threw him out of the building, causing the front of Jeonpado's body to slam against the rough pavement. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again," he said, before turning back into the clinic and closing the door behind him. Tangming turned his back and firmly placed his hands on his hips, saying, "That troublesome guy is finally gone." Ling Yun then asked Tangming, "Do you know him?" Tangming, alert, replied, "I don't know him." He cheerfully added, "I saw the boss make a move, so I came to help right away." Ling Yun was somewhat speechless. "I thought you had a grudge against him." He sighed with resignation. Young people nowadays are really bold. Ling Yun placed his arm around the embarrassed Tangming, scratching his head. "Introduce him to my mother." "Mom, this is my classmate Tangming. He is the one who will take us home." He smiled warmly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for helping me get rid of the bad guy earlier." The warmth and kindness of Ling Yu's mother, combined with her gentle beauty and courteous demeanor, immediately made Tangming's heart race. His face flushed bright red like a tomato, but he still tried to maintain his tough guy image, stammering, "And no, it's nothing. It's what I should do." Ling Yun then gave him a light tap on the head with a good-natured reminder, "You're almost drooling." Tang Meng quickly composed himself, rubbing his head and apologizing, "I'm sorry. It's just that AD is truly too beautiful." Ling Yu's mother tilted her head and looked at Ling Yun, softly saying, "All right, Ling Yun. You can't treat a guest like that." She then turned to her daughter Ling Yu and instructed, "Quickly invite Tang Meng to the back room for tea." Tang Meng, touched, felt tears welling up, sniffling on his face. "AD is the kindest person in the world," he thought, trembling with joy and completely immersed in happiness. Ling Yu obediently followed her mother's words, comfortably folding her arms and smiling at Tang Meng, leaving him in awe. "Look at that, young master." Tang Meng's tears of joy flowed freely as Ling Yu smiled at him, making him feel as if he were dreaming, his heart roaring with excitement. "Finally, I have a chance." Ling Yun quietly extended his arm behind Tang Meng, seriously placing his arm around his shoulder and pulling him closer. Ling Yun then raised an eyebrow and instructed him, "Go handle the lobster, otherwise, don't think about eating at my house." Tang Meng misunderstood his words and was even more touched, looking at him with tears streaming down his face. His excitement grew, thinking, "He even wants me to stay for a meal. It seems I have successfully integrated into the family." Ling Yun couldn't help but feel concerned about Tang Meng's overly emotional state. On the stove, a red lobster was steaming in a pot, and the aroma filled the room. At this point, Ling Yu curiously turned to her mother and asked, "Mom, you hit someone earlier. Why didn't you stop him?" Her mother, focused on cutting ingredients, calmly replied, "Why should I stop him? He deserved it." Ling Yu worriedly asked, "What if Junpei seeks revenge in the future?" Her mother continued slowly, "Ling Yu, remember, avoiding and enduring doesn't always prevent you from being hurt. If someone bullies you in the future, you must protect yourself first and then fight back fiercely. Understand?" Ling Yu, with a somewhat sullen expression, replied, "I understand." Ling Yu remained curious and asked, "But why haven't you encouraged him to fight back over the years when he's been bullied?" Her mother pondered for a moment, looking down at the cooking tools and ingredients. She explained slowly, "Your brother is a smart child, but he bears a heavy burden. Some principles can only be understood through personal experience." Her mood suddenly shifted, and a flash of anger appeared in her eyes. Ling Yu, noticing her mother's change, felt confused. Her mother quickly adjusted her mood, returning to her gentle demeanor, and said, "Anyway, the lobster should be done soon. Go get 2 large plates." Ling Yu hesitated but did not ask further. "Yes," she said, obediently leaving to get the utensils. However, she couldn't shake off her suspicion, wondering why her mother seemed a bit odd today. She silently stared at the perfectly cooked red lobster in the pot, her fingers intertwining. "Since Jiang Kai disappeared, I haven't eaten this kind of lobster or crab. I didn't expect Ling Yun to buy it for me today." In her heart, she thought that everything would get better from now on. Outside the kitchen area, Ling Yun was diligently cleaning the dining table. Tang Meng stood nearby, curiously looking around the room, feeling a bit melancholy. He glanced at Ling Yun and thought, "So it turns out you're having such a hard time." Tang Meng noticed the cracks in the walls and the sparse furnishings in the room. Ling Yun, on the other hand, calmly replied, "Yes, that's why I need money. A lot of money." He then turned to Tang Meng, with a fiery look in his eyes and said, "Do you understand what I mean, Tang Meng?" A sudden realization flashed in Tang Meng's mind, and his face turned pale as he gaped at Ling Yun. "Is the boss asking me for money?" He now reluctantly considered this possibility. Tang Meng thought to himself, "I've been living in a wealthy family since I was young, with the best of everything. Every New Year's, I would get at least several thousand in red envelopes, but I never felt anything special until today. Looking back now, I regret flaunting how expensive my car was on the way here without considering Ling Yu's and the boss's feelings. I really am an ungrateful fool." His growing remorse made the young man tear up, blaming himself continuously. Helping a brother with money should be natural. If the boss asked, there would be no reason to refuse. Tang Meng, overwhelmed with emotion, realized he needed to act. Ling Yun, noticing Tang Meng's tears, thought the kid might be having a mental breakdown. He then said, I have a way to make money. I want you to work with me. Tang Ming immediately turned around, gripping his hands tightly, and said, I'll sell the car when I get back and give the money to you. Ling Yun was surprised and didn't understand why he said that. Tang Ming then clarified, Boss, you're not asking me for money, are you? Ling Yun, feeling helpless, thought, What are you thinking? How could I do something so shameless? Tang Ming, silently mocking Ling Yun, thought, As if you've never done anything like that before. Not long after, Tang Ming asked Ling Yun about the way to make money. Ling Yun, folding his arms and smiling, said, Aren't you known as a little god of gambling? Let's place a big bet. Tang Ming, not fully understanding, asked, What are we betting on? Ling Yun explained, It's for the sports event next month. We'll bet on whether I can pass the college entrance exam and what score I can achieve. Tang Ming seemed uninterested in the bet and said, Does this even need betting? Everyone knows you won't pass the exam. Just then, Ling Yun landed a punch on Tang Ming's head and said angrily, What do you understand? I will definitely pass Yongyang University. Tang Ming, in pain, rubbed the lumps on his head. Then, he turned to Ling Yun, putting his hands on his shoulders, and earnestly said, Boss, I know you're amazing, but we need to be realistic. It's Yongyang University. It's not something you can pass just by luck. You don't understand, so I'll sell the car and give you some money. Ling Yun, staying calm, responded, Haven't you forgotten about me running on foot? Tang Ming's face stiffened as he remembered something earth-shattering from the past. He realized, yes, I used to think the boss couldn't possibly carry a sack and run 11 laps, but he did. So, passing Yongyang University might not be impossible. Thinking this, Tang Ming said, All right, I'll place the bet. Ling Yun patted him on the shoulder and said, That's the spirit. Follow me, and you'll have benefits later. Ling Yun then leaned in and whispered into Tang Ming's ear, You just need to do this. Tang Ming, not knowing what the plan was, responded urgently, Boss, this plan is too risky. Isn't it just going to get Si Junyan and the others into trouble? Ling Yun replied, If we don't set a trap for them, how can we make money? At this moment, Ling Yu came out of the kitchen with a pot and said, Tang Ming, stop thinking about schemes and eat first. A sumptuous meal was spread out on the table. As everyone sat down, Ling Yu's mother said to Tang Ming, You don't have to stand on ceremony. Just treat this as your own home and try a bite. The taste surprised Tang Ming, and he opened his eyes wide. Seeing this, Ling Yu's mother asked, How's the cooking skill of ADE? Tang Ming dared not speak, but thought to himself, Is ADE really just a clinic doctor? Her cooking skills are at a level that could compete in a restaurant. Why is such a talented person in such a rundown place? He realized that even though he didn't stand on ceremony in front of his grandfather, he felt hesitant in front of ADE. There was something special about her presence, and her gaze made him feel as though he was being seen through. As he pondered about the beautiful girl before him, Tang Ming was interrupted by Ling Yun calling, Tang Ming, what are you dazed about? Ling Yu's mother, Jin Qiwol, also asked with concern, Is the food not to your taste? Tang Ming, embarrassed and slightly panicked, felt the boss's scrutinizing gaze. He wiped his sweat and focused on eating, praising the meal, I find it extremely delicious. Ling Yun, pleased, said, That's more like it. Jin Qiwol then turned to Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, you should eat more. You seem a bit skinny. Ling Yun smiled and replied, Don't worry, Mom. I'm on a diet. I can't keep gaining weight. His mother responded, Being a bit thinner is fine. You'll look better in clothes. Ling Yun, surprised, thought he needed to explain a bit. He suddenly realized something was off. Today, he had actively brought home a bunch of stuff and had even actively taught John Pado a lesson, which was quite different from his previous self. Why was his mother not at all surprised, but instead accepted everything so naturally? It seemed that his mother, having raised 2 children alone, was extraordinary in both capability and knowledge. The dinner ended quickly. Ling Yun walked Tang Ming out and said, Tang Ming, I'll see you off. You can come again next time. Tang Ming waved goodbye, saying, Boss, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to eat again. Ling Yun seriously said, If you want to come back, You need to help me first. I want to rent a place near the school. Find one for me. Tang Meng was surprised by this request and wondered why the boss suddenly wanted to rent a place. Could it be related to Kaoshanshan? Ling Yun replied, it doesn't need to be too far from the school, but it must be quiet, with as few people coming and going as possible. I don't want to run into too many people. Tang Meng patted Ling Yun on the shoulder and said, don't worry, boss. I understand. Ling Yun thought to himself, this kid doesn't understand much. He said, I want to move in by the end of the weekend at the latest. Make sure you keep to the timeline. Tang Meng confidently responded, no problem. As Tang Meng drove home, he continued to ponder about Ling Yun's family. Ling Yun's family had 3 people, each with a different surname. Jin Chuol, though dressed modestly, had an extraordinary air about her. Ling Yun seemed to have more secrets than Tang Meng had thought. As night fell, Ling Yun lied to his mother, Jin Chuol, saying he was going out for a run. Jin Chuol, without suspicion, reminded him to come back early before he left. Ling Yun ran outside and quickly made his way to the main road. Ling Yun ran while thinking about how to arrive and return home on time. The drive from home to Chiljucho took about 50 minutes, so returning too late might arouse suspicion. He needed to speed up. As he ran, he didn't pay attention to the 2 figures watching him from a distance. Seeing Ling Yun rushing by, they turned their heads to look. Ling Yun increased his speed, running faster and faster, past the buses on the main road like a gust of wind. The bus driver was startled, wondering what had just flashed past his vehicle. It was clearly a figure, but who was so fast? He muttered to himself in confusion, what just flew by? In no time, Ling Yun reached the embankment, where it was deserted with no one around. The streetlights were shining far away, and the deep blue sky was studded with stars, resembling a galaxy. Ling Yun took off his clothes and jumped into the river for a bath. He was pleased with his running speed, having arrived in just 40 minutes. He displayed his skills with ease and energy, immersing himself in the cool water. Ling Yun, not feeling tired, continued to bathe and even played around, splashing water at a small bird perched on a nearby branch. Afterward, he came out of the water, panting heavily. Once he had exhausted all his energy, he put on his clothes and prepared to focus on advancing to the second stage of cultivation. The goal was to absorb more spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy flowed out, he absorbed it quickly, feeling it filling his body. Ling Yun furrowed his brows as he successfully advanced to the second stage of cultivation. The spiritual energy, which had been hidden in his body for a long time, suddenly became apparent. Ling Yun realized it was celestial spiritual energy, a protective force for his spirit. Through the temporal and spatial tribulations, he absorbed the remaining spiritual energy slowly. In the end, Ling Yun found that the celestial spiritual energy had not been depleted but was still hidden within him. This discovery made him somewhat pleased and filled with longing. Although he couldn't use it yet, it would aid him in his cultivation. Ling Yun looked up at the sky and muttered to himself that it seemed the heavens were treating him well. Determined to forge ahead while the iron was hot, he continued practicing the great essence concentration technique. The flow of spiritual energy into his body caused his strength to explode until dawn. Ling Yun was surprised that he had trained straight through until morning. It was only now that he remembered he had to go home. He urged himself to hurry back, otherwise Ling Yu and his mother would worry. Arriving at his neighborhood, Ling Yun saw vegetables scattered on the ground and a pregnant woman named Yuri pleading with some thugs to stop. Yuri, helpless and holding her belly, said, "This is my freshly harvested produce. Even a pregnant woman is not spared. This is inhumane." The thugs threatened that this area was their turf and no one was allowed to sell goods here. Yuri had no choice but to call for help, hoping someone would come to her aid. Ling Yun was furious. During the day, a group of men was bullying a pregnant woman. One thug approached Yuri and warned, "No matter how much you scream, no one will come to help. Either you hand over the money or you'll face worse." Yuri, trembling, tried to explain that she had used all her money to buy medicine for her husband and had no money left. The thug, ignoring her pleas, suggested, "If you don't have money, you can pay with something else." Yuri, still trying to explain that she needed to visit the hospital to care for her husband, was met with the thug's sleazy offer to accompany her to the hospital and communicate in front of her husband. Disgusted, Yuri shouted, "You're being unreasonable," and slapped him, but he dodged. Seeing her defiance, the thug threatened her and prepared to use physical force. Yuri closed her eyes in resignation, bracing herself for the impact, but when nothing happened, she opened her eyes in surprise to see Ling Yun holding the thug's arm tightly. The thug, unaware of Ling Yun's strength, demanded, "Who the hell are you? Let go of me." He then foolishly revealed that he was the nephew of John Pedo, trying to intimidate Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun had a strong aversion to John Pedo. He twisted the thug's arm, causing a loud crack. The thug cried out in pain, retreating 3 meters while clutching his injured arm and shouting that his arm hurt. Ling Yun asked Yuri if she was all right, and Yuri, worried about him, urged him to leave quickly since the thugs were dangerous. Ling Yun confidently replied that he was fine and had just finished his training. The thug, enraged, swore and ordered his subordinates to beat Ling Yun to near death. 4 of his henchmen rushed at Ling Yun with sticks. Ling Yun quickly subdued one and kicked down a second. Yuri shouted a warning to Ling Yun about the thug approaching from behind, who was wielding a metal baseball bat and shouting, "You fat bastard, I'll smash you to death." Ling Yun, intrigued, thought it was the perfect opportunity to test his great essence concentration technique and see what level his body could be enhanced to. In fairy tales, people drive nails with their hands. Here, he would punch the bat. Ling Yun punched the metal bat, causing it to bounce back, and it struck the thug on the head, a classic case of reaping what you sow. The thug fell to the ground with 2 large bumps on his head. Ling Yun blew on his hand, which had been slightly hurt, but not badly injured. He knew he needed more training. Yuri, concerned, asked if Ling Yun was injured, and Ling Yun, raising his arms to show he was fine, replied, "I'm okay. Just playing around with them." Yuri was astonished to see the thugs lying on the ground and questioned if this was just playing around. Suddenly, Yuri felt a sharp headache, causing her to almost collapse. Ling Yun caught her just in time. He assessed her condition and asked if she frequently felt unwell, suddenly experiencing headaches and rapid heartbeat. He warned that if this continued, it could endanger both her and the baby. Yuri was shocked and overwhelmed, her eyes filling with tears, unsure of what to do. Ling Yun reassured her not to panic and offered to help. He said, "My family runs a clinic. Come by tonight, and I'll examine you properly." Despite being a stranger, Ling Yun sincerely wanted to help Yuri. Yuri, encouraged, asked if Ling Yun could really treat her. Ling Yun immediately answered, "Of course," and took out a wad of money from his pocket, handing it to Yuri. He said, "Use this money for now. Take care of your husband's medical expenses first." Yuri, not being someone swayed by money, tried to refuse, saying she couldn't accept his money. However, Ling Yun insisted, pressing the money into her hand, and told her to take it since it was worthless to him. Yuri was moved, tears streaming down her face, and she thanked Ling Yun repeatedly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Ling Yun, with a kind smile, told her not to worry about repayment and urged her to return home and rest. As Yuri left, Ling Yun felt a sense of inner peace, satisfied with doing the good deed. However, he soon remembered with distress that this was all the money he had. The price was steep, but he had acted without thinking carefully beforehand. The nephew of John Pedo had just regained consciousness. Despite his pain, he still couldn't resist swearing and cursing. Ling Yun glanced back at him, and an idea for a quick fix came to mind, making him feel like punching the guy a few times. He walked towards the thug with the chains, who was pretending to be unconscious, peeking out cautiously to see if Ling Yun had left. Ling Yun told him to stop pretending, knowing that he was awake. The thug, startled, jumped up and demanded to know what Ling Yun wanted. Ling Yun raised his reddened hand, grinning mischievously, and asked if he saw this. The thug, terrified, stammered, "What do you want to do?" Ling Yun, with a cunning smile, pointed to the red mark on his hand and said, "Since my hand is injured, shouldn't you give me some money for medical expenses?" The thug, confused, shouted for justice, claiming that he was the one who was hurt the most. Ling Yun threatened him, saying that if he still had the strength to shout, it seemed like he hadn't been beaten enough. Terrified, the thug quickly agreed to give money without hesitation. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with joy as he collected the money, while the thug could only fume silently, cursing Ling Yun in his mind. Yuri's home. Yuri sat dazed on the sofa, seriously contemplating how she should repay Ling Yun for his help. Remembering her husband's illness and the family heirloom, she resolved to express her gratitude. She retrieved a wooden box from a suitcase, opening it to reveal an ancient brush. Yuri hoped Ling Yun would appreciate it. As the sun rose, Ling Yun returned home after dealing with the thugs. Ning Ling Yu was waiting at the door, and upon seeing him, she anxiously asked where he had been. Ling Yun scratched his head, explaining that he had gone for a run, got a bit tired, and ended up resting on the grass, falling asleep. He had been thinking about it along the way. Ning Ling Yu, feeling sorry for him, said he didn't need to push himself so hard and that he was already doing well. Ling Yun hugged her, reassuring her that he wanted to protect her and their mother. In the living room, Jin Chuol was reading a book. Ning Ling Yu happily led Ling Yun inside, and when Jin Chuol saw him, she gave him a stern look. Ling Yun apologized and Jin Chuol returned to her book, reminding him to call if he was going to be late to avoid worrying Ning Ling Yu. Ling Yun, feeling her coldness, noticed she didn't seem curious about what he had been doing. Later, Ning Ling Yu knocked on Ling Yun's door with some clothes for him to change into. Ling Yun, having just finished showering and in his underwear, thanked Ning Ling Yu. She handed him the clothes, blushing slightly, and remarked that he looked a bit thinner. Ling Yun put on the clothes, responding that the training should have some effect. Ning Ling Yu, standing close, asked about the wooden box he had brought back. Ling Yun blushed deeply, feeling awkward due to Ning Ling Yu's proximity. He coughed and told her it was nothing, urging her to open it if she was curious. Ning Ling Yu, happily accepting, opened the box. Ning Ling Yu opened the wooden box and Ling Yun watched her closely. He couldn't help but imagine how beautiful Ning Ling Yu would look in traditional clothing, almost like a fairy. He also felt uneasy thinking about which troublemaker she might value in the future. Inside the box was a stunning green jade box. Ning Ling Yu admired it, and Ling Yun noticed her spiritual energy being absorbed by the jade box. Seizing the opportunity, he told her not to move and placed his hand on the jade box. Ning Ling Yu, not understanding, complied. Ling Yun was pleased to discover that the jade box could absorb spiritual energy from her. He continued to keep his hand on the jade box, absorbing more of her energy. Ning Ling Yu blushed, unsure of what Ling Yun was doing but followed along. Her face reddened further as she called out to him, her voice sounding enchanted. As the jade box glowed with a green light, Ling Yun thought about how proximity increased the absorption, realizing that with the jade box, he could store spiritual energy for future use. He felt a sense of triumph, imagining the jade box as a source of limitless spiritual energy. Ling Yun looked at Ning Ling Yu with satisfaction, thinking that if she hadn't insisted on opening the box, he would have sold it for money. As he hugged her, Ning Ling Yu's face was flushed with embarrassment. Scene change. The whole family was having a meal together. Ling Yun was preoccupied with thoughts of the Chiljuko spiritual energy. While eating, he decided to explain to his mother and Ning Ling Yu why he suddenly had money, feeling guilty for having kept it from them. After thinking about it, he spoke up, offering to help in the clinic in the afternoon as he could treat common ailments. He also pondered how to explain his knowledge of medicine. His mother replied that she and Ning Ling Yu would go out to buy some clothes for him. Ling Yun was surprised and questioned why they needed new clothes. His mother clarified that the clothes were for the next 2 months. Ling Yun was taken aback and started coughing uncomfortably. Ning Ling Yu asked if he was okay, and Ling Yun, still coughing, assured her he was fine. A few hours later, Ning Ling Yu and her mother went out shopping, and Ling Yun saw them off. As they waved goodbye, he returned to his room, where various acupuncture needles were laid out. He thought about how rare it was to be able to help and wondered who would be lucky enough to receive his treatment. He stood with his arms crossed, looking pleased with himself. After a while, Ling Yun, feeling anxious due to the lack of visitors, considered finding something else to do. The absence of clients left him feeling idle and uncertain about his skills. After thinking for a moment, he released a needle. It flew at incredible speed, not to be underestimated. With a paft sound, several acupuncture needles flew through the air, each embedding precisely into the right spots as depicted in the diagram. Every position was accurate. He approached the spots where the needles were stuck with a satisfied expression and said, "Level 2 peak of body refining. Indeed, it's different. I can easily pierce the wall with these needles." Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped his entire body. He was quite surprised by the sudden emergence of a glowing circle around his head, and even at his belly. All of these were interconnected. His limbs were now enveloped by the energy flow. He exclaimed in panic, "Why is this happening? The spiritual energy in my body is moving on its own." Stunned by the scene unfolding, a loud boom sounded as his body was engulfed by the magical power. His body lifted into the air, with magical light shining upwards. The room echoed with thunderous sounds as he absorbed the vital energy into his body and then erupted into energy. With a determined gaze and tightly closed mouth, the gusts of wind whipped his hair about rhythmically. His eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead, feeling the immense power flowing through him. He said, "The spiritual energy actually helped me break through to level 3 of body refining." He clenched his fists and slowly focused his gaze, deeply concentrating. He said, "Great, I'll aim to break through to level 4 during this opportunity." With that, he relaxed his body, preparing for the breakthrough. But to his surprise, after a long time, nothing happened. Feeling awkward, he wondered why. He voiced his frustration. "Where is the spiritual energy? Why can't I feel it anymore?" With a gloomy expression, he continued searching around with his body bouncing and his head swaying, trying to locate the missing energy. Suddenly, the door opened, and a female voice called out, "Little brother, I'm here." It was Yuri, whom Ling Yun had previously helped, entering the house. Her arrival startled Ling Yun, causing him to lose his balance, and he stumbled, causing his slippers to fall from his feet. He crashed onto the floor with a painful thud. Yuri rushed over in panic, seeing him fall, and repeatedly called out, "Little brother, are you okay?" Ling Yun lay exhausted on the floor, feeling weak, and replied, "It's nothing. I'm just training my body." He then brushed the dust off his trousers, looking embarrassed about the situation. Seeing his reaction, Yuri said, "You have a clinic here, and I was thinking of trying it out. I hope I haven't disturbed you." She looked anxious, her hands clutching her dress tightly, visibly embarrassed. Ling Yun smiled and responded, "No, it's fine. There aren't any patients at the moment. It's a perfect opportunity to help you. Please lie down on the bed." He gestured to the bed across the room. Yuri shrieked upon hearing this, and Ling Yun quickly explained, "Yes, I practice traditional Chinese medicine and don't lie on the bed. How can I help you if you're not lying down?" Yuri looked frightened, trembling as she gazed at him, her face showing a forced smile. "Miss Yuri, if you're feeling nervous, just close your eyes," Ling Yun suggested. Yuri agreed, saying she would close her eyes, hoping that Ling Yun, who wasn't an ordinary person, would be able to help her. Ling Yun thought, indeed, body refining level 3 is different. The spiritual energy can now easily attach to the acupuncture needles. This should stabilize her pregnancy and prevent any issues. As he inserted the needles into her, Ling Yun continued thinking. Half an hour later, Ling Yun asked her, "How are you feeling now? Do you feel any better?" Yuri responded that the feeling of panic was gone, and her whole body felt particularly light. She added, "Yes, the baby in my womb is also healthy now. I don't need to worry anymore." Ling Yun noticed Yuri's face brighten up considerably. She nodded and said, "That's great. As long as the baby is healthy, that's all that matters." Her eyes were moist, and her face was flushed with emotion. Holding a piece of fabric, she added, "Little brother, AD doesn't know how to thank you. Here is a family heirloom of ours. Please accept it." Yuri extended the item toward him. Ling Yun waved his hand to refuse, saying, "No, Miss Yuri. If it's a family heirloom, how can I accept it?" Suddenly, he paused. The spiritual energy returned, and he noticed the artifact emitting increasingly more blue light, resembling the initial energy of the artifact. Ling Yun grabbed the artifact, and a stream of light appeared within it. He thought, "What is this? How can this brush absorb spiritual energy?" The strength of Ling Yun was being drawn into the brush. Realizing he might lose his energy, he panicked and tried to shake it off, but it wouldn't let go, continuing to absorb more and more. The magical energy enveloped everything in the room. Ling Yun used one hand to push away and the other to pull it off, but it remained immovable. Yuri's face turned anxious as she witnessed the scene, her brows furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, the brush stopped absorbing the spiritual energy and returned to a state of calm. Seeing this, Ling Yun noticed and thought to himself, "It stopped." His expression turned angry. His hands trembled as he gripped the brush tightly, as if he wanted to break it immediately. With a sinister glare, he thought, "You'd better return the spiritual energy to me." He shook the brush continuously, hoping it would disappear from his grasp. Yuri, standing beside him, was at a loss for what to do. She said, "Little brother, if you don't like it, just discard it. A deed will definitely find another way to repay your kindness." She looked embarrassed and continued, "If you need any support in the future, just let me know. Don't be polite." Ling Yun saw her pleased expression and smiled. "That's great, AD. I'll accept it then." He thought to himself, "I'll keep it and contain my spiritual energy in it. No one should think of taking it away." Yuri, seeing his enthusiastic expression, smiled and said, "That's great then, AD. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Don't be polite." She moved toward the door to leave, waving her hand and still speaking loudly. Yuri replied, "I'll remember that. You should get back to your business and not miss out." The door slammed shut, and Ling Yun's face immediately darkened. Annoyed, he said, "Let me study this to see what exactly it is." He then tapped the brush tip against his palm, muttering, "The brush tip is so sharp. Is this a brush or a weapon?" He looked over at the desk where ink and paper were placed and said, "Fortunately, there's ink available at home to test it out." He straightened his posture, slightly lowering his head, dipped the brush in the ink, and wrote gently. He remarked, "The ink disappears." Surprised by the brush's quality, he finished writing 2 characters and said, "Not bad." The ink flowed smoothly. He picked up the brush and continued, "This brush is indeed a treasure. But what about my spiritual energy now?" His face fell as he rested his head on the desk, repeatedly banging his head and saying, "I can't be passive like this. I need to quickly reach body refining level 4. That way, I can actively control the spiritual energy in my body." With renewed energy, he cheerfully exclaimed, "I'll figure out a way to retrieve my spiritual energy." Suddenly, a ringing sound startled him. Annoyed, he looked down to see who was bothering him and shouted in frustration, "Who suddenly called me? It scared me to death." He glanced at the caller ID, finding it puzzling who was calling him. He read the name aloud, Suimaning. Outside Ling Yun's alley, Suimaning was driving a red sports car. She complained, "It's so hard to get in here." As she stepped out of the car, she continued grumbling, "If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this car." Ling Yun was waiting for her at the door, saying she could have chosen not to come. Earlier, he had received a call from Suimaning. On the other end, she loudly said, "Ling Yun, where are you? I'm bored and want to come over and play." She spoke so loudly that Ling Yun had to hold the phone away from his ear, frowning and replying, "I'm at home." Before he could finish, Suimaning interrupted, "I'll come find you right away." She sounded cheerful and excited. Ling Yun hadn't had a chance to respond before she hung up, leaving him with a confused and bewildered expression. He muttered to himself, "She doesn't even give anyone a chance to refuse." Back to the present, after both of them entered the house, Suimaning asked Ling Yun, "Do you also run a clinic?" She continued, "Since we're in the same profession, I could come here to assist in the future." Ling Yun replied, "My mother runs this place. If you want to come, ask her." Hearing this, Suimaning smiled and winked, saying, "Auntie will definitely agree because I'm your girlfriend." She then jumped up and hugged Ling Yun's waist. Ling Yun, taken aback, pushed her away and said, "Be careful, I'm just pretending to be your boyfriend." She continued to cling to him, and Ling Yun, smiling, said, Since it's just a pretense, it needs to be somewhat realistic. Otherwise, Jong Chin won't believe it. Suddenly, she noticed Ling Yun's dimples and asked to feel them. Ling Yun's face showed discomfort as he thought, this girl is looking for any excuse to take advantage. Ling Yun grabbed Xu Mining's hand, which was touching his face, and said, if you want to touch, it's 100 per time, just pay the amount. Initially surprised, she agreed and transferred money to him. Ling Yun was shocked to see she actually sent the amount he had mentioned. When he opened his phone, he saw she had transferred 10,000, equivalent to 100. Before he could recover from the surprise, she touched his face and asked, can I touch now, Ling Yun? Ling Yun could only grit his teeth and endure, saying, I promised, so you can proceed. Internally, he comforted himself, thinking it was too much, but there was no way around it. Hearing this, she cheerfully clasped her hands and said, I won't be polite then. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. One of the newcomers said, Boss, we're back. It was Tang Meng and Ling Yu. Tang Meng explained, I was shopping and happened to meet your mother and Ling Yu, so I gave them a ride back. Just then, the two stood frozen, shocked by the scene inside the room. Ling Yu, in particular, frowned in anger as she saw Ling Yun sitting in a chair while Xu Mining had one hand on his shoulder, the other pressing the chair with her legs across Ling Yun's thighs. Tang Meng, horrified, stuttered, Xu Mining. A woman approached. It was Jin Chuol. She asked Ling Yun, what is going on here? Xu Mining quickly stood up, beaming, and said, hello, I'm Xu Mining. Ling Yun was speechless and internally thought, this girl changed her attitude too quickly. Jin Chuol smiled and walked over to shake Xu Mining's hand, saying, Ling Yun, this kid really has a girlfriend and didn't tell us. Stay for dinner tonight. Xu Mining thanked her, and Jin Chuol continued, thank you, AD. Meanwhile, Tang Meng, still outside the door, was in shock, thinking, so Xu Mining's boyfriend is Ling Yun. She recalled their previous phone conversation, where Ling Yun had passionately promised Jong Chin, don't worry, I will definitely find the guy who dares to approach Soning. You don't have to do anything. I will take care of him. Now, seeing the scene in front of her, Tang Meng thought, what did I promise? Next to Tang Meng was Ning Ling Yu. She had secretly liked Ling Yun for a long time and was saddened to learn that he had a girlfriend. In a hospital room, John Pato's nephew was moaning in pain, continuously lamenting after being beaten by Ling Yun. He was now bandaged from head to toe. His boss, a blonde-haired man, stood beside him and said, brothers, we're late. I'll make sure to teach Ling Yun a lesson tonight and help you get revenge. Although he was in great pain, John Pato's nephew kept asking about his uncle and why he hadn't come to see him. His boss reassured him that his uncle was temporarily occupied and couldn't come, but he and his men would take care of everything. After leaving the room, the boss went up the stairs to another hospital room. He sighed and entered, finding John Pato, who had only been punched in the face to the extent that even his parents might not recognize him. The blonde-haired man said that John Pato's injuries were severe, and he would likely be bedridden for 2 to 3 months. John Pato, fuming, vowed not to forgive Ling Yun. The blonde-haired man assured him that his brothers were already on their way to break Ling Yun's legs and destroy his clinic. Jim Pato stopped him, saying that Ling Yun was extremely difficult to deal with, and warned him to let Ling Yun know that Jin Chuol was in their hands. The boss wanted Ling Yun to beg on the ground like a dog. At dinner at home, Jin Chuol and Xu Mining served Ling Yun dumplings, surprising him. They insisted that he eat more. Ning Ling Yu also joined in, not willing to give in, making the situation awkward. The two girls competed to serve Ling Yun dumplings, leaving him overwhelmed with a bowl piled high. He asked, are you trying to make me eat until I die? Tang Meng, sitting opposite, felt neglected and said, why is no one serving dumplings to me? Jin Chuol, noticing this, served Tang Meng some dumplings and told her to eat more. Tang Meng, touched by the attention, thanked Jin Chuol. After dinner, everyone went back to their own rooms. Jin Chuol waved goodbye and reminded them to be careful on the way back to school. Sui Mining quickly linked arms with Ling Yun and waved goodbye to Jin Chuol, assuring her that she was a good driver. Ling Yun, who had been in the car before, noticed Ning Ling Yu looking upset and asked if she could ride with Tangming. Tangming, surprised, stuttered a response, "What? Just the two of us." Ning Ling Yu replied affirmatively. At that moment, Ling Yun stopped them, saying there was a dangerous presence nearby. As expected, a group of gangsters armed with clubs was approaching. Ling Yun urgently told Ning Ling Yu to get in Tangming's car, and she asked what was happening. Before she could get an answer, Ling Yun vanished, leaving the two of them bewildered. At this moment, Ling Yun had arrived in front of his adoptive mother and said, "Mom, some people have come to the clinic and are causing trouble. Please hide for a while." She looked a bit surprised. Tangming, in a panic, said, "Boss, how did you disappear in the blink of an eye?" At this time, the sound of a car door closing was heard. Ning Ling Yu and her mother had gotten into the car. Ning Ling Yu asked her mother, "We can't just leave him alone, can we?" Jin Chuol gently patted her daughter's head and said, "Ning Ling Yu, your brother knows what he's doing. Trust him and trust me, okay?" She obediently listened but still wanted to ask more. Meanwhile, Tangming, sitting in the car, sobbed and said, "Boss, why can't I stay?" Ling Yun replied, "Because you are protecting my mother and sister." Tangming, with determination, said, "I understand. Boss, don't worry." At this moment, Sui Mining appeared out of nowhere and quickly asked Ling Yun, "Your moves just now were amazing. Do you actually know martial arts? Do you have any ancestral weapons? How do you plan to deal with those people? Who are they trying to deal with?" Faced with a barrage of questions from the girl, Ling Yun didn't know which one to answer first. He slowly said, "Even though I was a bit hasty, there was no sense of danger." He then pushed her towards the car, saying, "You should leave quickly. Hurry up." The red car turned left and drove out of the building. Inside the office, the early morning sunlight shone through. There were many footsteps and murmurs as a crowd gathered in front of the clinic. It was a group of thugs, with a leader who seemed small but very arrogant. One of his subordinates asked, "The lights are on and the door is open, but there's no one inside." The leader confidently said, "They must be in the back. First, destroy the clinic for me." The subordinates acknowledged the order, and with faces full of malice, grabbed their clubs and charged in. They began smashing the clinic, some hitting tables, others breaking windows. Countless shards of glass fell to the floor. The leader outside said, "If Ling Yun wants to blame someone, he should blame those who provoke him." Suddenly, a small figure weaved through the thugs. He said, "There's a bit of trouble. I want to enter the clinic as well." A tall thug blocked his path and said, "Which idiot is this? If you don't want to die, get lost." Ling Yun feigned ignorance and asked, "Could you enlighten me?" The thug, enraged, had veins popping on his forehead and yelled, "Don't you understand human language? Get out of here." Hearing the argument, the leader turned around and said, "Let him in." The thug asked the leader in confusion, "Why are you letting him in?" The leader replied, "I heard that Ling Yun is just a chubby student. I want to see what this kid is up to." The thugs continued their rampage, but suddenly they stopped. One of them saw something frightening. Ling Yun rushed to the front, looking panicked. The thug didn't understand and tilted his head, asking what was happening. Ling Yun raised his hand to his mouth, whispering something. The thug shook his head repeatedly. Ling Yun then pointed at the ceiling. The thug was furious, and his anger flared up. He yelled something at Ling Yun, but Ling Yun seemed unconcerned. Suddenly, Ling Yun lowered his stance, looking intimidating, and then drew a slender golden needle. The clinic's light shattered, sending debris flying. The lights went out, and the thugs began questioning each other about what was happening and who was responsible for the darkness. The bald thug asked the leader, "Should I go in and check?" The leader told him to wait. A loud scream echoed from inside the clinic, startling those outside. Then, a loud explosion followed by bright flashes of light occurred. One of the thugs was blasted out and fell to the ground. The other thugs outside looked at the fallen man. Someone asked, "Where is Lao Shi?" Soon after, another thug fell into the group, causing panic. One after another, The thugs were defeated and fell to the ground in disarray. At this moment, only the 5 people who hadn't yet entered the clinic remained, huddled together defensively. The leader looked around in fear. One of the thugs with a bald head yelled, "Get that kid out here!" From the wreckage, a young man with black hair emerged. The light from behind him illuminated his figure, giving him a formidable appearance. He stood tall and pointed at the gangsters, saying, "You must be the leader of these useless thugs. What's your name?" Startled by the sudden question, the leader hesitated and said, "Ub." Before the leader could respond, the bald thug charged forward with a punch, shouting, "Damn you, I'll cripple you." Ling Yun remained calm, bracing himself for the attack. Seeing one thug rushing in, the leader ordered the others to retreat, saying, "This kid is very difficult to deal with." Ling Yun smiled and immediately delivered a powerful punch to the bald thug's stomach. The thug was caught off guard and fell backward, blood spurting from his mouth. The punch was so forceful it created a flash of light, and the thug landed hard on the ground, with blood and dust flying everywhere. The young thugs, witnessing this, realized they had provoked someone formidable and were worried. Ling Yun then asked, "I'm still waiting for your name." Seeing the situation was disadvantageous, the thug quickly knelt and introduced himself as Doyang, saying, "Everyone calls me Doja. Today we are emotional and hope you'll spare us this time." Ling Yun lifted a foot and said, "I'm willing to let you go this time," but his tone suggested he wasn't very forgiving. Doyang began to sweat nervously, bowing his head in disdain and asking, "On what basis?" The young thug, feeling extreme fear, thought to himself that if he couldn't pacify this person, everyone might end up dead. He desperately tried to come up with a new solution. Meanwhile, the gangsters who had been beaten into swollen faces were now obediently tidying up the clinic they had previously destroyed. The leader, the bald thug, was loudly directing his subordinates to clean up the clinic quickly and thoroughly. Doyang took out his phone and said loudly, "Please scan my QR code. I have 100,000 to offer as a tribute." Ling Yun, sitting on a chair, appeared indifferent and said, 100,000. The thug, feeling it was too little, immediately raised his head and sweetly said, "Actually, I meant 300,000. Ling Yun did not respond and instead yawned widely. The thug, not understanding his reaction, sobbed and said, "All right, the final offer is 500,000. At this point, Ling Yun finally reacted, leaning forward and offering the price of 600,000. The thug, stunned, asked, "What?" He was shocked, as 600,000 was equivalent to 2 months' worth of his income. Reluctant to part with it, he hesitated. Ling Yun handed him the QR code. Doyang, after thinking it over, scanned the code and his phone chimed, indicating the transfer of 600,000. Ling Yun smiled, saying, "This amount is still not enough." The thug was in complete shock and fear. Ling Yun placed 2 fingers on Doyang's neck, producing a blinding light as if creating an electric shock, and then placed another hand on his waist. Doyang, shocked and with a purple face, felt intense pain as if countless daggers were stabbing him. Ling Yun leaned against the chair, slowly standing up, and said, "Don't worry, you won't die. You'll only experience pain for a quarter of an hour every midnight from now on." His face was grim as he warned, "I don't care why you want to destroy my place, but if anything happens here again within a month, you will die. Understand?" The small and timid Doyang, sweating profusely from fear, stammered, "Yes." Ling Yun's expression darkened as he said, "If you want to live, come back and find me a month from now." He then kicked Doyang, saying, "Take your people and get out of here." Doyang was kicked into a utility pole behind him. Exhausted and unable to walk, he had to rely on his subordinates to support him. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "These 2 have caused us a lot of trouble." Meanwhile, in the darkened street, Ling Yun was left alone, reflecting on the recent events. He had overexerted himself and was relieved to finally catch his breath. He thought he had been too ruthless and was glad that Ning Ling Yu and Texu Mining hadn't witnessed it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. At that moment, Ning Ling Yu, out of breath and worried, ran up to him and asked, "Are you okay?" Ling Yun gently patted her head and said, Of course, you can see I'm perfectly fine. Soon after, Xui Mining also arrived, and instead of being worried, she looked delighted. She rushed over and hugged Ling Yun tightly, saying, "Ling Yun, you were so handsome just now." Tang Meng's eyes sparkled as she praised Ling Yun. "The moves you performed were amazing. I was in awe." Ling Yun was pleased with the compliments and smiled, but then his face darkened as he asked, "Wait, did you see me fight them?" The purple-haired girl proudly held up her phone and said, "Everyone saw it because I recorded everything." She showed him the footage, which included a moment when Ling Yun punched a thug, his eyes glowing red and looking terrifying. She'd have been hiding behind a pillar and recording, thinking, "It's not so easy to drive me away." Ling Yun, worried, asked in disbelief, "What is this?" Ning Ling Yu worriedly asked him, "Why have you suddenly become so powerful?" On the contrary, Su Mining covered her face with shining eyes and said, "Ling Yun, how many more secrets do you have?" Tang Ming added, "Boss, are you actually a martial arts master?" Looking at the three people in front of him, each asking a different question, Ling Yun didn't know what to say for a moment. He awkwardly smiled and thought, "How should I explain this? Should I say that I'm actually a soul traveler?" He covered his mouth to avoid lying and said, "Actually, not long ago, I accidentally fell off a mountain and found a family martial arts manual." The three seemed to believe him. Suddenly, Jin Chuol came out from the alley and said, "Ling Yun, didn't I tell you never to reveal that you have great strength?" The three looked at her and asked about his strength. Ling Yun himself was also puzzled. He scratched his head and thought, "Ha!" Mother Ning Ling Yu slowly explained, "That's right. Ever since you were young, your strength has been different from ordinary people. You could easily lift objects weighing hundreds of pounds. I was worried that you'd attract trouble, so I advised you not to reveal it. How could you forget now?" Faced with such puzzling questions, Ling Yun replied, "Well." He played along, gently rubbing his head, and said, "Mom, I'm sorry. It's just that when I saw them wrecking the clinic, I couldn't hold back." His mother looked at him kindly and continued, "I understand that everything you did was for this family. But from now on, don't be so reckless." She picked up her phone, checked the time, and said to the four youngsters, "It's getting late. You all should head back to school." At this moment, Ling Yun wasn't concerned about going to school. He firmly said to his mother, "Mom, the clinic is probably being washed. Why don't you come with us to the city instead?" His mother smiled and replied, "You've caused such a big scene. Who would dare come looking for trouble now?" Ning Ling Yu was also worried. She clung to her mother and said, "But Mom," Jin Chuol gently comforted her daughter, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Seeing that her mother was still determined to keep the clinic open, Ning Ling Yu anxiously grabbed Ling Yun's hand and pleaded, "Brother, please convince Mom." Ling Yun sighed and said, "Forget it. If Mom doesn't want to, let's just go." A red car was driving down the road. Inside, a woman was holding the steering wheel while the man next to her seemed deep in thought. Why didn't Mom ask anything earlier? And why did she cover for me? Moreover, she was too calm about the clinic being trashed. Ling Yun wondered as he gazed out at the street. He looked up at the sky and thought, could it be true, as Tang Ming said, that Mom isn't an ordinary person? But I didn't sense anything unusual. Sui Mining secretly glanced at the man beside her and thought, Ling Yun, you must not be an ordinary person. I've made the right choice. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there was a gaze filled with extreme anxiety. As it turned out, in the car with them were only Tang Ming and Ning Ling Yu. She was sitting by the window, seeming a bit distracted, while Tang Ming was extremely nervous, sweating profusely as he thought, what should I do? I finally have a chance to be alone with Ning Ling Yu. I should say something. Ning Ling Yu sighed and asked the person driving, Tang Ming, how long have you known Sui Mining? Startled by the question, he stammered, I'm not sure, but it should be in the last few days. She glanced at the car's rearview mirror and said, I see. At this moment, at Cheongsu, Ning Ling Yu and Ling Yun were standing in a corner. She asked him, are you staying out today? Ling Yun gently looked at her and replied, yes, Tang Ming has helped me rent a room. She unexpectedly smiled and said, then be sure to stay safe. Ling Yun's gaze followed her as she approached a nearby rose bush, where the flowers were blooming beautifully. She gently picked a flower, smiled at it, and handed it to Ling Yun, saying, "Take it with you. When you see it, it'll be like seeing me." At that moment, she looked radiant like a young girl. He took the flower and said, "Yes, I will take care of it." Just then, Ling Yun got into the car with the pink flower. Seeing this, Xu Mining's expression turned unhappy. She crossed her arms and, looking at the flower in his hand, asked, "Ling Yun, do you know what pink roses symbolize?" Staring at the beautiful blooming rose in Ling Yun's hand, Xu Mining's face grew somber. She turned away, asking, "Do you like this flower?" Ling Yun didn't notice the change in the woman's mood next to him. He gently sniffed the flower and said, "My little sister gave it to me, of course I like it." The girl beside him turned sullen and said, "Fine." Then, she opened the car door and stepped out without looking back, throwing a few words over her shoulder, "Just you wait." Ling Yun, still holding the flower in the car, seemed to have realized something but didn't stop her. A pair of red shoes approached the rose bush where the flower had just been picked. She looked at the blooming pink roses, her face softening slightly. Then she returned to the car, threw a carefully wrapped bouquet of roses inside, and said, "Take it." Grabbing the thrown bouquet, with petals scattering in the air, he quickly caught it as she continued, "This is for you." Xu Mining fiercely climbed back into the car and lunged at him, warning, "If you dare throw them away, I'll bite you to death." Ling Yun looked at the woman in front of him, a bit frightened. Afterward, she returned to the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, while he stared at the bouquet just given to him. At that moment, he felt genuinely comfortable, gently sniffing the bouquet and saying, "So fragrant. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of them." However, deep inside, he was panicking. What should I do? Why is she suddenly angry? I guess I can only give in. She stretched and casually said, "It's almost done now." Meanwhile, Tangming, sitting on the side, was feeling down. He felt wronged and cried out, "Why only give flowers to the boss? Isn't there still one more person alive here?" He wiped his tears and ran to the same rose bush. "It looks like the flowers here are destined to be plucked today," he said. "No problem, I'll do it myself." Upon reaching the bush, he was mesmerized by the beauty of the flowers and couldn't help but laugh through his tears. Then, like a 3-year-old child, he jumped into the bush, picking flower after flower. He also wrapped them into a bouquet and loudly said, "Tangming, these roses represent my affection for you." Playing both the giver and the receiver of the flowers, Tangming hugged the bouquet and said, "The flowers Ling Yu gave are truly fragrant. I'm so happy." Several female students, seeing a man hugging a bouquet and muttering to himself, were a bit frightened, thinking he was hypnotizing himself. At this moment, in Ling Yun's rented room, large and small suitcases had already been moved in. He lazily sat on the bed and stretched widely, saying, "This place seems peaceful enough." Then, with a serious tone, he said, "Let's study the fountain pen a bit now." He took out a long fountain pen, with the tip still as new as if no one had ever used it, and said, "With my current level, sharp weapons are unlikely to hurt me, but this pen can actually cause me pain. This time, I want to see just how sharp you really are." He sat there holding the pen, pondering, and as soon as he brought the pen's tip to his finger, it immediately drew blood, directly cutting his finger. After removing the pen's tip, the blood on his hand gathered into red streaks on the pen's tip, and the blood continuously flowed upward. He panicked, "It's still trying to suck my blood." The more blood flowed out, the more he struggled to pull the pen out, but it wouldn't budge. Furious, he shouted, and with a loud yell, the pen tip tore away, and the blood no longer stuck. Looking at the pen, he remarked, "This pen is really strange." Gritting his teeth, his face covered in sweat, he said, "If this keeps up, I'll collapse on the sofa." At that moment, his soul seemed like it wanted to leave his body. "I almost got sucked dry by it alive." If someone normally saw a fountain pen suddenly suck blood, they'd be scared to death. Unfortunately, having already trained to the tribulation stage, he had encountered all sorts of demons and ghosts. Ling Yun looked at the fountain pen, now sweating profusely. Now that it has sucked blood, The acknowledgement ritual must be complete. Ling Yun touched the fountain pen with his finger. After absorbing Ling Yun's blood, the pen floated in the air, following the blood trail. Ling Yun proudly said, "Indeed, after sucking my blood, I can now feel the connection between it and me. Its hardness and flexibility can now be adjusted at my will." Ling Yun was amazed as the fountain pen moved on its own and drew a straight line until the paper was torn. This pen, which I usually use to draw talismans and formations, can become an unparalleled sharp weapon when facing an enemy. Haha, precious one, from now on, you'll train with me. I guarantee you won't suffer any losses. The fountain pen enthusiastically circled the paper. At 7 p.m., Ling Yun was outside swimming. At 10 p.m., Ling Yun went jogging on the track. At 1 a.m., he was sitting and channeling energy. At 5 a.m., the energy was becoming more abundant. The peak of the third level of physical cultivation had been reached, marking a small success in his training. Ling Yun's feet stepped on the grass, releasing green energy. Power enveloped Ling Yun's body as he stepped onto the shallow water, which instantly receded. It was just the right time, and everything on the other side was going well. The changes in his body were even greater than I had imagined, all increasing by a level. Although the cultivation speed here on Earth is much slower compared to the cultivation world, each level here increases one's power significantly more than in the cultivation world. Next, during the tribulation, I will definitely not repeat the mistakes of the past. It's almost dawn, so let's stop here for today. After all, I promised Ling Yu that I would definitely not skip school. The next morning at school, everyone was talking about Ling Yun. Look, it's really him. I can't believe it. Yes, he looks so honest. This made Ling Yun narcissistically think, why is everyone staring at me? Could it be that reaching the third level of physical cultivation has changed my aura? In the classroom, there was also lively discussion. Did you read the news on the school forum at noon? Ling Yun and Shan, for real. Ling Yun is so lucky. I have those pictures. Shan and Ling Yun look like they're kissing. I was at school at the time. They weren't kissing, but they were definitely hugging closely. Ling, who was sitting next to Shan, said, Shan, there's someone in the celestial realm. Shan, someone has posted all the pictures of you and Ling Yun online. The entire school is exploding right now. Shan, with an indifferent expression, said, I saw. Ling told Shan, don't worry, I'll definitely find out who spread them. Shan just calmly replied, those pictures were well taken, leaving Ling stunned. Shan has changed, Ling whispered as Ling Yun arrived. Ling Yun immediately walked towards Shan, making her feel shy and cover her embarrassment with her notebook. But Ling Yun just walked past, waving and saying, good morning. Ling happily responded, good morning, Ling Yun. Ling then turned to Shan and asked, Shan, why didn't you acknowledge Ling Yun? Shan coldly replied, why should I greet him? We have nothing to do with each other. Is that so? If another girl came to talk to Ling Yun right now, would you be jealous? Shan confidently said, of course not. No girl would come looking for him. Just as she finished speaking, a girl named Mungan appeared at the classroom door, asking, is Ling Yun here? The girl had beautiful pink hair, making everyone exclaim in admiration, so beautiful. Is she a celebrity? Mungan looked towards Shan and Ling. Ling, surprised, said, she's here for Ling Yun. Ling Yun happily stood up, I'm here. All the students in the classroom were curious, peeking outside to see what was happening. Everyone was focused on the two of them as Mungan handed him a bag, saying, your coat has been washed, and the certificate is inside. Ling Yun cheerfully replied, thank you. Mungan, shyly looking at Ling Yun, thought, that night, I felt he was just a fat, despicable guy. But today, looking closely, if he slimmed down a bit, he'd definitely be handsome. Ling Yun's eyes lit up as he asked, where's the other thing? Mungan was puzzled. Ling Yun gestured with his hand for money and said, you saved my life. You owe me. Mungan suddenly grasped Ling Yun's hand tightly and said, thank you. I will never forget that you saved my life. Ling Yun almost teared up, thinking, Do you remember that day you stepped on and broke my glasses on the shore? You were drunk, so you probably didn't notice whether I was wearing them or not. Those glasses were my birthday gift from my mother, my favorite pair. Hearing this, Monhan, embarrassed, replied, "Sorry, I drank too much that day, it wasn't intentional." Ling Yun, looking at Monhan affectionately, said, "So, pay up. Cash or transfer, either is fine. I have things to do today. Let's exchange contact information, and I'll buy new glasses later." Ling Yun was speechless, thinking, the goddess gave me her contact info. She must be thrilled. Ling Yun felt disappointed, thinking, this woman doesn't understand anything. I don't need you to buy me glasses. I want you to pay me. Inside the classroom, Zhang Ling turned to Shanshan-san and said, "Shanshan, who is that woman? How does Ling Yun know such a beautiful girl?" Shanshan replied indifferently, "I don't know. Isn't it just knowing a woman? What's there to talk about?" Just then, another girl rushed into the classroom looking for Ling Yun. "Excuse me, does Ling Yun study in this class?" Zhang Ling was startled and exclaimed, "Another one. Is Ling Yun recently attracting flowers?" Shanshan, beside him, was visibly upset. "I am Ling Yun. What do you want?" The girl responded, "Thank you for saving my grandfather on the road. I am his granddaughter, Moyan Bisio." Ling Yun nonchalantly replied, "So it's you." Bisio thought to herself, "Last time, I wasn't prepared, but this time, I won't let him off so easily." Everyone in the class was curious, trying to peek. "Am I feeling love? Wake up, this beauty came in a Maserati." "That's right, the cheapest is at least 2 million. If I had one, that would be great." Ling Yun heard what they said and thought, "So she's this valuable. I'm even more interested now." He said, "There are too many people here. Let's talk alone in your car." The crowd was shocked. "What? Alone in the car with her?" Bisio responded, "Fine, let's go." Ling Yun followed her to the parking lot, looking at the car and said, "Not bad." Ling Yun, excited like a child, entered the car, praising it, "Not bad at all." Bisio glared at Ling Yun and said, "Have you looked enough?" He smiled. "Something this beautiful, one could never get enough." Bisio snapped, "I came this time to thank you for saving my grandfather." Ling Yun looked around and said, "Isn't that obvious? If I hadn't acted, your grandfather wouldn't have survived. Consider it good luck for him. Usually, I charge a high price for medical treatment." "Name your price, and I'll satisfy it," Bisio replied. "I want you," Ling Yun joked, causing Bisio to feel like fainting. "Why are you being so aggressive?" Ling Yun added, "I haven't finished. I want you to give me 1 million and this car." Bisio snapped, "You're dreaming. Do you even know how much this car is worth?" Ling Yun calmly responded, "So, to you, your grandfather's life is worth less than this car." "What did you say?" she exclaimed. Ling Yun stepped out of the car, saying, "It seems you don't care much about your grandfather. I'm leaving." Bisio grabbed his hand and said, "Wait." Ling Yun smirked, thinking, the fish took the bait. She handed him a check for 1 million and said, "Here's the check. The car is yours too. Remember, the debt for saving my grandfather has been paid. From now on, we owe each other nothing." Ling Yun watched her leave, holding the check and thought, "This girl is truly filial. Her grandfather is lucky to have her. I was just joking, but I actually got the car. Haha, what a profit. I'll give this car to Ling Yu when I return. Wait, I don't even know how to drive this thing. How am I going to get it back?" Everyone at the school was surprised to see a luxury car on campus. When the car door opened and they saw who got out, they were even more shocked. Ling Yun stepped out confidently and said, "If I had known earlier, I would have attended driving lessons." In the hallway outside the classroom, inside the class, Zhang Ling exclaimed, "Oh my God, Shanshan, did you see that? Ling Yun just drove a car back by himself." Shanshan coldly replied, "Yes, he's just showing off his strength. But isn't that car from Moyan Bisio? Did she give it to Ling Yun?" Shanshan finally showed some surprise but tried to stay composed, saying, "I don't know, and I don't care." "Shanshan, if you keep being so aloof, Ling Yun will be snatched away by another woman," Zhang Ling warned. "Look at those girls who came looking for him. They just met him recently. They know nothing about him. How could they like Ling Yun? Shanshan countered. Zhongling, weren't you just saying no woman would look for Ling Yun? She teased. Another male student came to find Ling Yun. Is Ling Yun in this class? He asked. The students all looked up in awe at the handsome Jong Chin. Isn't he studying in Gyeongseong? Why is he looking for Ling Yun? Zhongling, captivated by Jong Chin's looks, exclaimed, "Oh my, it's Jong Chin, he's so handsome." Ling Yun looked up and saw Jong Chin. Who are you? Do we know each other? Just then, Soning rushed in and yelled, Jong Chin, what are you doing here? Jong Chin calmly replied, I came to see what kind of guy this Ling Yun is who dares to compete with me. Surpassing angrily shouted, Jong Chin, watch your words. Soning demanded, why are you always so cold to me? I gave up an entire field of flowers for you. I don't believe you won't look back. The crowd was abuzz. Jong Chin is so handsome. Has he been looking at me? It seems like he's looking at me, they murmured. Ling Yun, thinking quickly, pulled Surpassing into his arms and said, So, you're the one who's been stalking my girlfriend. Let me warn you, stay away from her, or I'll beat you up. Zhongling slammed the table and stood up. Since when did Soning and Ling Yun become a couple? Jong Chin smirked in disbelief. Haha, nice act. I don't buy it. Soning's not blind. How could she choose you over me? Surpassing retorted, what if she did? Standing on tiptoes, she surprised Ling Yun by kissing him in front of everyone. Jong Chin was shocked. Ling Yun, caught off guard, put his arms around her waist, pulling her closer, thinking, Soning, you initiated this. Surpassing was stunned by Ling Yun's sudden move, looking up at him in surprise as if asking, what is happening? Ling Yun, without hesitation, kissed her back. The unexpected turn of events left Surpassing speechless, her mind racing with thoughts of Ling Yun, you jerk. That was my first kiss. Meanwhile, everyone witnessing the scene started to gossip. Earlier, he was hugging Cao Shanshan, and now he's kissing Surpassing. Did Ling Yun get cheated on already? Poor guy. As soon as she finished speaking, Cao Shanshan appeared with an angry expression, causing the person who just mentioned her to freeze in shock. Cao Shanshan immediately exploded, shouting as if spitting fire, if you don't shut your mouth now, I will tear you apart. Under the fearsome glare of Cao Shanshan, the girl with pink hair, who had been trembling, jumped straight onto her friend, frightened by Cao Shanshan's rage. Another girl stepped up to apologize in an attempt to calm her down, feeling wronged by the scolding. The pink-haired girl stepped forward, tears welling up, and said unhappily, if you're upset, then go find Ling Yun. Why are you angry with me? While the girls were arguing, Jong Chin, who had been silent from the beginning, suddenly spoke up and asked, Ling Yun, you actually want to cripple me? He suddenly yelled with a frightened expression, but within seconds, his face changed, becoming stiff. Surpassing, realizing what was happening, turned and said in a worried tone, this isn't good. Jong Chin, standing, suddenly leaned forward as if he couldn't maintain his balance, causing everyone to panic. Surpassing frowned and called out Jong Chin's name, checking if he was okay. But the severe shock had affected his heart, causing it to constrict. Jong Chin immediately fainted, collapsing forward into an unconscious state, making everyone anxious and unsure of what to do. Surpassing then rushed to Ling Yun, asking him to help, and Tangming also pleaded, asking the boss to assist Jong Chin as he was a good brother since childhood. A round of applause erupted from somewhere. Lin Ho stepped forward with a smiling mouth, praising the scene. Following Lin Ho were a group of strong, tattooed men. Not only were these men heavily tattooed, but their faces were also as cold as ice, causing fear just by looking at them. Lin Ho stopped near Ling Yun, clenched his fists, and looked at him with a contemptuous tone. I didn't expect to see such a good show. With Lin Ho's appearance, Tangming suddenly exclaimed, that guy. Then he stared at the leader of the group, turning to whisper to Ling Yun, be careful, this guy hasn't been scared off from the beating he got last time. Behind him is the Cheongryong gang. They are all thugs who live by fighting. Today, it's likely we won't have a peaceful time. Tang Ming cautiously said, "Got it. Those guys are not easy to deal with." Ling Yun then asked, "So what should we do? This is a school. If things get messy, we might get expelled." He looked down at Jong Chin and decided, "Don't worry about this place. Leave it to me." Hearing Ling Yun's words, Tang Ming, worried, said, "Boss, you want to handle it alone? What about that guy? His condition can't be delayed." Ling Yun, seeing Tang Ming panicked, pushed his hand aside and said, "I'm already taking care of it. Move out of the way." At present, they couldn't let their relationship be known, or it would complicate future dealings. Hearing Ling Yun, Tang Ming, confused, didn't understand his meaning. He looked at Ling Yun and asked, "What?" He wondered to himself how Ling Yun could think about making money in such a situation, as expected of the boss, always thinking about profiting from others. Although unsure of how Ling Yun would resolve the issue, Xui Mining decided to trust him. So she pulled Tang Ming away and said, "Let's go. I trust Ling Yun." Tang Ming no longer stopped her and moved away, not disturbing Ling Yun. At the back, Cao Shenchen saw the two retreat, leaving Ling Yun alone. She worried about him and called out his name. Without hesitation, she tried to move forward towards Ling Yun, not wanting to leave him alone. However, as she stepped forward, Tang Ming blocked her, saying no one was allowed to pass. Angered by the obstruction, Cao Shenchen shouted at Tang Ming, "How can you abandon Ling Yun at a time like this?" While the two argued, Ling Yun took out a needle to prepare to treat Jong Chin, to explain to Cao Shenchen to calm down. Tang Ming then said, "This is what the boss requested. I trust him." Hearing Ling Yun's request, Cao Shenchen was surprised and asked, "What?" Meanwhile, seeing the two retreat and leave Ling Yun behind, the group began to move around, surrounding Ling Yun and Jong Chin, watching them as if preparing for a fight. Ling Ho, with a smug expression, asked Ling Yun, "Now that you're alone, what are you going to do?" Undaunted by the aggressive crowd, Ling Yun smirked and challengingly said, "Try and see what happens. Don't talk nonsense. Come at me together." The group charged at him, but before they could do anything, three of them were thrown against the wall with great force. One of them had his head slammed into the wall, while the next two fell to the ground, clutching their bruised legs and shouting in pain. Ling Ho, amazed by Ling Yun's strength, thought to himself, how can he do that without even lifting a finger? Everyone around stared in disbelief, with some even unable to believe their eyes, asking, "What just happened? I didn't see clearly." Ling Yun hadn't even moved. Could it be that he could harm people from a distance? Everyone was stunned to see the group being thrown around, while Ling Yun remained seated, focusing on treating Jong Chin. Ling Yun slowly withdrew the needle and thought to himself, removing this needle, Jong Chin should wake up. Just a few seconds later, Jong Chin slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened them, he immediately thought about his recent relapse and wondered who had saved him. He sat up, rubbing his forehead wearily. Once fully awake, Jong Chin looked at the people sprawled on the floor and thought, Tang Ming found these Cheongryong gang members, and yet they were all knocked down. Seeing his brother awake, he rushed over to ask, "Quan Ji, are you okay?" Nearby, Suning also wanted to explain and said, "Jong Chin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to provoke you." Jong Chin, hearing her speak, immediately grabbed her hand and urgently thanked her. "Suning, thank you for saving me. I will repay you for the rest of my life." Suning was startled by his misunderstanding and hurriedly explained, "It was Ling Yun who saved you." Upon hearing Ling Yun's name, Jong Chin's face stiffened. He couldn't believe his ears and doubtfully asked, "What?" Before he could think further, Ling Yun stepped up from behind and asked with a triumphant look, "So, what's your plan?" Jong Chin, still unable to accept the reality, slowly stood up, repeatedly questioning, "How could this be? I don't believe it, no matter what." Ling Yun, unfazed, continued to be concerned and instructed Tang Ming to keep him down. He still needs to lie down for 20 minutes. Hearing this, Tang Ming pressed him back down and reassured, "Don't doubt it anymore. It was indeed Ling Yun who saved you. I saw it with my own eyes." Sui Mining also helped to keep Jong Chin down. telling him not to move. Listening to Ling Yun, both of them held him down, and Jong Chin, feeling helpless, complied. However, he felt humiliated, thinking, I was saved by my rival. Is this a tragedy of the human world? How will I face summoning with any dignity in the future? As everyone focused on Ling Yun, someone shouted, move aside, move aside. Seal Soho, with a stern expression as if ready to fight, approached. Upon hearing Seal Soho's disturbance, Ling Yun turned to ask, what? Is there still one more person? Without waiting for Ling Yun to ask who, Tangmeng reminded him, boss, be careful. This is Seal Soho, a member of Cheongryong. He's a tough guy with exceptional martial skills. Before Tangmeng could finish speaking, Ling Yun forcefully pushed him aside. It seemed Tangmeng was pushed aside because he had said something wrong. However, Seal Soho suddenly charged forward, throwing a punch. Ling Yun had intentionally pushed Tangmeng out of the way, as if he had anticipated Seal Soho's move. Ling Yun, showing no fear, turned with a smirk and assessed Seal Soho's fast punching speed. This guy has some skill. Seal Soho was surprised by Ling Yun's quick reaction and commented, not bad, you have the qualification to fight me. Ling Yun replied without hesitation, you're decent. Unlike those useless thugs who rely on numbers, I won't strike first. Just attack me with everything you've got. Ling Yun prepared to assume a defensive stance. Hearing Ling Yun say he wouldn't fight back, Cao Shunshan worriedly asked, Ling Yun, are you crazy? Seal Soho, his face darkening with anger, said, are you looking down on me? Ling Yun, clearly uninterested in arguing, taunted Seal Soho, you were so arrogant just now, and now you're afraid to fight. Seal Soho, feeling insulted by Ling Yun, lost his temper and threw a punch at him, shouting, damn it, don't regret it later. Ling Yun deftly dodged the punch, successfully evading his attack. Ling Yun noticed that Seal Soho was careless, criticizing his repeated move. Seal Soho, with a confident sneer, seemed to underestimate his opponent, preparing for another attack, putting his full force into his arm, and boasting, how about this? Zhangling, nearby, anxiously thought this might be the decisive blow, and Ling Yun would lose. But Ling Yun did not disappoint, skillfully avoiding Seal Soho's punch. Seal Soho, unyielding, continued to attack while praising his opponent, nice dodge. He then kicked at Ling Yun, trying to defeat him swiftly. Fortunately, Ling Yun reacted in time, leaping into the air to evade the kick. Seal Soho remained confident, sneering contemptuously before launching another kick at Ling Yun. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. Ling Yun had now grasped Seal Soho's attack and used his bare hands to block it, saying, there's not much difference. Ling Yun's unexpected move astonished both Seal Soho and the onlookers. Tangmeng, wide-eyed in surprise, saw Ling Yun directly blocking Seal Soho's attack, turning the situation around and shifting the advantage to Ling Yun. Despite appearing weak, Seal Soho couldn't help but silently admire Ling Yun, thinking, this kid's basic skills are not bad. With a single strike, Ling Yun sent Seal Soho flying, his face expressionless and full of confidence. This truly impressed Seal Soho, making him feel that Ling Yun had great potential. Ling Yun gripped Seal Soho's wrist tightly, rendering him unable to resist. For Ling Yun, this opponent was too weak. No matter how many techniques Seal Soho used, he couldn't even touch a hair on Ling Yun. Ling Yun disdainfully asked, are you done? With a powerful move, Ling Yun threw Seal Soho several meters away. Under the gaze of everyone present, Seal Soho, who was thrown, unintentionally landed on two others, causing them to spit blood and lose consciousness immediately. Although Seal Soho had Ling Ho as a cushion, his injuries were minor but enough for him to sit up. He bravely wiped the blood from his mouth and said, you're indeed strong, but I'm not defeated yet. I'll be back. Ling Yun, unfazed by the fighting, folded his arms and looked down at Seal Soho, saying, you can continue if you want, but I have a condition. When Seal Soho stood up and faced Ling Yun continued, if I lose the next match, you can deal with me as you like. But if I win, you must immediately leave the Cheongryong gang and follow me. The request was hard to accept, but Silsovo agreed, saying, "If you can defeat me until I submit, I will recognize you as my boss from now on." Ling Yun confidently invites his opponent to make the first move. "Let's get started," he says. Without making him wait, Silsovo immediately charges at him, using both hands to grab Ling Yun in an attempt to force him down, wanting to show off his strength. He yells, "You little brat! Let's see how you handle this." Ling Yun, not one to back down, quickly reacts. He keenly spots an opening and leaps behind Silsoho, swiftly escaping his grasp. At this moment, Silsoho realizes his mistake and that the situation has turned unfavorable. He thinks to himself that things are going wrong. Ling Yun then delivers a finishing kick towards Silsoho, who, unprepared, takes the full force of the kick and falls flat on the floor. Despite this powerful attack, Silsovo is not yet unconscious. He opens his eyes wide, gritting his teeth, and insists that he will not admit defeat. With all his remaining strength, he throws a punch at Ling Yun. Ling Yun remains calm, his face expressionless. He deftly avoids the punch and counters with a blow to Silsoho's face. Silsoho has not managed to land a single hit on Ling Yun yet. Time and again, he receives blow after blow from Ling Yun, and this time, a punch lands squarely on his face, making him scream in pain and fall back to the ground. Ling Yun remains unscathed, his demeanor that of a hero. The situation is clearly decided now. Ling Yun confidently asks, "Have you accepted defeat?" Silsoho has lost, but he cannot accept the fact that he has been defeated by a seemingly delicate person like Ling Yun. Enraged, he bangs his hands on the ground as if to vent his frustration, shouting, "I refuse to accept this." Suddenly, a hand appears and grabs Silsoho by the collar, catching him by surprise. Before he can realize what is happening, he finds Ling Yun has lifted him off the ground with just one hand. Despite his large and strong physique, this astonishes both Silsoho and the surrounding onlookers. Ling Yun then throws Silsoho with great force, making him fly through the air in front of everyone. Silsoho crashes into a wall with a loud bang. This hit is incredibly painful. Silsoho sits on the ground, but unlike before, this time he is knocked out cold. The onlookers are astonished, with some exclaiming, "This is terrifying." Jangling and the nearby girls cautiously ask, "Did he win?" Ling Yun remains silent, deep in thought, and considers that it is too early to conclude. For now, he focuses on resolving the matter with Jong Chin. Ling Yun sits down in front of Jong Chin and speaks to him. "It's time for me to remove the needles." This statement makes Jong Chin sway nervously. "You're not going to do anything to me, are you?" Ling Yun, with a touch of mischief, casually threatens, saying it might be quite painful. This really frightens Jong Chin, who clings to Xui Mining and cries out for Soming to save him. Before Jong Chin can continue his plea, Ling Yun pulls out 3 needles and declares, "It's done." Both Jong Chin and Texu Mining look at him in surprise. Jong Chin, still puzzled, hears Ling Yun's next words. Ling Yun stands up and tells Jong Chin, who is sitting on the floor, "You can get up now." Tangming helps Jong Chin to his feet and asks, "How do you feel, boss?" Jong Chin, somewhat puzzled, responds that he feels much lighter. He recalls that the previous treatment by Soming's grandfather did not feel like this at all. He then nervously glances at Su Mining, worried that he might have said something wrong. To ease the tension, he awkwardly adds, "I didn't mean to criticize your grandfather. I will still go to him for treatment in the future." Su Mining, however, is not concerned about whether Jong Chin will seek her grandfather's treatment in the future. She tells him, "You don't need to see my grandfather anymore." Jong Chin is taken aback by this unexpected news. Su Mining continues, "Because your illness has already been cured by Ling Yun." Hearing this, Jong Chin freezes, his mind flashing back to the times when her grandfather had treated him. He thinks to himself, "Cured? Even the renowned doctor couldn't heal me." He recalls the intense situations and the physical limitations he faced, including the danger of aggravating his condition through fights or strenuous activities. Tangming had once advised him to stay away from such things. Yet now, Tetsui Mining is saying Ling Yun has cured him. Jong Chin is in disbelief, thinking it's impossible. Naturally, he finds it hard to accept this truth immediately. He suddenly grabs Ling Yun's hand, seemingly pleading, "I have something to ask of you." Ling Yun is a bit confused by this sudden request. Jong Chin's next request is truly unexpected. "Please, hit me hard." It sounds unbelievable, but Ling Yun has never been one to refuse such requests. His fist clenches, and Ling Yun confirms, "Are you sure you want this?" Jong Chin insists, "Yes, go ahead." With a loud smack, Ling Yun delivers a powerful punch to Jong Chin's face, clearly showing no mercy. The force of the punch sends Jong Chin flying several meters away, with his face swelling up. Tangmeng, seeing this, hurried over to his boss lying flat on the floor, calling out urgently, "Boss!" Jong Chin, having been punched and with his face swollen, lay motionless on the floor, not sure if he was in pain or moved by Ling Yun's medical skills. He says, "My heart truly feels like it's not damaged at all." After Ling Yun's treatment, his heart has indeed become healthy, something it had never been before. Initially, Jong Chin did not believe Ling Yun could be so skilled, but now he truly believes. He pushes aside Tangmeng, who is anxiously worried, and joyfully exclaims, "Ling Yun, I feel like I owe you my life." Tangmeng, hearing this, is also surprised. He pats his head, thinking to himself that it turns out the boss's previous claims were true. He never expected Ling Yun could cure even congenital heart disease. He thinks to himself with great joy that they are about to strike it rich. Kevashin Chan, observing the situation, feels a bit regretful and ponders deeply. Not only could Ling Yun easily subdue Seal Soho, but he also used acupuncture to cure Jong Chin's heart disease. She watches Ling Yun's back and thinks that Ling Yun must have received significant assistance and teachings from those mysterious families. Now he has transcended his previous realm, and his future prospects are boundless. Kaoshan Chan suddenly realizes she had misjudged Ling Yun before. She is lost in thought, reflecting, "I actually felt he was not worthy of me. How foolish." Kaoshan Chan, feeling overwhelmed, can no longer stand. Zhang Ling quickly supports her and calls out, "Shan Chan, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Seal Soho, who had been unconscious, regains consciousness and stubbornly tries to sit up. Ling Yun, looking victorious, approaches and asks, "Have you accepted defeat yet?" Seal Soho, still arrogant, wipes his previous wounds and stubbornly says, "You want me to admit defeat? Dream on." Ling Yun, upon hearing this, becomes somewhat angry. This time, he is determined to make Seal Soho fully submit. Without hesitation, he challenges Seal Soho, "If you're still not convinced, let's continue fighting." In this round, Ling Yun does not hold back. He directly throws a punch at Seal Soho's abdomen. With a powerful punch, Seal Soho, unprepared, continues to suffer Ling Yun's blows. Despite taking numerous hits, Seal Soho refuses to concede. He shouts in anger, "I refuse to admit defeat." One punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, and then a 4th punch. He is beaten to a pulp and cannot retaliate. Each time he is hit, he yells, "I refuse to admit defeat." It must be said that he is indeed tough. Though Ling Yun and Seal Soho are fighting, in the current situation, a powerful and muscular Seal Soho is now battered and unable to get up from the floor. On the other hand, Ling Yun, whose appearance is not as imposing, remains unscathed after several rounds of fighting. He stands tall and victorious, looking down at Seal Soho and triumphantly asks, "You still won't admit defeat? I'm almost exhausted from beating you." Suddenly, Ling Yun sits down next to Seal Soho and cheerfully says, "Let's play a more exciting game." Ling Yun lifts Seal Soho with one hand, startling him. Seal Soho, in panic, shouts, "What are you trying to do?" Ling Yun responds, "You'll find out soon enough." He then opens the window and, predicting the outcome, throws Seal Soho out of it. Seal Soho falls freely, and Su Mining, seeing this, anxiously calls out, "Ling Yun." Ling Yun, not a common person, lands safely and asks with amusement, "Did you have fun?" Seal Soho, almost having a heart attack from fear, curses, "You're insane." Ling Yun asks again, "Are you convinced now?" Despite being terrified and on the verge of tears, Seal Soho stubbornly replies, "I will never admit defeat, even if it means dying." Ling Yun continues with the torment, saying, "Let's go for a run." Seal Soho, in panic, screams, "What are you talking about?" Jong Chin, now accepting the reality, approaches Xu Mining and asks, "What does your boyfriend want to do?" Xu Mining watched the situation from the window and replied, "I don't know about Ling Yun and Seal Soho. He actually took him to the stadium and ran at full speed." Everyone stopped to watch. Seal Soho, seeing that Ling Yun was indeed running, shouted in panic, "Ling Yun, what do you want to do?" Ling Yun replied without any intention of hiding his purpose, "I intend to completely disable you." Seal Soho cried out, "I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Boss, let me go, please." Ling Yun, with a tight grip on his acupuncture needles, said, "It's too late now." He then ran towards Seal Soho and threw the needles at his back. Seal Soho cried out in pain, "I'm definitely going to be crippled this time." Ling Yun, looking triumphant, thought to himself, "The martial arts within you have been completely destroyed." Seal Soho, in pain, screamed loudly. Ling Yun then jumped on Seal Soho, thinking, "I'm using my spiritual energy to purge your veins and marrow." Ling Yun, with a smug expression, continued thinking, "From now on, you won't be the same Seal Soho as before." Suddenly, Ling Yun lifted Seal Soho with one hand. Seal Soho, terrified, called out, "Ling Yun, boss, what are you going to do?" Ling Yun then threw him far away, and Seal Soho screamed as he was tossed into a basketball hoop. Ling Yun turned around, raised his hand, and said, "When you've rested enough, find your own way down." Meanwhile, in another room, 3 thugs were groaning in pain. Ling Yun approached and told them to wake up. The closest thug, scared, turned to him. Ling Yun continued, "Let's now calculate the consequences." The closest thug replied, "I don't understand what you're saying." Cheng Jai, frightened, said, "Give him the money quickly, or we won't be able to leave." Beside him, a thug was helping him up. The thug next to Cheng Jai said, "But why should we pay him for beating us?" He continued, "Isn't this extortion?" Ling Yun smiled lightly and asked, "What are you talking about?" The 2 large thugs, scared, shouted at Ling Yun. The thug then handed over a device and said, "Please give us your QR code. I'll transfer the money to you immediately." Ling Yun happily provided the device along with his bank account's QR code. Soon, a few more people appeared around them. They announced, "We are all ready now." A series of notifications appeared. Transfer of 8,000. Transfer of 3,000. Transfer of 5,000. Transfer of 12,000. Ling Yun, with a satisfied expression, said, "Not bad. Seeing your sincerity in admitting fault today, I'll let it go." He then told them, "Back to the boss, there are 2 things. First, I'll personally discuss the compensation with him later. Second, Seal Soho will follow me from now on. He is no longer associated with the Cheongryong gang." The thugs looked at Cheng Jai, angrily exclaiming, "It's all your fault for provoking the boss and getting us into this mess. You tricked us into thinking he was just an ordinary student. No student is like this. This is the first time the Cheongryong gang has suffered such a loss." Cheng Jai sat on the ground, his eyes watering, thinking, Ling Yun wasn't this powerful before. Meanwhile, outside, the sound of police sirens blared near the classroom. Cao Shinchan and Zhang Ling stood by the window. Zhang Ling exclaimed, "It's not good, the police are here." Out of the car stepped a pair of female legs. Zhang Ling was surprised and said, "It's her." In front of them was a beautiful female police officer with purple hair. Zhang Ling continued, "The first beautiful policewoman is here to find Ling Yun." The purple-haired policewoman, arms crossed, stood in the room. Along with her was another female police officer. In front of the 2 women was O Garang, who said, "My father said the city needed to handle a major case, so they dispatched an exceptionally skilled female police officer from the province." Tang Ming, looking out of the room's window with envy, said, "Could it be her?" Jong Chin, standing beside him, also commented, "She's really beautiful." Tang Ming looked back at him. Ling Yun patted Jong Chin on the shoulder, startling him. Ling Yun then said, "What are you dazed for?" He then sternly addressed Jong Chin, "I saved your life. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal?" Jong Chin scratched his head and replied, "Of course." Suddenly, Ning Ling Yu ran up and asked, "Are you okay?" Ling Yun replied, "What could be wrong?" He then said loudly to everyone in front of the room, "Classmates, today, Ling Yun is treating everyone to a big meal. Let's go to the restaurant." Jong Chin turned to Tangming and asked, "Ling Yun isn't asking me to treat everyone, is he?" Tangming responded, "Ahem, it seems he does have that intention." Jong Chin was so shocked that he almost spit out his drink. Meanwhile, at the basketball court, Seal Sovo lay on the basketball hoop, exclaiming, "This is incredible. My body is stronger than before." Tangming, with arms crossed, said to Seal Soho, "You look quite unique." Seal Soho was surprised. Tangming then turned and said, "It seems the boss won't be treating you to a meal after all." Seal Soho, angry, asked, "Did Ling Yun send you to call me?" Tangming, with arms crossed and a questioning look, replied, "Can I still trick you?" Suddenly, Seal Soho grabbed the basketball hoop and held on tightly, balancing himself, which frightened Tangming. He then jumped down with great force, causing Tangming to fall backward onto the ground. Seal Soho, delighted, said, "Let's go." Tangming, caught by Seal Soho, was puzzled and thought, "Why do I feel like Seal Soho has become even stronger after being beaten by the boss?" Meanwhile, Ling Yun and the others were heading out together when the purple-haired policewoman said, "Ling Yun, stop." Behind her were two other female police officers. Ling Yun calmly asked, "What's the matter?" Ling Yu, looking worried, said, "The police have come to ask for your cooperation in an investigation. We need you to come with us to the station." Ling Yun, jokingly, said, "No way. Everyone knows I'm not causing trouble." The purple-haired policewoman took Ling Yun's hand and seriously said, "We're not arresting you, just asking for your cooperation. After giving your statement, you'll be free to go." Ling Yun's friends, anxious, looked at the purple-haired policewoman. Ling Yun confidently replied, "It's just a statement, right?" He then leaned in close to the purple-haired policewoman and said, "Let's go eat first." He picked her up and said, "We'll have a meal while taking your statement." In a certain building, on the table were exquisite delicacies. A voice rose up, "I didn't expect that I could come here to have a meal." Jong Chin said that it was all thanks to Ling Yun. His friend agreed. Who would have thought that the fat guy from before is now so formidable? They thought that even the prominent figures of Cheongsu were surrounding him. Meanwhile, a female police officer with purple hair was sitting on Ling Yun's lap, shouting loudly, "Let me go." Ling Yun panicked and said that being a good person was not working. "I'm afraid you'll fall off." At the same time, at another dining table, Seal Soho, also known as Cheong Ryong the Tyrant, and Tangming, also known as Cheongsu the Young Master, were present. Tangming said, "Hello, officer. I am Tangming." Seal Soho, hungry, looked at the delicacies on the table. Zhangling, a close friend of the scholar, thought, I actually sit with Jong Chin. Sitting next to her is Jong Chin, known as the most handsome man of Cheongsu. Suddenly, Ning Ling Yu called, "Soning, come sit next to me." Ning Ling Yu is Cheong Kwigyo Wa. Soning walked over and sat down with everyone, saying, "Well, it seems like you're quick-tempered." Cao Shinchan turned to Soming and asked, "When did you get to know Ling Yun? I didn't know about it." Cao Shinchan is Cheong Kwigyo Wa. Soning, biting her lip in discomfort, replied, "It's just the day he carried a sandbag and ran." Cao Shinchan asked, "That was only a few days ago. How did you progress so quickly?" Soming thought it was inappropriate. Could it be that Shanshan also has feelings for Ling Yun? Rivalry begins between Cao Shanshan and Soning. Soming pressed her face close to Cao Shanshan and said with a sarcastic tone, "This is a secret between Ling Yun and me. It can't be told to Shanshan." Shanshan replied, "Is that so? Then you need to keep an eye on Ling Yun." He just approached the officer. Shanshan smiled and thought, "Sorry, Soning. I've thought it over carefully. I must have Ling Yun by my side." Soning, not backing down, said, "I'm not afraid of you, Shanshan." Ling Yun is mine. Suddenly, Ling Yun was serving food to the female police officer, saying, "Eat more, little sister." After eating, he gave her a gift and she replied, "Really? Thank you." Then the female police officer asked Silsoho, "Why were you hanging in the basket? Did Ling Yun do it?" Silsoho stiffened. She then continued, "Now that the police are asking, I hope you will answer honestly." Silsoho and Tangming looked at each other. The female police officer and Ling Yun looked at them. Ling Yun signaled and then coughed. Silsoho said, "I felt it was cool there, so I climbed up like that. Is that okay, officer?" The female police officer pointed at Silsoho's face and said, "It's that simple." Silsoho, with food in his mouth, replied, "Of course." She crossed her arms and said, "Forget it then. If you've said that, there's no issue on our end." Tangming, looking at Silsoho, said, "Bro, you're not bad. The boss beat you just now, but you're still willing to speak for him." Silsoho frowned and said, "My strength is inferior. I admit defeat." Tangming continued, "So, you should prepare to follow the boss from now on. Aren't you afraid of Qianryang's revenge?" Silsoho, while eating, said, "With Ling Yun, the boss, Qianryang is not a match." Tangming further provoked him, "You used to be Qianryang's successor, so you're going like this. Don't you feel regret?" Silsoho said, "Following Ling Yun will be even better in the future." Jong Chin thought, "It's amazing that even a stubborn person like Silsoho is willing to follow Ling Yun. He truly is extraordinary." He continued thinking, "I must repay him well, help cure my heart disease, and conveniently befriend him." Meanwhile, Ling Yun was sipping from a bowl, looking at Jong Chin, thinking, "Why does Jong Chin always look at me? Doesn't he want to host?" Suddenly, someone's voice said, "Why is there lightning? The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today." Ling Yun was startled, thinking, "No, the dark clouds outside are approaching. The thunder is shaking everything." People outside were startled, exclaiming, "What's going on?" The sky suddenly darkened. The thunder roared. Ling Yun stood by the window, thinking about something. Suddenly, Tangming came close to Ling Yun and shouted, "Why is the sky so dark? Is it the apocalypse?" At the same time, the streetlights below suddenly emitted light, causing everyone there to panic and worry. They exclaimed, "What is this? I'm scared. I hope nothing bad happens. I don't want to eat. I want to go home." Ling Yun turned around, his face tense. He reached out to Kashanshan and Zhangling, saying, "Tell the students not to panic. They should continue as usual. It will soon return to normal." He continued, "Ling Yu and Silsoho, come with me. I'm going to take you to broaden your knowledge." Suddenly, Tangming hugged Ling Yun's leg and cried loudly, "Boss, don't leave me behind. I also want to go. I'm your real brother." Transmigration pointed at Ling Yun and shouted, "Ling Yun, do you want to leave your girlfriend here?" Tangming was hit by Ling Yun's elbow. Ling Yun raised his hand to his chin, thinking, and then asked, "What's the highest mountain in Jiangsu City?" Tangming happily answered, Panseng. It has a place called Ungae on its peak, across from Jiangsu City. Ling Yun asked if it was possible to drive up there. Tangming looked at him and replied, "The car can only reach the foot of the mountain." Ling Yun said, "I'll take the three of you to Ungae. You drive there. You can see the whole city of Jiangsu. The higher, the better." He urged, "We don't have much time left. Set off immediately." Ling Yun, Silsoho, Ling Yu, and Transmigration went together. Ling Yun said to Pansen, "Even if you have to crawl, you must reach the top. As long as you make it up, you can follow me in the future, understood?" Silsoho replied, "Got it. I will definitely reach the top." Then Ling Yun hugged Ling Yu and Soning, saying, "Next will be a bit thrilling. Remember to hold on tight to me." He began, 3, 2, and he and the two girls suddenly jumped into the air. He continued, 1. Sui Mining and Ling Yu screamed. Sui Mining thought, "Why does Ling Yun always want to take me everywhere?" Ling Yu thought, "It would be great if it were just me and him." Ling Yun thought, "I must hurry up. This is a rare cultivation opportunity." As thunder roared, the three of them flew like the wind to Ryongpansan, then to Ungae. They landed and touched the ground. Ling Yun shouted, "Look over there." The two girls exclaimed in surprise, "Wow!" Right in front of them was a huge, powerful tornado. The thunder continued and the wind was strong. The three of them looked at it. Ling Yun said, "That's it." The three of them stood watching the enormous tornado. After Ling Yun, Ling Yu, and Mining reached the top of Ryongpansan, the highest mountain in Cheongsu City, they encountered a tornado. This greatly surprised Ling Yu and Mining. Mining's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, it's a tornado." Ling Yu was equally stunned and remarked, "This is the first time I've seen something like this." Ling Yun, seeing their astonishment, explained that a tornado could be a natural phenomenon. He said that a tornado is mainly composed of water vapor. They were seeing a column of water vapor rising, and because of the extremely low pressure inside the vortex, water and dust were being thrown up. Water forms when the tornado strikes water surfaces like lakes or oceans. The tornado grew larger, and the increasing thunder and lightning made it appear even more terrifying. Ling Yun noticed something unusual about this tornado and thought to himself that its large size certainly indicated trouble. The tornado spun violently, and its winds reached the area where the three of them stood, creating a deafening sound. Suddenly, a shadow of a white dragon appeared within the tornado, with red eyes glaring across the sky. The shadow resembled an angry dragon, and the noise shook the land. Seeing the dragon's shadow, Ling Yun realized that something significant had appeared. He hurried towards the tornado, pleased, and exclaimed, "It's here." Suddenly, the tornado swirled into a circular shape, and the dragon's shadow vanished into the sky. The tornado then hovered in midair before dissipating, accompanied by a loud thunderclap. As the tornado disappeared, Ling Yun and the two girls were very surprised. Ling Yun thought, "I clearly saw the shadow of the dragon just now, but now there's no tornado in the sky. Only the thunder continues to roar, striking the dense forest of Ryongpansan." Unexpectedly, a strong gust of wind swept through, lifting leaves and making them float in the air. This powerful wind suddenly reached the area where the three of them were, causing them to lose their balance. Mining, frightened, exclaimed, "Why did a strong wind suddenly arise?" Ling Yun thought that this wasn't an ordinary windstorm. It was very different from any windstorm he had encountered before. The brush beside Ling Yun suddenly emitted a strange light. Unexpectedly, the brush shook in Ling Yun's hand, releasing a peculiar glow. Ling Yun gripped the brush tightly and smirked, thinking, "You can feel it too." Ling Yu and Mining stared in astonishment as a sudden sound echoed. Suddenly, Ling Yun's body emitted a strange light, blinding Mining and Ling Yu. The light surrounded Ling Yun, forming a circle that absorbed into his body. Ling Yun thought, "I'm taking advantage of this spiritual energy once again to help completely transform my body." The amount of spiritual energy was overwhelming, causing Ling Yun to spurt blood from his mouth. Suddenly, the brush began to glow, absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy. Ling Yun thought, "Fortunately, I have this brush to help me absorb the spiritual energy." Blood continued to flow from Ling Yun's mouth due to the excess energy. Ling Yun looked at the brush and thought, "Without this brush, the massive amount of spiritual energy entering my body at once would certainly have caused me to explode." After his body stabilized from absorbing the spiritual energy, Ling Yun looked at Ling Yu. The light surrounding her seemed to be absorbing the spiritual energy as well. Ling Yun thought, "Her natural physique is indeed capable of absorbing large amounts of spiritual energy without issues. This type of body just needs to start cultivating, and it will progress rapidly." Ling Yun focused on absorbing all the available spiritual energy, but the rapid pace of cultivation posed greater risks. Ling Yun resolved, "Ling Yu, wait for me. I'll become powerful enough to completely protect you and then teach you the cultivation methods." After all the spiritual energy was absorbed, the sky cleared. The storm, tornado, and winds all disappeared. Mining, exhausted, leaned against a large tree to stand up. She said, frightened, "Finally, it stopped. I almost thought I would be blown away." Mining looked at Ling Yun with concern, seeing him slumped and looking very tired. she anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, Du Mining's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open when she saw Ling Yun's face. When he looked up, Ling Yu covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Your face, it's different." Ling Yun, confused, touched his face and asked, "What's wrong with my face?" Ling Yu stood up, pointing at Ling Yun's face, and said with a smile, "You've lost weight. You don't look like you did before." Ling Yun looked at himself in surprise, noticing the change. He raised his hands in amazement, seeing that his hands were thinner. Although he hadn't felt the change in his body earlier, he was astonished to realize the transformation. Ling Yun thought, "What's so surprising that made you both react like this?" He smiled, releasing the absorbed spiritual energy. Ling Yun thought, "If spiritual energy can help transform my body, then losing a few pounds is nothing." Even though he was thrilled with the energy he absorbed, he realized he needed to find another explanation for Ling Yu and Tevzu mining. Ling Yun patted his head, smiling awkwardly, and said, "I'm not sure why this happened. It could be due to..." Suddenly, Tevzu mining blushed and threw herself at Ling Yun. Ling Yun was startled and blushed, stiffening as Xu mining hugged him tightly. Kexui mining knocked Ling Yun to the ground as she embraced him. Ling Yu stood by, covering her mouth and glancing at them. Su mining, shy and blushing, said softly, "That's not important. What matters is that my boyfriend is now very handsome." Ling Yun was at a loss for words and responded, "Ha!" He was truly speechless with this girl. Sui mining sat on Ling Yun, who was blushing, and said, "Ling Yun, I want..." Ling Yun, sweating and silent, couldn't say a word. Seeing the atmosphere too ambiguous, Ling Yu broke the tension and turned to Sui mining, saying, "Su mining, do you want to do something?" Kexu mining continued to stare at Ling Yun, who was dazed and psychologically shocked. Xui mining shyly and excitedly responded to Ling Yu, "What's wrong with kissing my boyfriend?" Ling Yu closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "But you haven't even asked for his opinion yet. Maybe he doesn't want to." Tui mining lifted Ling Yun's chin with her finger and leaned her face close to Ling Yun's, saying, "So Ling Yun, are you willing or not?" Sui mining looked at Ling Yun with an expectant gaze and moved her lips closer to his. Ling Yun, frightened, placed his hand firmly between their lips. Ling Yu, standing beside them, shouted, "Hey Ling Yun," sweating with fear, replied nervously, "What should I do? How should I answer?" Meanwhile, Xui mining was eagerly waiting. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the awkward atmosphere, "Ling Yun." All three turned to look. Seolsoho appeared suddenly from behind the dense bushes. When Ling Yun saw Seolsoho, he thought, "My savior has arrived." Unexpectedly, Ling Yun jumped out of Xu mining's embrace, surprising her. Ling Yun hugged Seolsoho and patted him on the stomach, cheerfully saying, "Well done. Not bad." Seolsoho, surprised by the punch in his stomach, spat blood and looked at Ling Yun in shock. "You're Ling Yun." Ling Yun pointed up at the sky, explaining, "Just ignore me. If you're late, everything will be over. Look up at the sky quickly." Seolsoho, confused, asked, "What is that? Is it caused by gods?" The four people stood motionless, feeling tiny compared to the swirling vortex. Kexui mining glanced at Seolsoho and replied, "You clearly don't go to school regularly. This is a natural phenomenon. The water is being swept up by the vortex." Ling Yun continued, "Where is the water being swept away to? Why isn't it falling back down?" Ling Yun added, "Such a massive tornado cannot possibly evaporate all the water in an instant." Suddenly, the tornado vanished. Sui mining, surprised, said, "Huh? How did it suddenly disappear? It shouldn't have been like this." Ling Yu shouted, "Hey! Do you have something to tell us?" Ling Yun looked up at the sky and responded seriously, "Ling Yu, I just want to let you know that there are many things in this world that science cannot explain." Ling Yun continued, "There are some mysterious forces we haven't seen before, but that doesn't mean they don't exist." Ning Ling Yu covered her mouth with one hand and pointed in another direction with the other, asking, "So, is this big change due to exposure to those mysterious forces?" Ling Yun, under her gaze, said, "You're not wrong." Ling Yun thought to himself, "As expected, my little sister is still smart. she understands quickly. Ling Yun then approached the cliff, continuing to think, the reason I brought them to see the tornado today is so they can gradually understand this principle. This way, they can. Before finishing his thought, Sevui Mining suddenly ran up and hugged Ling Yun, saying, Ling Yun, you're so amazing. Wherever you go in the future, Soning will follow. This action surprised Ling Yun, who blurted out, ha. Ning Ling Yu also ran over, wanting to stop Soning. Su Mining, what are you doing? After regaining her composure, Ling Yun turned to Soning and thought, I was so focused on being proud that I almost forgot her. Ling Yun decisively pushed Xui Mining towards Ning Ling Yu, saying, Soning, I need to go rescue someone next. You and Ling Yu should return to school first. Both Ning Ling Yu and Xui Mining were surprised and said in unison, rescue someone? Yes, rescuing someone is also a way of repaying kindness. Ling Yun, while speaking, took out a pen, thinking, without this pen, I might have been done for. Suddenly, Seal Soho approached, stroking his chin and saying, what's going on? The water in the sky is gone. As he spoke, he looked down at the cliff. Ling Yun, moving quickly, threw an arm around Seal Soho and said, Seal Soho, don't be confused. We're starting the race down the mountain now. If you lose, you'll face the consequences. After saying this, Ling Yun ran down the mountain at extreme speed. Seeing this, Seal Soho called after him, Boss, wait for me. You can't just start suddenly like this. With that, he jumped after Ling Yun. Meanwhile, Xui Mining and Ning Ling Yu could only call out Ling Yun. At this point, only the two of them were left standing together, looking at each other with lightning eyes, thinking, if it weren't for her, I could have been with Ling Yun this time. After this thought, they both agreed with a hum and turned away, no longer looking at each other. At that moment, Ling Yun and Seal Soho had both run down the mountain. Ling Yun, supporting himself with his hands, looked at Seal Soho, who was panting and lying on the ground, and said, you're not bad. You managed to catch up with me. Ling Yun squatted down, resting his chin on his hand, eyes fixed on Seal Soho. Seal Soho thought to himself, although I intentionally slowed down, I am still 10 times faster than an average person. Seal Soho, sweating profusely, said, Boss, if there's any more testing, just go ahead. Don't worry about me getting injured. Ling Yun immediately placed a hand on Seal Soho's shoulder and asked, injured? Where are you injured? Suddenly, Seal Soho stood up with a puzzled look, staring at his hands, and exclaimed, why is this? I clearly fell while climbing the mountain before, but now I have no injuries. Seal Soho thought back to the image of himself falling into the bushes on the mountain, and his face showed clear joy, thinking, not only is my body full of vitality, but Ling Yun must be training me. This is to strengthen me. Suddenly, Seal Soho hugged Ling Yun and said, thank you so much, boss. Ling Yun also spoke, preparing to leave. Your painful days have just begun. Soon, at a hospital, Hyeon Jin was unconscious, lying on a hospital bed, breathing oxygen. The doctor had diagnosed the condition and said there was no way to cure the patient. He probably wouldn't last much longer. AD, hearing this, began to cry and pleaded, please, don't give up on my husband. Please save him. Nurse Yoryu, seeing this, tried to comfort AD. I'm sorry, we really did our best. Suddenly, Ling Yun entered and said, let me give it a try. Hearing the familiar voice, AD immediately turned around and said, are you AD? I'm going to see you. Ling Yun remained calm and approached Yuri. Ling Yun gently placed his hand to check Hyeonjin's pulse, smiled slightly, and said, no problem. We can save him. As soon as AD heard this, he immediately became happy. That's great. Ling Yun, while preparing his equipment, told everyone to leave the room. He will get better soon. Seeing Ling Yun take out the long needle, Yoyu appeared surprised and shouted, wait a moment, what are you going to do to the patient? As Yoyu walked over to Ling Yun, he sneered lightly and said, of course, I'm going to treat the patient. Seeing Yoyu about to make a fuss, Yuri immediately stopped her. He is an extremely skilled Chinese medicine doctor. He can really cure my husband. Seal Soho, standing behind them, patted his chest and said, "That's right, boss. Not everyone would save you, but you still try to stop him." Yoyu still paid no attention to these words and continued, "Yuri, I understand how you feel, but there are no miracles in this world. Don't be deceived." Ling Yun, hearing this, was not angry. He even smiled inwardly, thinking, "So she considers me a fraud. Little girl, this time I'll teach you a lesson." While thinking this, he stared intently at the long needle in his hand. Both Yoyu and Yuri stared into the void. Suddenly, Ling Yun turned to look at the name tag pinned to Yoyu's chest, which made her misunderstand. She covered her chest with her hand and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Ling Yun ignored Yoyu's words and sneered, "Yoyu, right? If you think I'm a fraud, then just stay here." After saying this to Yoyu, he immediately turned to Seal Soho and said, "Seal Soho, take Yuri outside to wait." Following Ling Yun's order, Seal Soho complied, "Yes, boss." After the two left the patient's room, Yoyu looked surprised. Suddenly, Ling Yun stood up, approached Yoyu, and frightened her by saying, "I warn you, this is a hospital. If you come any closer, I will call security." Ling Yun still ignored her and directly covered her mouth, leaving her only able to make muffled sounds. Ling Yun gently said to her, "Don't worry. I'll just give him a few acupuncture needles." As the two moved back, Yoyu's foot accidentally bumped into a chair. Ling Yun pushed her shoulder, making her sit down on the chair and continued, "His family has agreed. I assure you, nothing will go wrong. If anything does happen, you can call the police at any time." After saying this, he removed his hand from Yoyu. Before returning to his place, Ling Yun once again spoke to her, "Rest assured, one more time." Adjusting his tie, he continued, "I am not a fraud. I was the one who cured Yuri's illness before." After saying this, he pointed at himself. Hearing this, Yoyu's face showed clear surprise and a bit of doubt. "What?" After that, 20 minutes later, Jin gradually woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and soon sat up, asking, "Where am I?" Yuri, tearfully happy, sat by Jin and said, "You've finally woken up." Jin also began to speak, "I'm really sorry for making you suffer." Yoyo did not take her eyes off Ling Yun and thought to herself. The doctor clearly confirmed that Jin's condition was critical. How can he be awake? Her gaze remained fixed on Ling Yun as she continued thinking. Moreover, he has the strength to sit up and talk with others. "Am I dreaming?" Yuri, placing her hand on Jin's shoulder, said, "Ling Yun, thank you for saving my husband." Jin also added, "We will definitely pay you for the medical expenses as soon as possible." Ling Yun, looking pleased, said, "No need for money. In the past 2 days, I've earned quite a bit. It's almost several tens of thousands." As he spoke, Ling Yun stroked his chin proudly. Unexpectedly, Yoyu asked from behind, "How did he make several tens of thousands in 2 days?" Seal Soho nearby also spoke, "Boss, I'm not an ordinary person." At this moment, Yuri spoke on Ling Yun's behalf. "Ling Yun, your ability to earn money is impressive, but we must definitely pay you." Suddenly, Yuri's phone received a notification. She quickly picked it up and looked at it in surprise. "This is your bank account. You just received 30,000. Ling Yun, holding his phone, said, "Yuri, take this 30,000 to help your husband recover." Yoyu, hearing this, also looked surprised and thought, "What? He's just giving 30,000 away." Seal Soho behind immediately came forward and said, "Boss, this is the money you earned with your effort." Ling Yun, with his right hand on his hip and his left hand brushing his hair, said, "Money is just an external thing." Externally, he struck a pose while feeling proud inside. "You don't understand. Compared to that pen, this money is not worth mentioning." Yuri still refused and continuously pressed the phone, trying to return the money, but couldn't. "You've helped our family too much. We absolutely cannot accept this money." Seeing this, Ling Yun grabbed Yuri's arm and said, "Yuri, although your husband has recovered, look at how pale and weak he is. If you don't nourish his body in time, he won't be able to endure it. So please take this 30,000 to help him recover." After hearing Ling Yun's words, both Jin and Yuri fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Ling Yun returned the phone to Yuri and said, "Please, take it." Jin looked at Ling Yun and said, "Such a great favor, we really can't accept it." Ling Yun smiled at Jin and said, "It's nothing. You'll get used to it eventually." After saying this, he headed for the door and added, "I'm leaving now. I'll come visit you again when I have the chance." As Ling Yun said his farewells, the door slammed shut. Meanwhile, Yuri embraced her husband, Jin, and cried, "We can never repay Ling Yun's kindness, even if we use our entire lives." Jin comforted her, "Yes, we should set up an altar for him and offer our respect every day." Seeing them embrace, Yoyu, still in shock, thought, "Just like that, he's leaving. I'm still here though." Outside the patient's room, Seal Soho praised Ling Yun. "Boss, you handled that perfectly." Ling Yun replied, "I think so too." Suddenly, from behind, Yoyu called out loudly, causing both Ling Yun and Seal Soho to freeze. "Stop right there." After recognizing the voice, Ling Yun turned around. To his and Seal Soho's surprise, Yoyu pressed Ling Yun against the wall. Seal Soho, astonished, asked, "What are you doing?" Ling Yun, looking embarrassed, said, "I've treated the patient. What else do you want?" Yoyu, adjusting her hair, shyly asked, "I'm about to finish work. Do you want to go out and have some fun?" Her question left Seal Soho and Ling Yun, both stunned and bewildered, exclaiming in unison, "What?" At this moment, an image of Yoyu in a swimsuit, shaking her hair by the sea, suddenly appeared. Yoyu blushed, placed her hand on her chest, and continued shyly, "Do you like this outfit? I can wear it anywhere." As she moved closer to Ling Yun, she said, "Or you can just tell me what to wear." Suddenly, Yoyu lunged forward, looked directly at Ling Yun, and pushed him against the wall. She thought to herself, "Her mood changes so quickly. Just now, she seemed annoyed with me. Now, she's examining me with interest. Ling Yun is quite handsome and knows how to make money." Unexpectedly, she hugged Ling Yun's waist with her cheeks flushed. She thought to herself, "I must catch him." Meanwhile, Ling Yun frowned, his mouth slightly open in confusion. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he said helplessly, "I really want to accommodate you, but I have something to do and am not available." After hearing this, Yoyu's face fell in disappointment. "Is that so?" Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck, pressed her chest against him, and curved her body closely. With hopeful eyes, she asked if he could give her his phone number so she could call them later. Ling Yun, still looking awkward, was met with her smile as she tried to seduce him. He reluctantly said, "Of course you can." After that, she opened her phone, added his number, and happily held the phone to her ear with both hands. With a curved hip, she kicked out her foot, thinking it was great to have a way to contact him. Seal Soho, behind, was about to give Yoyu Ling Yun's phone number. She turned to look at him, eyes wide, wondering why she needed his phone number. Behind them, the nurse and doctor, including Ling Yun, watched with Ling Yun smiling. She walked past him, and Seal Soho looked at Yoyu's back with disappointment, thinking, "Such a romantic fool." Suddenly, Seal Soho ran up to Ling Yun, hugging him and crying, "Boss." Ling Yun, feeling helpless, comforted Seal Soho, patting his back, and said, "Don't be too upset. Even if she finds you annoying, it's normal." Seal Soho, sniffling, hugged his phone to his chest and sobbed, "Why did you deceive her, boss? We clearly had no issue." Ling Yun replied with a smile, "I really don't have anything to do, but you do." Hearing this, Seal Soho looked stunned, unable to comprehend Ling Yun's words. At the park, the two went to the food stall together. Ling Yun, drinking soda, said, "On the way here, you told me." Seal Soho glanced at him. Ling Yun asked if the kid Gu Junfa gave him money to teach Ling Yun a lesson. Seal Soho confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Ling Yun then asked how much in total. Seal Soho replied, "Previously it was 10,000 as a deposit, and after completion, an additional 10,000 would be given." Ling Yun pondered deeply and instructed Seal Soho to get the 10,000 back. Seal Soho shouted at Ling Yun, saying he was beaten by the boss and hadn't completed the task, so the deposit should be returned. Ling Yun sighed, "Tangming is indeed quick-witted. He then covered his mouth with one hand and whispered into Sil Soho's ear. For that plan, do it like this when the time comes. Sil Soho frowned, looking at Ling Yun with concern and said, Boss, our approach doesn't seem to follow the rules. Ling Yun sipped his soda and replied, You've been rolling with me. Why worry about street rules now? Forget about them, and just do as I say. Sil Soho came closer, asking, Boss, what are your rules? Ling Yun, with a sharp look, answered, Never let yourself suffer losses. If you can earn it, go for it. In the evening, a subordinate reported to Gu Junfa that Sil Soho was first beaten up and then thrown 8 meters away by Ling Yun. Gu Junfa, gritting his teeth in anger, listened as the subordinate continued. Finally, Ling Yun even threw Sil Soho into a basketball hoop and demanded several tens of thousands from the Cheongryong gang. Hearing this, Gu Junfa slammed the table, his eyes burning with anger as he cursed Sil Soho. Suddenly, a knock on the door was heard. Gu Junfa glanced at the door. Then a voice said, Gu Junfa, I'm Sil Soho. Gu Junfa stared at the door with a scheming smile, saying, Perfect timing, Sil Soho. You're here to pay. Sil Soho, expressionless, stood at the door looking inside. Seeing Sil Soho at the door, Gu Junfa, lying on the hospital bed, folded his arms, raised his eyebrows, and mockingly said, Why are you personally here to pay? Just take a 10,000 for now and spend it. I'm not in a hurry. Sil Soho remained silent, thinking to himself that it was just a scam. He then quickly walked to Gu Junfa's bedside. At this moment, everyone was surprised and hadn't reacted. Sil Soho, with his injured arm bandaged, showed it to Gu Junfa and said that Ling Yun had knocked him down. Gu Junfa quickly transferred the remaining money to him. Hearing this, Gu Junfa, enraged, said, Does Sil Soho think I'm a fool? The entire school saw it. Ling Yun was the one who beat you up, and now you shamelessly come to demand money. Sil Soho glared, saying angrily, If I hadn't let Ling Yun hit me, how would I know his weaknesses? Sil Soho continued, Later, I followed Ling Yun out of school and took the chance to hit him 3 times directly, making him kneel and beg for mercy. He described the scene, saying, He was just a kid sitting on the ground with 3 lumps on his head, imagining Ling Yun with a smug smile and sharp eyes. Gu Junfa, fuming, thought, begging for mercy. He's still boasting with such arrogance. Furious, Sil Soho grabbed Gu Junfa's shirt and said fiercely, Now you take Gu Junfa and find Ling Yun to see if he was really beaten by me. At this moment, Sil Soho still held Gu Junfa's collar and said loudly, Gu Junfa, lying on the hospital bed, anxiously said, Calm down. Don't be so fierce, I'm just thinking about the joke. He then furrowed his brow, thinking it was a bad joke. Following you to find Ling Yun is just asking to get beaten. At this moment, Gu Junfa picked up the phone on the bed and said, Sil Soho, it's only 10,000. I'll transfer the money to you now. Sil Soho released Gu Junfa's collar and stood by, monitoring him. Hearing this, Sil Soho gritted his teeth and said angrily, It's not 10,000, it's 20,000. Holding the phone, Gu Junfa smirked. Are you sure you remembered correctly? You received a 10,000 deposit before. Now only 10,000 is left. Sil Soho stood with his hands on his hips and replied that because he helped Gu Junfa beat Ling Yun and got injured, as well as lost face, he demanded Gu Junfa compensate him for medical expenses and emotional distress. Hearing this, Gu Junfa looked at him in shock with his mouth agape. He turned purple, holding his phone, and thought that there are people in the world who are so shameless. He said, Sil Soho, you can't do this. If word gets out, it won't sound good. Sil Soho continued to glare down from above and said Ling Yun still didn't know that it was his fault behind the scenes. If he went and told Ling Yun now, Gu Junfa, do you think you could ever leave the hospital in this lifetime? Hearing Sil Soho say this, Gu Junfa was stunned, shrank back, and panicked. He changed color, looked at his phone, and said, All right, 20,000 it is. He transferred the money, and Sil Soho checked the phone. Sil Soho happily said, Not bad. In the future, if you still want to beat Ling Yun, just call him. Gu Junfa frowned challengingly and said, Seal Soho, rest assured. Everything has passed. I will go to Ling Yun in a few days to apologize and clarify the misunderstanding. Hearing this, Seal Soho, holding his phone, glanced back and said, That's your business. I don't care. If Ling Yun is beaten in the future, the medical expenses will still be paid by you, Gu Junfa. Gu Junfa angrily shouted, What are you saying? At this moment, the hospital room door was slammed shut. The enraged Toon Fit, eyes blazing, said to his bodyguard, Boss, should we just let him go like this? He loudly replied, What do you want to do? Even if you all rush him, you can't beat Seal Soho. He continued to think, but this method of extortion seems familiar. Outside the hospital, the setting sun cast its rays. Patients and nurses were out strolling around the hospital. In the hospital corridor, Seal Soho was talking on the phone and said, Boss, he followed your method and really got the money. He spoke loudly, regardless of the curious eyes around him. On the other end of the phone, Ling Yun was laughing and said, Not bad, how does it feel? Seal Soho flattered, saying, Better than beating people. He wanted to do it again next time. In front of the astonished eyes of the people around, the weather was stormy, and only swearing could be heard. Ling Yun held an umbrella that was blown backward by the wind, making him say, The rain is so heavy. He lamented that if it weren't for agreeing to his sister's request, he would have stayed away from school in this weather. Suddenly, he noticed and said, Isn't that Jang Mi-yong? At that moment, a girl with long hair, carrying a bag on her shoulder, wearing red shorts and a red top, was standing in the rain on the sidewalk. The girl was drenched, shaking her head, and said, Why did I choose this kind of weather to look for Ling Yun? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, making her unsteady, and she stumbled into Ling Yun, who was holding the umbrella. Ling Yun caught her and held her by the shoulder. Mi Zhuang looked down and asked, What are you looking for him for? Hearing this, Mi Zhuang shouted loudly, Who are you? Let her go. Ling Yun, startled by the shout, fell backward, and the broken umbrella fell to the ground. He said, I am Ling Yun. Don't you recognize me? The girl, standing in the rain, clutching her bag, looked at Ling Yun and said, Liar. Ling Yun is a chubby guy. He's not as handsome as you. Ling Yun, embarrassed and blushing, looked back at Mi Zhuang and thought that if she said this as a compliment, he would forgive her. At this moment, he stood up, facing Mi Zhuang and said, I really am Ling Yun. If you don't believe it, you can try calling me. Mi Zhuang began to cry, wiping her tears and saying she didn't have a phone because they had taken all her belongings. So she had nothing now. Hearing this, Ling Yun asked in confusion what she meant. Suddenly, thunder rumbled overhead. Ling Yun suggested that since it was raining heavily, they should go somewhere else to continue talking. At Ling Yun's home, Mi Zhuang sat on a chair while Ling Yun stood opposite her, handing her his ID card and saying, Here is the official ID. Look at it. Mi Zhuang took the ID, doubting, and asked if he really was Ling Yun. Ling Yun, with his arms crossed, looked at her and replied, What would I gain by lying to you? He continued, Now that your identity is confirmed, you should take off your clothes. Mi Zhuang, feeling shy and blushing, hugged herself and asked what he wanted to do. Ling Yun said that her clothes were already wet and asked if she wanted to catch a cold. As he spoke, he propped himself up on the chair, sticking out his tongue while looking at Mi Zhuang. She objected, saying she wouldn't have clothes to wear. Ling Yun pointed to the bed behind and said, Aren't there still beds? You can just crawl into the blankets. At this point, Mi Zhuang also turned her head to look at the bed behind, and shyly said that it seemed like a feasible option. 5 minutes later, Ling Yun asked from outside if she was done and if he could come in. Mi Zhuang, wrapped only in a bath towel, lay on the bed with the blanket covering her waist and said, At this moment, Ling Yun asked her to explain what happened. Mi Zhuang, lying on the bed and feeling awkward, said, Previously, you beat Sanso. Now their family is looking everywhere for someone to get revenge. Ling Yun, standing by the edge of the bed, said that if they wanted to find someone to get revenge on him, there were many who had beaten him before. Mi Zhuang suddenly sat up and said loudly, You don't understand, this family is powerful. They are experts you can't handle. Ling Yun, sitting on the edge of the bed, looked at her in surprise and saw that she was only wearing a tank top, and the blanket had fallen off due to her movement. He felt embarrassed, blushing, and his nose bled. Mi Juong lay back down, pulled the blanket up to cover herself, and said, "In any case, you must be careful." While Ling Yun's nose continued to bleed, he raised his hand and struck a martial arts pose, even though his nose was still bleeding, and said, "Experts? That's great. I'm currently lacking opponents." He continued, "I'm just afraid they won't come." Outside the building, 2 OTB cars were parked, and many people were coming and going urgently. The people had gathered and lined up neatly in front. Inside the car, someone reported that they had found Ling Yun and asked what to do next. Jang Mi Juan, with a serious expression, said, "Ling Yun, you don't understand. This isn't as simple as it seems. The family is extremely influential. Just one word from them can destroy everything." Ling Yun listened quietly, and when she finished, he asked, "If the Sun's family is so powerful, why don't you want to marry Sanso?" Jang Mi Yong thought of that name and felt disgusted. She shouted that Sanso was a pervert who only played with women. She said she would rather die than marry him. Jang Mi Juong looked at her own chest and sighed. Ling Yun, feeling helpless, asked what she was planning next. Jang Mi Juong pulled the blanket up to cover herself and replied sadly that she didn't know and had run away from home. She was a bit scared, saying if they found her, they would definitely tie her up and take her to the Sun's family. Ling Yun thought about it and suggested she stay at his place temporarily as he could protect her. Hearing this, Jang Mi Juong's face suddenly turned red. She looked up at him, thinking that staying here was essentially living together, yet he was willing to confront that family and wanted to protect her. Ling Yun, feeling bored, began to trim his nails. At this moment, Jang Mi Juong hesitantly spoke, saying it wasn't impossible. After finishing his nails, Ling Yun told Jang Mi Juong that they should also deal with things below. Ling Yun put his hands on his hips and looked at her. Jang Mi Juong stared blankly, instinctively looking down at Ling Yun's lower body. Ling Yun's face turned as red as a tomato. She avoided looking at him, wondering if it was too soon. Ling Yun, puzzled, asked if it was too quick and if she wanted to stay here for free. She should at least do some housework. Jang Mi Juong gaped in disbelief, unable to believe that a beauty like her, naked in front of him, was only being asked to do housework. She uncovered herself to look at her attractive body and wondered if she lacked determination. Ling Yun, beside her, laughed and had a nosebleed. After putting on regular clothes, Ling Yun asked Jang Mi Juong if she could do anything besides washing clothes, cleaning, and cooking. Jang Mi Juong stretched and thought to herself that he was underestimating her. She proudly said she was a student who graduated from Gyeongsang University with a degree in economics and finance and had certification as a financial accountant. Ling Yun, rubbing his hands and smirking, said that if she knew how to make money. Jang Mi Juong, pleased with herself, replied that with a computer and some capital, she could make money. Ling Yun took out a check and asked if it had enough capital, and if she could quickly make a few $100,000. Mi Juong wondered how much money a high school student like him could have. Ling Yun handed her the check and whispered in her ear, 1 million. Jang Mi Juong exclaimed in surprise, asking how he had so much money. Ling Yun, with a smirk, said it was earned on his own and asked if it was sufficient. Jang Mi Juong looked at the check and confirmed that it was enough, guaranteeing that she would make a lot of money this month. Ling Yun dreamed that it would be enough to buy 2 large villas. Jang Mi Juong shattered his illusion, saying the best villas in Cheonsu cost at least 20 million each. To stay for a month and buy 2 villas, 10 million was not enough. Ling Yun was stunned, sighed, and waved goodbye to her, preparing to leave. Jang Mi Juong asked where he was going. Ling Yun, smiling, replied he was going to get the capital elsewhere. An underling in a car reported 7 billion to the person inside the car. The person in the car observed Ling Yun's appearance and quickly reported his departure. The person, named Yu Mi, coldly instructed the driver to follow Ling Yun, saying it would be easy to spot him. The speaker was from the Chinsal organization, named Hyeonchil. Hyeonchil smiled and ordered Hyeonjin to follow Ling Yun on foot. Jin, hiding behind a tree and observing, immediately acknowledged the order. Ling Yun glanced back and smiled, thinking the opportunity to make money had arrived. He quickly ran forward, while Jin provided updates, reporting that Ling Yun was moving southwest and that they were following at a certain distance. Jin reported that Ling Yun had entered Ryongpansan Park. Hyunchil, holding a cigarette and frowning, said they should handle him today and positioned 2 snipers across from Ryongpansan on the mountain. Additionally, 2 others should be stationed on both sides of the Ryongpansan slope. Hyunchil instructed Jin to keep an eye on Ling Yun and said she would join him soon. Jin acknowledged the order. The driver, an underling of Hyunchil, asked if it was necessary to go this far for a high school student. Hyunchil, smoking a cigarette, replied that the high school student had defeated over 30 members of the Cheongryong gang single-handedly, and his strength had reached at least the Hwang level. She recalled that the client had initially offered 8 million, but had now raised it to 50 million. The driver was stunned, unable to believe that 50 million was just for Ling Yun's life. Hyunchil replied calmly, confirming it was correct, and adjusted her hair, slightly raising an eyebrow. Therefore, the assassination must succeed. At Ryongpansan, Jin was standing behind a tree observing. Hyunchil suddenly appeared behind him and asked if Ling Yun had gone up the mountain. Jin quietly replied that he was ascending, varying in speed as if afraid she wouldn't keep up. Hyunchil coldly laughed, noting that Ling Yun was making things difficult even when death was imminent. She wondered which sect had taught such foolish disciples who didn't understand the vastness of the world. The sky was clear, with white clouds drifting by. On the mountain, the beauty of the trees and cliffs was visible. Ling Yun, standing on a cliff and gazing at the people below, was indeed hearing them discussing him. He smirked, surprised at the number of people. Seeing a sniper rifle pointed in his direction, he guessed it was a gun and decided to be cautious. As he finished speaking, Hyunchil and Jin appeared beside him. Ling Yun glanced at them and expressed his disappointment, commenting that they were too slow. He said, with this speed, they still wanted to kill him. Hyunchil and Jin exchanged glances. Then, Jin kicked a large rock towards Ling Yun. Hyunchil also moved swiftly, catching up to the large rock that was flying. Ling Yun tilted his head, his face emotionless, and easily dodged the large rock. Hyunchil flew behind Ling Yun, preparing to stab him in the neck with a knife. Unfortunately, Ling Yun quickly turned his head and retreated a significant distance. Hyunchil couldn't believe how fast Ling Yun was. She stopped with one knee on the ground, astonished that he had dodged the attack. Ling Yun laughed heartily and asked if she was satisfied. Suddenly, from behind him, Jin smirked, coldly grinning as he approached Ling Yun with a knife. Jin shouted, "Die!" Ling Yun was startled, realizing the assassin was attempting a sneak attack. He swiftly charged towards Ling Yun, delivering a devious strike. The sharp knife was inches from Ling Yun when he suddenly sensed something unusual. Despite his effort, the knife couldn't penetrate Ling Yun. Before he could recover, Ling Yun seized the opportunity to turn the tables, spinning around and using his bare hands to grip and push the knife away. Ling Yun looked at him with a sneer, saying, "Dare to sneak attack me? Keep dreaming." As for the female assassin, she should have learned a valuable lesson from her brother, but she recklessly continued her attempts, mimicking the sneak attack from behind. Her brother had tasted Ling Yun's power and warned her to be careful, but it seemed the warning came too late. Ling Yun grabbed the male assassin by the collar, yanking him to move, and then performed a beautiful 180-degree turn, throwing him towards the approaching female assassin. The two collided and the female assassin, unable to dodge, crashed into her brother. They both stumbled back and slammed into a rock, making a loud noise as they fell. They looked in pain, their behinds likely bruised. Ling Yun stood aside, holding the knife carelessly and provocatively asking if they were done fighting. He then raised the knife, pointing it at the two challengers. The two assassins turned pale. This was likely a major shock in their assassin careers. Normally, they chased after people, but now they were the prey, experiencing the grim reality of being hunted. Ling Yun threw the knife at them. The knife flew with great force, causing a landslide that scared the two assassins. The female assassin immediately ordered her brother to scatter, but she seemed slow to react and ended up with a cut on her upper arm. She clutched her arm in pain, increasingly wanting to know who this kid was. Suddenly, she yelled, "Where is everyone? I can't see them." From somewhere, Ling Yun's voice responded, "I'm right here." He mimicked the assassin's sneak attack technique, slicing a thin cut across her shirt, revealing her firm, rounded breasts. She crouched down, covering her chest. Ling Yun appeared from nowhere, shamelessly commenting, "Not bad." The young woman was furious, charging recklessly at Ling Yun, wanting a fight to the death. However, Ling Yun sneered, saying she was no match for him. With a single move, he knocked her aside. She coughed up blood, her eyes twitching. Ling Yun, standing at a distance, sniffed disdainfully at her pitiful state. The useless male assassin, seeing that his side hadn't even touched Ling Yun, was terrified, thinking he couldn't defeat him. He fled in panic. As Ling Yun anticipated, he quickly blocked his escape, gently asking where he was going. Ling Yun used one hand to choke him, and the assassin lacked the strength to resist. Ling Yun comforted him, saying not to worry as death would come quickly. He then raised the knife in a very cool pose, and the assassin immediately said his goodbyes to the world. Ling Yun carried the male assassin's body towards the cliff. The female assassin, in despair, thought he had easily killed Jing. This level of power was definitely not that of an ordinary level. They had underestimated him. Before throwing the body off the cliff, Ling Yun shared a profound statement that every assassin should ponder before choosing this path. If you choose to kill, be prepared to be killed. Saying this, he tossed the body away, ending his role. After dealing with the useless assassin, Ling Yun approached the female assassin and asked if she wanted to live or die. Despite being close to death, the female assassin maintained a very unyielding spirit. She loudly declared that if he wanted to kill her, he should do it without saying such meaningless words. She was truly a brave woman worthy of admiration. Seeing her still strong-willed, Ling Yun knelt down on one knee and sat opposite her, saying that if she wasn't afraid of death, they would try another method. He asked if he used the knife to cut a line across her beautiful face, making her ugly, what would she do? Ling Yun, enthusiastically demonstrating, made a slight cut on her cheek. It seemed to hit her weak spot, making her scream to stop. It was natural for any girl to care about her face. Ling Yun continued to cruelly threaten her, despite her face turning pale with fear. She was so scared that she answered him honestly, telling him her name was Yumi. When asked who sent her to Chinsol, Yumi explained that Chinsol was one of the 3 international assassin organizations, divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, and 2 others. She and Jing were heaven-level assassins. No one knew the location of Chiansol's headquarters, but it had branches all over the world, each with 3 to 9 top assassins commanding various assassination missions. Ling Yun inquired about the comparison between him and a heaven-level assassin. Yumi laughed, showing no respect for the person who had just threatened her with a knife. She mockingly said that Ling Yun's strength was likely at the mystic level, and compared to a heaven-level assassin, it was insignificant. Ling Yun, still not satisfied, increased the pressure on her neck and asked what the mystic level was. Yumi, struggling, finally answered that it was the 4th layer of post-heaven. Ling Yun concluded that this level was equivalent to the 3rd layer of body refinement in this world. This was useful information. Ling Yun continued to choke her, half alive and half dead, and asked his final question. How much money did she have? Yumi, feeling helpless, replied that she didn't know who paid for the lives of others. But suddenly she stopped, realizing something. I roughly have around 17 million, she said. Ling Yun grinned slyly, offering her 2 choices. First, he could disfigure her face, and then throw her down the mountain to fend for herself. Second, she could follow him, with her life and money belonging to him. He seemed to want both beauty and money. Yumi looked at Ling Yun with suspicion, thinking that killing her would be too simple. However, keeping her could reveal more secrets about this world. After some consideration, guided by her rationality, Yumi chose the second option. From then on, her life and money officially belonged to this rogue. Ling Yun, pleased with her answer, smiled broadly and offered to help her heal. They would then deal with the remaining assassins together. However, Yumi came up with a better idea to reduce trouble. Use a net to capture all the assassins. A group of assassins, full of murderous intent and armed with guns, approached the cliff. One of them questioned why Hyunchil had told them to gather at the summit. Nearby, Yumi's voice suddenly cried out. She was huddled in pain, clutching her arm. Seeing her, they ran over to check on her, asking what happened. They wondered where Hyunjin was and where the kid was. Suddenly, Ling Yun appeared behind the group of assassins, causing them to gasp in shock. Then a series of mournful cries erupted as the once formidable assassins now lay scattered on the ground, shivering in fear. Ling Yun, delighted with the results, praised Yumi's plan as quite good, saving a lot of time. Yumi, obediently standing by, responded. The defeated assassins, seeing that Yumi had betrayed them, were furious, cursing her as a traitor and threatening that the organization would not forgive her. Yumi, standing aside, looked at them with disdain, saying that since the mission had failed, returning to the organization would only mean death. She was merely seeking a path to survival. Ling Yun, holding a gun, asked Yumi how to use it. The assassins turned pale, realizing the danger. Yumi kindly instructed him to open the safety and pull the trigger to fire a bullet. Ling Yun learned quickly and soon understood how to use it. He aimed the gun at one of the frightened assassins, who, seeing the gun, panicked, raising his hands to surrender. He even knelt down, begging for his life. Ling Yun was pleased with the one who knew when to surrender and praised him for his understanding. However, he was itching to press the gun to the man's head and asked if they were all not afraid of death. The terrified assassin dared not move, sweat pouring down as he imagined the gun firing and himself dying. He continuously knocked his head, begging for mercy, promising to do anything for Ling Yun. The others, still prideful, scorned the man, feeling he had embarrassed them. Ling Yun asked how much money was worth his life. And when he heard the answer, he was shocked. "So much," he exclaimed. "I haven't even seen 50 million before." The man with the gun pointed at him saw a chance for survival and honestly reported he had 6 million, offering it all to Ling Yun in exchange for his life. Ling Yun was quite pleased but pretended to be indifferent. "Am I the kind of person who does this?" he asked. However, considering the money, he decided to spare him. The other assassins seemed to realize something and quickly began shouting out their amounts. 2.5 million, 3 million, 4 million, even up to 8 million, and one had 12 million. It seemed the assassin profession was quite profitable. They scrambled to offer their money to Ling Yun to save their lives. The organization they once spoke of was now being denied by them. Ling Yun, calming everyone down, told them to be patient and come one by one. He acknowledged that they were only doing their jobs, and money made everything negotiable. Yumi, standing beside him, realized that Ling Yun might be either genuinely kind or had planned from the beginning to demand money. A while later, Yumi reported that the money was transferred to her foreign account, totaling nearly 50 million. Ling Yun cheerfully responded, pressing down on the neck vertebrae of the assassins and saying, "The restrictions on you are half lifted. In 10 minutes, you'll be able to move freely. Remember to come find me in Cheongsu in 3 months, or you will die." The group, overjoyed, looked at the idiots at their feet, while Ling Yun thought to himself that they wouldn't dare cause trouble for his family. By then, he would have reached a level where even formidable opponents wouldn't scare him. He instructed Yumi that the matter was resolved and that she should come home with him. He pondered how to use the money, and then unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her from behind and lifted her up. She, shocked, asked what he was doing. Ling Yun calmly replied that since she was now his money keeper, he couldn't let her walk on her own. Jang Mi-jong sat alone in the room, her posture now extremely dejected, with her face lowered close to the table as if she was trying to hide her emotions. At this moment, she seemed unable to control those emotions, and her appearance was quite unusual. Her face also blushed with embarrassment as she said, "That guy Ling Yun saved me and even let me stay at his house. Could it be that he likes me?" It seemed like the alcohol made her very excited about everything around her. Jang Mi-yuan hugged the bottle. continuously laughing and speaking joyfully, like a 3-year-old child. She said, if it's him, it could actually work. Just then, there was a very loud noise outside the door, accompanied by a voice calling out, which made her immediately turn her head to look. Jang Mi-juong, it's me, open the door. She happily stepped outside, and at this moment, it was like a scene of a good wife waiting for her husband to come home. When she saw Ling Yun return, she was overjoyed, ran to him, and said, Ling Yun, you're back. She thought he would run to her joyfully after coming home, like a husband eagerly awaiting the moment to return from work. However, this time was different, completely different from what she had imagined. Instead, she saw him carrying another woman into his house. Upon witnessing this scene, Jang Mi-juong, who was initially drunk, immediately sensed the awkwardness and exclaimed in surprise. After that, Ling Yun gently placed the woman on the sofa. Suddenly, the woman said, "Thank you, master," in a tone that was very strange to Ling Yun, which left Jang Mi-juong utterly confused, her face becoming more sober. She thought, "Master? What kind of game is this?" When she saw the woman's face, there was a small wound, but it didn't affect her beautiful appearance at all. At this moment, Ling Yun approached her, examining the situation to see if she was okay. However, this action made Jang Mi-juong extremely uncomfortable. Immediately, she pointed at the woman lying on the sofa and angrily questioned Ling Yun. Who is this woman? Hearing her question, Ling Yun quickly approached, leaned close to Jang Mi-juong's ear, and whispered, "She's an assassin who came to kill me today." At that moment, Jang Mi-juong's expression turned extremely unpleasant. She furrowed her brows in anger, grabbed Ling Yun's tie, and began interrogating him further. Then why did you bring an assassin home? At that moment, Ling Yun placed his hand on Jang Mi-juong's shoulder, looking at her with extremely gentle eyes, as if to comfort a pouting child. He said, "She's now my person, so I can be at ease letting her protect you. Isn't that wise?" Immediately, Jang Mi-juong angrily shouted at Ling Yun, "Not wise at all." After her statement, Ling Yun found himself in an extremely awkward situation, not knowing what to say, standing there helplessly. As for the woman who had been lying on the sofa, she immediately jolted awake upon hearing the shout. At this moment, Ling Yun was utterly confused, looking at the furious Jang Mi-juong, not knowing what he had done wrong to make her so uncomfortable that she shouted like that. He thought, why is she so angry again? Without giving Ling Yun a chance to explain anything further, Jang Mi-juong immediately moved to her room, opened the door, and slammed it shut as if to show her displeasure. The woman immediately became extremely frightened and unsure of what to do. Following that, Jang Mi-juong quickly pushed Ling Yun onto the bed, making him extremely shocked, not knowing what she intended to do next, and he nervously asked, "Jang Mi-juong, what are you trying to do?" Without saying anything more, she didn't want to think too much, which only made her more uncomfortable. Immediately, Jang Mi-juong bent down, planting a kiss on Ling Yun's lips without any warning, leaving him utterly surprised. Seeing her so bold made Ling Yun even more embarrassed. At this moment, he was in a passive position but felt very comfortable. He thought, this girl is really fierce. After a while of their lips entwined, Jang Mi-juong quickly sat up, feeling extremely uncomfortable with the long kiss earlier, which made her immediately gasp for air and say, "Ling Yun, you better remember this." Hearing her words, Ling Yun's expression became more and more panicked, going from one surprise to another. Immediately, he asked, "Remember what?" Then she quickly raised her hand, grabbed her shirt as if to take it off, and dominantly said, "You're mine." On one side, she wanted to undress, while on the other, he was extremely panicked, raising his hand to stop her. Ling Yun then realized that she was under the influence of alcohol, so he hurriedly grabbed her shirt, trying to stop her, and anxiously said, "No, you can't take it off." However, at this moment, her entire body was exposed, just one step away from being fully revealed. The oversized t-shirt was stuck on her head due to the failed attempt to take it off. Suddenly, there was a sound from his pocket. It seemed someone was urgently calling him. Immediately, his face froze as he reached down to find the phone in his pocket. After finding his phone, he quickly tapped the screen, answered the call, and put the phone to his ear, saying, "Who could be calling me this late?" Whatever the person on the other end of the line said, it immediately made Ling Yun exhausted and weary. After a fierce struggle with Jang Mi-yuan, he was now full of energy, as if he had just been recharged. He then immediately said to Jang Mi-yuan, "I'll be back in a bit." Without giving her a chance to say anything more, he rushed out the door in a hurry, leaving Jang Mi-yuan sitting on the bed, utterly confused, watching him run off, and calling out, "Ling Yun." At this moment, her head suddenly throbbed with pain. She gently raised her hand to rub her temples and muttered, "Why did he run away?" After that, she couldn't care about anything else, and immediately lay down on the bed, sinking into fatigue, saying, "Whatever, just don't bring another woman home." After finishing her words, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. On this side, the building is lit up in rooms where people haven't yet slept. The apartment just now resembled a large light illuminating the entire street of the city. Stepping into a room where the lights are still on, it seems like the owner of this place is still waiting for something that hasn't arrived yet. At this moment, Lin Mungan's face is extremely unpleasant, as if sensing something ominous. She can only softly call out for Ling Yun to hurry and save her. Why is there an image of Lin Mungan suffering so much in the bathroom? To explain this, we must go back to one evening at an incredibly lavish bar. The scene inside is extremely lively, with bottles of various expensive and cheap liquors neatly arranged on the table. Suddenly, a voice is heard saying, "Mungan, I didn't think you could hold your liquor so well." The image of two men sitting on either side of Lin Mungan, looking lecherously at her, continuously forcing drinks on her and groping her body, makes her extremely uncomfortable. The fat, blonde man immediately says in an overly enthusiastic tone, "Just looking at you, I can tell you're a big star." Right after that, the brunette man sitting on her left grabs a bottle, forcing her to drink it all. The liquor quickly spills out, and her whole body is now under their control, unable to move, and forced to comply with their actions. She immediately snatches the bottle from his hand and pushes it aside. Due to the high alcohol content and drinking too much at once, her cheeks flush. At this moment, she thinks, "Thankfully, I've undergone professional training, so even if I drink a lot, I can stay clear-headed." On the other side, a man sitting across from her, with a sly look, is staring at her while holding a blonde woman. She thinks, "This Cheongan Film Company is notorious for grooming stars by seducing and torturing many young girls. Today, I must gather evidence of their crimes to imprison that guy." Suddenly, the drink has been tampered with, and something mysterious was added. After that, a brunette girl holding a drink, which had something added to it, immediately handed it to that man. He immediately took the drink and flattered Lin Mungan, saying, "Mungan, drink this, and we can go for the audition." At this moment, she was already dizzy, but immediately looked up at him and asked, "Really?" Thinking she had fallen into his trap, he said, "Of course, it's true. A beauty like you is exactly what we're looking for." Immediately, she lifted the glass to her lips, took a long sip, and thought, they finally took the bait. However, as soon as the drink was finished, her body started to change. Her head became extremely dizzy and strange. She then looked at the man who claimed to be the director, and the image immediately became blurry. Seeing him smiling slyly at her, she thought, "Why do I feel so dizzy?" She then slammed her hand on the table for support, stood up, and politely said, "Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom." But as soon as they saw her getting ready to leave, the two men immediately prepared to stop her from going far, not wanting to lose such a good prey. He immediately approached, grabbed Lin Mungan's body tightly, and said, "No need to act. There's a bathroom here." After that, the fat, blonde man immediately approached her ear and whispered, "That's right, delaying the audition is not good." At this point, she finally realized the problem was with the drink he gave her. But it was too late to resist now. Her entire body had lost its strength. She thought, "There's something wrong with this drink." After they took her out of the bar, the two men started leading her into a hotel room, room 1688. As soon as the door was opened, Lin Mungan's body was immediately thrown down on the floor, looking extremely painful. However, at this moment, her body had no strength left to resist. The two cunning men stood outside, looking inside with great delight. The blonde man said, "This woman is hard to handle. So much liquor, and she didn't get drunk. Thankfully, we were prepared." He then said, "Go tell Mr. Chaos the job is done. The person is in room 1688. After she heard the room number, her last conscious thought immediately urged her to resist. Lin Mungan covered her mouth and softly said, "Room 1688. She then grabbed her phone and slowly walked into the bathroom, mumbling, "It's too late, Ling Yun. Only Ling Yun can save me now." To make herself feel more comfortable and alert, she stepped into the shower and turned on the water. The cold water poured over Lin Mungan's body bit by bit, trying to keep her head clear. All she could hope for now was that everything would go according to plan. She murmured, "Ling Yun, hurry and come right now." After receiving the notification that Lin Mungan was in room 1688, Mr. Chaos finally arrived. He entered the room with a cigarette still in his mouth and called out, "Miss Lin Mungan." At this moment, he heard the sound of water running in the bathroom, so he immediately approached the door. But as he looked inside, he saw Lin Mungan taking a shower and cheerfully said, "So, you like playing in the bathroom, huh?" At this moment, upon hearing the footsteps, Lin Mungan's face became extremely tense, looking at him. She immediately reached out to cover her body. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Ling Yun finally arrived to rescue Lin Mungan. His footsteps were extremely urgent as time was running out. Seeing him in such a hurry, the hotel staff immediately approached and asked, "Sir, how can I help you?" Ling Yun immediately looked at him and urgently asked, "How do I get to room 1688? After hearing this special room number, the staff member's face became extremely puzzled and asked, "Why are you asking about room 1688? Hearing him ramble on, Ling Yun immediately grabbed the hotel receptionist by the collar and said, "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way." The two of them moved along the corridor, passing by a lavishly decorated room. The receptionist, now visibly reluctant and terrified by Ling Yun's angry demeanor, finally said, "Room 1688 is just ahead." As they approached, a blond man with an unpleasant expression looked at them angrily and said, "What are you doing here? This isn't a place you can just come to. Get lost." Immediately, Ling Yun grabbed the man's wrist, causing him to grimace in pain. But Ling Yun's strength, fueled by his urgency to rescue Lin Mungan, was overwhelming. He kicked the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Then, without hesitation, Ling Yun kicked open the door, shouting, "Lin Mungan, I'm here to save you." The unlocked door burst open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. Inside, Chaos was sitting on top of Lin Mungan. Another man had joined in the vile act, making the scene even more infuriating. Furious, Chaos glared at Ling Yun and demanded, "Who are you?" Lin Mungan, now unconscious and unable to resist, lay there motionless. Seeing her dire state, Ling Yun rushed towards them without a word and struck Chaos, knocking him to the ground in surprise. Chaos, now bruised and on the floor, stammered, "What? What are you doing?" But before he could say more, Ling Yun landed another punch squarely on his face. Ling Yun then quickly moved to hold Lin Mungan's exhausted and drained body, saying urgently, "Hold on to me, don't move. I'll help you neutralize the drug with acupuncture." Just then, the two thugs returned, helping the battered Chaos to his feet. They saw Ling Yun wrapping a towel around Lin Mungan's body and asked, "What's going on here?" Chaos, still in pain, looked at the blonde-haired director Jangs and demanded, "Who is this guy?" Jangs tried to calm him, saying, "Don't worry, Chaos, this was just an accident. We'll handle it immediately." By now, Ling Yun had realized who was behind these depraved acts and asked sternly, "So, you all conspired to harm her?" Seeing Ling Yun's intense anger, the men began to panic, retreating as he continued, "If you can't control your own desires." Ling Yun's ominous words made their faces turn pale with fear, and one of them stammered, "What? What do you want to do?" Shortly after, a man was thrown out of the room, landing flat on the ground, unconscious. The two receptionists, terrified, backed away quickly. Inside the room, Ling Yun picked up Lin Mungan, preparing to leave. Before he left, he grabbed a mysterious suitcase and, as a warning, said, "This money will be the interest for today. Once I've saved her." As he walked away, Ling Yun added, "I'll come back to settle the rest of the score with you." The men on the floor were too terrified to say anything, clutching their groins in pain, writhing and groaning. "It hurts. I'm going to die." Meanwhile, at Ling Yun's house, Jang Mi-yong and the female assassin were sitting inside, glaring at each other with clear discomfort, neither willing to back down. Jang Mi-juong finally spoke. "You really have no interest in Ling Yun?" Yumi frowned slightly and calmly replied, "No. He is my master now, that's all." With that, the tension in Jang Mi-yong's heart eased and she said, "All right, I'll believe you for now. I can tolerate having one more woman around." Just as Jang Mi-juong finished speaking, the front door opened again, revealing Ling Yun carrying another woman back home. Both of them fell silent. Jang Mi-juong, now visibly excited, smiled and said, "Ling Yun, you're back." Before she could finish, Ling Yun had already taken Lin Mungan into the room, leaving Jang Mi-juong furious as she followed, shouting, "Another one!" Lin Mungan lay on the bed, tossing and turning in pain, crying out in agony. Jang Mi-juong, never having seen such a sight before, turned to Yumi and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Yumi, remaining calm, replied, "She's been drugged. If this continues, she'll die." Ling Yun began to press on Lin Mungan's body, and seeing this, Jang Mi-juong rushed over, trying to pull him away, asking, "Ling Yun, what are you doing?" Ling Yun, his expression calm, looked at Lin Mungan and said it's saving her. Hearing Ling Yun's words, Jang Mi-juong was shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief, and asked, "You're going to treat her yourself?" Ling Yun, still calm, smiled slightly and said, "Of course. I'm the only one here who can." Jang Mi-juong, now frustrated, turned to Yumi, and with a hint of jealousy, said, "Fine, let's leave him alone." But then Ling Yun blocked the door, shamelessly saying, "Why leave? Stay and help me." Jang Mi-juong, embarrassed by the suggestion, covered her face and thought, "Does he really expect us to help with this?" She then started punching Ling Yun out of frustration, saying angrily, "I can't believe you have this kind of fetish." After hearing Jang Mi-juong's scolding, he immediately pointed towards Lin Mungan, who was squirming on the bed, and said loudly, "This is proper acupuncture. Come help me restrain her." At that moment, it was as if an invisible stone fell from the sky and struck Jang Mi-juong on the head, surprising her and making her reconsider her thoughts. It turned out to be acupuncture. We definitely didn't misunderstand. Meanwhile, Lin Mungan's discomfort was increasing, her face reddened from the effects of the medicine. After enduring for too long, Jang Mi-juong immediately climbed onto the bed and held Lin Mungan's arms tightly to prevent her from moving, making it easier for Ling Yun to save her. At this moment, Jang Mi-juong's face also became extremely grim upon seeing Lin Mungan's alluring appearance and thought that it was quite tempting, or maybe he himself was about to lose control. Looking at Lin Mungan in such a dangerous state, Ling Yun tried to stay calm and thought that the medicine was more troublesome than he had imagined. After that, Ling Yun finally withdrew the needle and took Lin Mungan's hand, starting the acupuncture. He said, "Yumi, hold her from behind." Originally thinking he could avoid this situation, Yumi found herself as a mere servant and patiently said, "Yes, master." Outside, it was very quiet. The moon was high in the sky, mingling with the starlight, and a gentle breeze swayed the leaves. At this moment, seeing Lin Mungan's increasingly distressing state due to the medicine, Yumi followed Ling Yun's instructions and moved to the back, holding her tightly. Ling Yun then took the needle and prepared to acupuncture the next point, reminding, "Hold tight and don't let her move around." Meanwhile, Jang Mi-juong held her breath for the next action. As soon as the needle was inserted into the acupoint, Lin Mungan arched her back and cried out, "Ah, Ling Yun," as he continued to move to different acupoints on her body to treat her, causing her to emit increasingly unpleasant cries. Jang Mi-juong on this side covered her face with a towel, feeling very embarrassed, and like Ling Yun had arranged beforehand, she thought the sounds were too stimulating and she really couldn't bear it. After a while of acupuncture, Lin Mungan began to regain some consciousness, opened her eyes and slowly said, "What are you doing? Let me go." At this moment, Ling Yun gently lifted her sweating face, and after a moment, Lin Mungan, still struggling, slowly said, "Don't move. I'm trying to save you." Upon hearing this was beneficial for her, Lin Mungan immediately quieted down and allowed him to continue. After about an hour, everything was finally finished. Seeing Lin Mungan, who had been writhing in pain, now peacefully sleeping on the bed, Ling Yun stretched and said, "It's all good now." The next day, Ling Yun looked at Yu Mei and instructed her to fetch some warm water to help clean her up. She immediately became very obedient and said, "Yes, master." Seeing Lin Mungan sleeping so peacefully on the bed, Jang Mi-yuan approached and looked at her, then unexpectedly said, "In this situation, Ling Yun didn't take advantage of the opportunity." She then looked at Ling Yun, who was calmly drinking water, and a trace of trust appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Jang Mi-yuan, deeply moved, looked at Ling Yun, her face flushed with mixed emotions, thinking that he was truly different from other men. Her face became more radiant, filled with love, and she looked at Ling Yun, thinking, "He really is the soulmate I have always been searching for." Seeing her passionate love only growing stronger, Ling Yun looked at her with surprise, wondering what was going on with Jang Mi-yuan. After completing his task, Jang Mi-yuan pulled Ling Yun back to her room and closed the door mysteriously. In the room, Jang Mi-yuan sat on Ling Yun's lap, crossed her arms and pouted, making him curious and ask, "What are you doing?" At this moment, she decided to confess her feelings to him. Her face immediately turned very embarrassed, and she said domineeringly, "Ling Yun, I like you." After hearing Jang Mi-yuan say this, Ling Yun was increasingly surprised, moving from one reaction to another, and exclaimed loudly, "What did you say? I didn't give you a chance to resist." Immediately, Jang Mi-yuan moved closer to Ling Yun and repeatedly said, "I said I like you. I want you to be my husband." At this moment, both of them looked at each other awkwardly. In this situation, Ling Yun looked at her and began to think, "She likes me. Since entering this world, this is the first time someone has said this to me." Jang Mi-yuan's feelings seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. She hugged Ling Yun and said, "Ling Yun, what about you?" Seeing her intense emotions, Ling Yun awkwardly replied, "Wasn't it you who wanted to keep a distance from me before? Why do you want me now?" Hearing him mention the past, Jang Mi-yuan, who previously avoided him, became even more embarrassed and covered his face with a pillow, saying, "At that time, I didn't understand you. Now I do. Of course, I have to be proactive." After that, Jang Mi-yuan turned her eyes away, crossed her arms, and tried to hide her intense emotions, saying, "Anyway, I have made up my mind about you. You can't drive me away." Her words surprised Ling Yun even more, and he asked, "When did I say I wanted to drive you away?" Upon hearing this answer, her expression changed from one emotion to another, becoming more intense. Then she looked at him, hugged him tightly, making him lose his balance. He reached out to hold onto something but couldn't. Jang Mi-yuan then said, "I knew you were the best." Ling Yun, hearing this odd way of addressing him, immediately said, "Don't call me that, I'm still a student." At this moment, Ling Yun's face became increasingly embarrassed as he looked at her and said, "This position is not appropriate. You wouldn't want me to stay here, would you?" Next, Jang Mi-yuan tightly grabbed Ling Yun's arm and said at that moment. Then, Jang Mi-yuan placed Ling Yun's hand on her chest and said, "You've called out the matter, so you should do it now." Such words immediately made Ling Yun so surprised that he had a nosebleed. Suddenly, Yumi walked in from outside and cleared her throat, causing both of them to feel very embarrassed and stop their actions. They both looked at her with confusion. Yumi then looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "The lady in the room has woken up. She wants to talk to you privately." At once, seeing the good opportunity to escape, Ling Yun quickly pushed Jang Mi-yuan onto the sofa and happily said, "I'll go now." Seeing Ling Yun's reaction made Yui very confused. After seeing his back as he left, Jang Mi-yuan's expression became very uncomfortable, thinking about how to let him escape. At this moment, outside it was very quiet, with the sunlight shining warmly into the room, making it very fresh. Inside the room, Lin Mungan had finally woken up and sat on the bed, feeling very embarrassed and pulling the blanket up to cover her body. Soon after, Ling Yun entered the room, sat on the bed, and said gently, "I'm here." Lin Mungan then shyly said, "Ling Yun, what about after this?" She looked at Ling Yun and slowly asked, "Do you despise me or look down on me?" This question made Ling Yun very confused. Looking at Lin Mungan, his expression became difficult to accept, and he said, "I just hope you'll be a bit smarter in the future and not dress like this to such places." Hearing Ling Yun's words, which seemed like he was lecturing her, Lin Mungan immediately became angry and said loudly, "I'm a police officer. I went there to find evidence of their crimes." Then, Ling Yun's expression finally relaxed and he said, "Police officer, do you really think you're fit to be a police officer?" Hearing his question, Lin Mungan's face became very unpleasant. Ling Yun continued, "How can you protect others when you can't even protect yourself?" Lin Mungan, have you considered that if I didn't know acupuncture, I could only use that method to save you? At this moment, Ling Yun became very uncomfortable, pointing at Lin Mungan and said, "You understand that protecting your purity will no longer be possible." After hearing Ling Yun's very provocative words, Lin Mungan's expression became very distressed, and she said, "I can." Ling Yun was surprised by her words and didn't understand what she meant, so he asked, "What are you saying?" Then, Lin Mungan approached, held Ling Yun's arm, and slowly repeated, "If it's you, then I can." After saying this, Lin Mungan covered her face with her hand and thought, "Actually, when I realized I had been drugged, I knew that everything was irreversible." Then she recalled the moment she was writhing on the bed in the hotel, with only one thought in her mind. "When I called Ling Yun, I had only one thought. If tonight, I have to have relations with a man," the image of Ling Yun appeared in my mind, making me very worried and frightened. But in my mind, there was only one purpose, to hope it would be Ling Yun. At this moment, the two of them were very close, eyes to eyes, face to face, vaguely and ambiguously. Then, Lin Mungan quickly threw the blanket over herself and hugged Ling Yun, surprising him greatly. She called out loudly, "Ling Yun, ah Ling Yun." Then, her face became more and more embarrassed as she blushed and said, "Actually, I like you, I really like you." But at the crucial moment, Jang Mi-jong quickly opened the door with a dark expression, making Ling Yun terrified. Jang Mi-jong's expression was as if she could rush over and tear them apart at any moment. At the same time, Jang Mi-jong looked at them sitting and said in a low voice, "I suddenly want to talk with this lady. Ling Yun, can you go outside for a moment?" At such a crucial moment, Ling Yun could not refuse. To save his own life, he quickly fled and said, "All right." After that, Lin Mungan looked at the very displeased Jang Mi-jong and wondered what their relationship was. After leaving the room, Ling Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately closed the door behind him. Seeing Ling Yun's very flustered appearance after coming out of the room, Yumi approached, crossed her arms, and said with a nonchalant expression, "Master, they might argue because of today. It seems like this issue was foreseeable." In an instant, Ling Yun raised his hand to rub his hair and said, "I know." He then looked at Yumi and quickly showed a very cheerful expression, saying, "The charm of others can also be a kind of trouble." At this moment in the room, suddenly, Jang Mi-yong's voice was heard, "Her body is very weak. She should rest early." Then, Jang Mi-jong quickly pulled up the blanket and covered Lin Mungan. Lin Mungan could not resist and immediately looked at her and said, "Thank you." Hearing such polite words, Jang Mi-jong immediately said, "No need to be polite. My husband spent so much effort to save you. As a good wife, I naturally have to take good care of you." After hearing this, Lin Mungan's face became very shocked and she said, "Your husband." At this moment, Jang Mi-jong's appearance as a very understanding wife immediately appeared. She said, "That's right, Ling Yun is my husband." Next, Lin Mungan looked at Jang Mi-jong with an extremely awkward expression and said, "But Ling Yun is only in 12th grade, he basically can't get married." Immediately after, Jang Mi-jong's expression changed. She clasped her hands together, looking very shy, and said, but we'd have both recognized each other. Otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't have let me stay at his house. Don't you think so? After hearing Jang Mi-yuan's reasonable explanation, Lin Mungan's expression became very uncomfortable. She reluctantly said, "Yes, you're right." Lin Mungan then lay down, turned her face inward, covered herself with the blanket, and said, "Sorry, I'm a bit tired and want to sleep." Instantly, Jang Mi-yuan, seemingly having achieved her goal, stood up, smiled slightly and said, "Then you rest. I'll go outside now." Following that, Jang Mi-yuan's demeanor changed to one of cunning. She looked at the person lying on the bed and thought, "Lin Mungan, you should know it's hard to compete with Ling Yun. He's mine, and no one should try to take him away." At this moment, the sky was filled with twinkling stars that gradually faded, and the building still had its lights on, suggesting that some rooms were still awake. All the surroundings were very quiet. After a while, everyone finally fell asleep. The next day, it was time to return home. The apartment where Ling Yun lived was very modern, with many floors and buildings close together. At that moment, Ling Yun finally returned home, holding a bottle of water, as if he had just come back from exercising. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something was off and immediately halted his actions. On the table was a letter left by Lin Mungan, along with a box. The content of the letter read, "Ling Yun, I'm planning to go to Cheongsu City to deal with other matters. I will handle it. You were right, I was indeed too naive. Let me think carefully. I will definitely return to meet you. I hope you won't forget me by then." After reading the letter, Lin Mungan left. Ling Yun's expression became very serious. He clutched the paper tightly and thought, "Lin Mungan, how could I forget you? You were the first person I met when I came to this world." Immediately afterward, Jang Mi-yuan stepped out of the room, looking very flustered, and said, "Ling Yun, Lin Mungan is missing." At that moment, outside Ling Yun's house, there was a continuous knocking sound. Soon, Yumi quickly went outside to see who it was. Suddenly, two young figures appeared at the door. A platinum-haired boy rushed in, panting and saying, "Boss, you finally remembered me." Yumi then placed her hand on Tang Meng's forehead, surprising him as he looked up and asked, "Huh?" Suddenly, Tang Meng exclaimed loudly in surprise, "Why is there a strange woman in the boss's house?" Immediately, Yumi's expression became very calm as she looked at the two of them. Sealsovo, at this moment, slightly bowed his head toward Tang Meng and whispered, "Be careful, this woman is very capable." Upon hearing the reminder from the person next to him, Tang Meng was very surprised and said, "What? What a contradiction!" While Yumi remained very calm, Jang Mi-yuan stepped out of the room with a very cheerful demeanor and said, "Hello, I'm Jang Mi-yuan." At this moment, Tang Meng looked at her with confusion and said, "Jang Mi-yuan? That name sounds a bit familiar." At that moment, he finally remembered who she was and became very surprised, saying, "I remember now, aren't you Zheng Meina's older sister?" He recalled her beautiful appearance walking down the street, attracting everyone's attention, and could not take his eyes off her. He said she was known as the most beautiful woman in Cheongsu City. At this moment, Ling Yun finally came out and saw the two of them. He said, "What are you doing standing at the door? Come in and talk." Immediately, Seolsoho and Tang Meng looked at him and said in unison, "Yes, boss." Tang Meng then looked at his companion and said, "Aren't you surprised to see two beautiful women at the boss's house?" Hearing this, Seolsoho also became calm and pointed at him, saying, "The boss is so impressive. Naturally, many beautiful women like him. It's not surprising." Hearing such a reasonable explanation made Tang Meng feel very distressed. He wiped away his tears and thought, "Why am I so lacking in awareness compared to the boss?" Immediately, the two of them moved to the sofa, sitting on either side of Ling Yun and listening to him say, "Do you two know where Cheonggan Film Company is?" At this moment, Seolsoho looked at Ling Yun and said, "I know. We used to want to go there for protection money, but were stopped by our former boss, who warned us not to touch Cheonggan Film Company." Ling Yun's expression then became very scheming as he said, "It seems that Cheonggan Film Company has backing." Seeing this, Tang Meng immediately spoke up. "I remember now. Previously, my father mentioned Cheonggan Film Company. Their headquarters is in Gyeongsang. They say they train actors, but in reality, they send women to the big shots in Gyeongsang. Seolsoho added, the information is clear. No one dares to manage them. Tangmeng narrowed his eyes and said, their backing is in Gyeongsang. Who dares to manage them? Upon hearing this, Ling Yun immediately displayed a very confident demeanor and said, I dare. Both of them looked at Ling Yun, admiring his determination. Ling Yun, now very determined, said, are you two willing to go to Cheongan Film Company with me to collect protection money? At this moment, both of them answered in unison. Tangming said, of course, such trash should not exist. Seolsoho also said, where the boss goes I go. Immediately, the three of them got into the car and headed to Cheongan Film Company. The wheels rolled on the road, producing bright sparks and loud clanging sounds. After a while, they finally arrived. Seolsoho took the lead with a very serious expression, making everyone who saw him very scared. After entering, Tangming happily said, Seolsoho, why do you seem like a different person? He then put on a very fierce demeanor, looked at everyone, and said, this is the first protection money collection, so we must overwhelm the opponent's momentum. Seeing his fierce appearance seemed a bit exaggerated. Ling Yun then spoke up, not bad, Tangming, you should learn a bit from Seolsoho in this regard. But upon hearing this, Tangming felt very uncomfortable and showed his displeasure. At this moment, Tangming quickly turned to Seolsoho and said, but boss, shouldn't we find a reason? Otherwise, people will say we're robbing them. Immediately, the three of them quickly went inside. Since Seolsoho's aura was the most overwhelming, he went in front. He said, I have experience with this kind of thing. Just watch and learn. The three of them entered the elevator and went up to Cheongan Film Company. Soon after, they quickly entered the director's office with calm demeanor. As soon as the door was thrown open, Seolsoho's imposing presence frightened everyone, especially the secretary who was about to open the door, who screamed in fear. He said, where is the boss? Come out here. Seolsoho stood inside the office, pointing at the director sitting in the chair and said, you seduced my girlfriend and ruined her life. Following that, Seolsoho became extremely angry, to the point of being ready to attack the director at any moment. He said, today, I want you to hear the threat. Ling Van and Tangming were extremely frightened, their faces turning pale as they watched Seolsoho's actions. Suddenly, a man from outside the door came in and quickly said, who is causing trouble at the company? Seolsoho then looked at him with a very angry expression and said, who are you? The man quickly introduced himself, I am Hwang Biyang, the general manager of Cheongan Film Company. We are a legitimate company. Please stop defaming us immediately. Tangming then looked at Ling Yun and said, boss, what now? They don't seem easy to deal with. Ling Yun then placed his hand on Tangming's shoulder and reassured him, don't worry, just watch how Seolsoho handles this. On this side, Seolsoho, after hearing Hwang Biyang's words, found them extremely ridiculous. He immediately asserted his dominance, and Seolsoho's aura grew more terrifying, causing Hwang Biyang to become so frightened that he could not say another word. He questioned whether a legitimate company would force his girlfriend to take such photos. Immediately after, Seolsoho seemed to grow even more imposing, making everyone in the area terrified. He continued, saying that a legitimate company would force his girlfriend to accompany those old men. At this moment, his gaze became increasingly ferocious, as if he could strangle Hwang Biyang with a single move. He gritted his teeth and said, do you think I'm a fool? At this moment, Hwang Biyang realized that he couldn't resist and immediately softened his tone, saying, don't be agitated. There might be some misunderstanding. Let's go to the office and I'll talk. I'll have my secretary prepare the refreshments. At that moment, the director turned to the secretary and said, call as many people as you can. However, he was unaware that Seolsoho had overheard. Suddenly, the secretary shouted, does the boss want to call the police? Upon hearing this, the faces of the three of them turned extremely surprised, unable to speak. Seolsoho became even angrier, raising his fist, while Ling Yun lifted the table, and Tangming grabbed a nearby flower pot, preparing to attack. Wang Baiyang, extremely frightened, said, "What do you want the police for? Do you want to kill us?" Seeing the imposing demeanor of the three, who seemed capable of destroying the company, Wang Baiyang bowed and said, "I'll immediately check the contract. If there is indeed a problem, it's certainly caused by someone below. Rest assured, I, as the general manager, will deal with them seriously." However, at this moment, Seal Soho seemed even more unreasonable, leaving Wang Baiyang unable to resist. He said, "Don't talk nonsense. It only needed my girlfriend to perform well before we signed the contract." Immediately afterward, Seal Soho grabbed Wang Baiyang by the collar and lifted him effortlessly. Seal Soho's face grew darker with anger, his veins bulging, making Wang Baiyang increasingly frightened and trembling. He said, "But we haven't seen the documents since she was sold by you." Wang Baiyang's face turned rigid, thinking, "Is this really something our company does often? Could it be that this flower is telling the truth?" He recalled the three men who frequently did such things, becoming increasingly terrified. He thought, if this can't be hidden from the hotel, adding this issue, Jiang Song will definitely push the blame on me. My life will be completely ruined. At this moment, the only option was to deal with it softly. Wang Baiyang, in a helpless state, said, "Little brother, don't be agitated. How do you want to resolve this?" Seal Soho finally released his grip, letting Wang Baiyang fall to the ground, and said, "Finally, we get to the point." The secretary quickly helped him up, looking very sore and aching all over. Seal Soho continued, "It's very simple." He started listing a long string of demands to make the situation easier. "As long as you compensate my girlfriend for emotional damages, physical injuries, lost youth, tuition fees, and utility bills, I assure you this will not happen again." Many compensation demands were listed, causing Wang Baiyang to panic and ask, "How much do you want?" Seeing Seal Soho's hand show the number 3, he immediately said, 30,000 is not a problem. I'll have my secretary give it to you." Immediately after, Seal Soho's words caused both of them to fall back in shock. He said, "It's not 30,000, but 30 million. Upon hearing such an astronomical compensation amount, Wang Baiyang immediately collapsed to the ground, stammering, "What? You guys are crazy for money." At this moment, a series of footsteps approached from the door, so crowded it was suffocating. Ling Yun looked at the crowd and said, "So you want to stall for time until help arrives? The director is coming." Tang Ming, still confused, brightened up and asked, "Help means a fight is coming, right?" Ling Yun quickly pulled Tang Ming aside and whispered, "Of course not. Let's politely invite them in. Don't leave anyone out." Hearing this, Tang Ming's face showed great interest. As the crowd entered, their steps slowed down. Ling Yun said, "We've been waiting for you." Tang Ming, also very pleased, added, "Come in quickly." At this moment, a subordinate approached and whispered, "Puka, what's the matter?" Feeling something was off, the worried subordinate asked, "What should we do now?" The leader, calm, said, "Hemph, just a couple of little brats have scared you." The crowd entered with great momentum, carrying numerous weapons. Puka said, "I want to see who dares to bully my men." Ling Yun and Tang Ming stood outside, closing the door and waiting for the drama to unfold. Soon, Wang Baiyang looked delighted and shouted, "Brother! Brother!" The crowd looked around, seriously searching for their opponents. But Puka quickly approached Wang Baiyang and said, "Sorry for being late and scaring you. You sit aside first, I'll handle this." Hearing this, Wang Baiyang saw an opportunity to counterattack and responded. Puka then turned to Seal Soho and shouted, "You little punk! Just because you have a big build, you dare to cause trouble at Cheonggan Film? You don't even look at whose territory this is." Next, Seal Soho simply yawned and replied calmly, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight." Seeing his imposing demeanor made Puka even more furious, and he said, "You." Ling Yun stepped up at this moment, saying, "If you want bloodshed, will you willingly give the money?" Ling Yun then quickly added, "There will be many more opportunities for you to show off later." Tang Ming, at this moment, turned and whispered to the boss, "You're right. It's just that Seal Soho takes all the spotlight. It's really boring." Following this, Wang Baiyang looked at the two people standing here and wondered, why are these two not panicking at all? At this moment, Puka could no longer contain his anger and ordered, "Charge!" immediately. One man who charged was knocked into the wall, leaving Huan Biang astonished. As the scene unfolded, Huan Biang's face grew darker seeing all his men being thrown around and knocked to the ground by Seal Soho, making him more terrified. At this point, he could no longer hold his ground as everyone was quickly and decisively defeated, making him stammer, "What? What?" Subsequently, he quickly grabbed a wooden stick and struck Seal Soho. However, Seal Soho easily blocked the attack, causing the stick to break into pieces. Seal Soho then grabbed the stick, leaving Puka immobilized. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, "Let go!" Seal Soho grabbed Puka by the shoulder and prepared a perfect throw. The attack landed directly on Puka's head, causing him to scream in pain. After the attack, Puka was bleeding from his mouth and had a bruised face. Wang Baiyang was shocked by this scene, but Ling Yun and Tang Ming remained calm. Seal Soho then threw the defeated men into a corner, piling them up like a human mountain. Without hesitation, he made a decisive charge, causing them to fall over each other in pain. After a series of actions, everyone was in pain and fear, not daring to say anything more. Ling Yun on this side saw Seal Soho's performance was very good and thought that Seal Soho, who had not been seen for several days, had indeed made rapid progress and had chosen the right person. Because of a blow that was extremely inappropriate hitting Puka, causing the subordinate to be extremely panicked and run away, saying, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." However, before he could run far, he was immediately blocked by Tang Ming, who asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Then he raised his foot and kicked, causing the subordinate to be knocked back and said, "Go back." At the same time, Seal Soho immediately grabbed the head of the one who wanted to escape and pulled him back. At that moment, Seal Soho's face became extremely frightening, and he said in a deep voice, "Next, go to the flying person." The whole space became extremely chaotic. Wang Baiyang hugged the secretary in fear and didn't dare to move. On the other side, there were screams of despair. "Help! I'm wrong, don't hit me anymore." After seeing such a scene, Wang Biang, like a soul-lost person, kept trembling and said, "This person is a demon." At this moment, Puka's group was lying on the ground, extremely miserable. Seal Soho looked angrily at Wang Biang's people and said, "I haven't even exerted my strength and you have all been defeated." At this moment, he looked like a person controlling everything, making the group unable to react. On this side, Wang Biang and the secretary kept hugging each other, trembling in fear. Then, Seal Soho turned back to look at the two of them and said, "Director, I reason with you, and you find people to beat me." Immediately, Wang Biang trembled continuously and said, "Brother, calm down, we will deal with things slowly." But at this moment, Seal Soho's momentum was very strong. He looked at the two of them and yelled, "Damn it, I'm your brother now. I'll go to the police station and report everything you did." After hearing such words, Wang Biang's group immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Don't call the police, if you report, I'll be dead. Let's resolve it privately. I'm willing to compensate you." Then Wang Baiyang quickly turned back and said to the secretary, "How much working capital does the company have now?" The secretary quickly replied, 13 million. Wang Baiyang immediately looked up at Seal Soho with a very humble expression and said, "You heard it, the company only has that much money left." After hearing this, Seal Soho pondered for a moment and didn't say anything. Wang Baiyang immediately looked up to assess the situation. Then Ling Yun behind said, "Tang Ming, do you have money in your account?" Immediately, he cheerfully replied, "Of course, in these times, who doesn't have some savings?" After hearing the two of them talk, Seal Soho seemed to realize the issue and immediately thought of an idea. At that moment, a thought flashed in his mind that he could demand compensation. Then Seal Soho moved forward, grabbed Wang Biang's collar, and said, "Where is your own money? Take it out." At this moment, Wang Biang, in panic, said, "I have no money, I'm just an employee." Seeing that it was impossible to speak normally, Seal Soho immediately raised his fist and aimed at him, saying, "Repeat that again." At this moment, his tears and snot became uncontrollable, and he sobbed, "I was wrong, there are a total of 5 million. Immediately after, Seal Soho let go of Wang Biang, causing him to fall to the ground. At this moment, he quickly pointed at Wang Biang and yelled angrily, "Transfer the money to me immediately, without delay." Wang Biang immediately returned to the office and started logging into the bank account, working on the most important task. At this moment, he was doing it while asking, "Can we finish the payment now?" However, Ling Yun was still not satisfied with the result and stepped forward to put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Of course not." Ling Yun continued, "Write a debt note. If you cannot pay off the remaining amount within the specified time, this company will be ours." Upon hearing such a requirement, Wang Biang immediately became extremely panicked and said, "What?" Seal Soho looked at him with a very angry expression and said, "How can you not want to see this appearance? Don't want to be beaten anymore." Wang Biang immediately reluctantly said, "I agree, especially agree." Then Seal Soho put his hand on the debt note and said seriously. Tang Ming on this side also stood to direct, "Put the seal on it." Until everything was completed, Ling Yun looked at Wang Biang with great satisfaction and said, "Director, if I find out in the future that you continue to do bad things, it won't just be simple compensation. Remember." Wang Biang, at this moment, was extremely frightened, continuously bowing down to write the paper and said, "I understand." He felt that Seal Soho was even more frightening than himself. After completing a perfect attack, the three of them immediately returned on the way. Seal Soho then said, "Did not expect to really make a hit on Cheonggun Cinema." Tang Ming on this side still had not expressed anything. He immediately retorted, "The one who is proud is mainly because of the great action of the boss that day, making them feel uneasy." Then Ling Yun said a very strange sentence, "Finally enough." This sentence made Tang Ming very confused. He covered his mouth with his hand and said, "Ha, what's enough?" Everyone looked at Ling Yun to see what his answer was. Immediately, he continued, "Of course, it's the money to buy the villa." This answer was very surprising and beyond everyone's expectations, causing them to look at him with their mouths open. They went to a villa area in Cheonggi, which was a large area with a hill, surrounded by trees, and a large cool river flowing through. It was clearly a picturesque scenery. Tang Ming felt that buying such a villa was a bit abrupt and tried to persuade Ling Yun, "Boss, do you really want to buy a villa, or reconsider a bit?" Seal Soho, with a simple mind, didn't see any problem with this and said, "What's wrong with it? Isn't it just buying an apartment? Boss, you have a lot of money now." Tang Ming also didn't know how to explain to this fool and only knew to bow his head and complain, "You don't understand. That place is not an ordinary villa. The money you have is definitely not enough." When they arrived, they saw a person waiting there. She appeared to be the manager. The manager bowed and informed them, "Sorry, to view the villa, proof of assets is required. The customer does not meet the standard. We cannot accommodate you." Ling Yun asked what proof of assets was. The manager continued to bow and looking up explained, "For example, if you have at least 50 million in savings." Tang Ming was shocked and exclaimed, "I told you that amount of money is not enough." Ling Yun calmly took out his card and handed it to the manager. "Here, you check it yourself." She replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." Then she took the card to check. After she left, Tang Ming was still stunned, exclaiming, "Huh, did you hear that right? It's 50 million, not 5 million. Ling Yun replied calmly, "I know." 10 minutes later, many high-heeled shoes approached the three of them. They all looked towards the people coming out. Initially, there was only the manager, but now there were 4 young and beautiful female staff members. They all bowed and welcomed the distinguished guests, saying, "Welcome. We will serve you." Seal Soho was slightly surprised and asked, "What's going on?" While Tang Ming was mesmerized, the female staff brought out a platter of desserts, including ice cream and fruits, and a cone of ice cream. While Tang Ming was sipping a drink, Seal Soho remarked, "Today, Tang Ming, I've never enjoyed such treatment before." Tang Ming replied, "Don't look at me. I don't have any." They walked through the villa area, which had a pool and garden. Each person was attended to by staff holding umbrellas. Ling Yun was discussing with the manager as they walked. She spoke enthusiastically, while Ling Yun listened silently. It seemed they were discussing the purchase of the villa. They entered the interior area, where there was a decorative statue of a person pouring water. Tang Meng continued to question, "Boss, how did you earn so much money?" They toured several rooms, with Seal Soho looking around everywhere, causing Tang Meng to grab his arm and pull them along. The manager continued to promote, "Mr. Ling Yun, this is our #1 villa. The current price is 36 million. They entered the house and Ling Yun sat down and decided, "Not bad, I'll buy it." The manager was overjoyed and said she would immediately prepare the contract. Just as she was about to leave, Ling Yun stopped her and asked Tang Meng, "Didn't you say there's a method to get a discount for buying a house through Jong Chin?" Tang Meng was a bit startled and awkwardly replied, "Yes, I don't know why I forgot about that." Ling Yun gave a mischievous smile and told Tang Meng, "Then contact him. Although I have money, I shouldn't waste it." Tang Meng, seeing this, thought, as expected of the boss, always frugal. Ling Yun, understanding Tang Meng's thoughts, thought, "If there are benefits and you don't take them, aren't you a fool?" He pushed Tang Meng aside, almost making him fall. After this, Ling Yun prepared to leave and called the other two, saying their next destination was Cheonzulan. Seal Soho asked, "What are we going to Cheonzulan for?" Ling Yun turned around and held up 2 fingers, of course, to buy a second villa. The other two, especially Tang Meng, were stunned. Tang Meng exclaimed, "What? Buying 2 villas is a huge expense. How much do you actually have?" Ling Yun calmly responded, "Not much, just around 70 to 80 million. Tang Meng was left speechless, and Seal Soho was also at a loss for words. As the two looked at each other in disbelief, Ling Yun walked away with a smug smile. Seal Soho and Tang Meng exchanged glances, both reflecting on how incredible the boss was. Tang Meng thought, 70 to 80 million and still says it's not much. At the same time, at an old shop, a short-haired neighbor woman with a pearl necklace was talking with Chuol's adoptive mother. "Have you seen the notice? It's confirmed that they're going bankrupt." Chuol replied, "Yes, I saw it this morning." The woman started bragging, "Fortunately, your daughter is talented. She's bought a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room in the city. She's planning to bring you to enjoy a comfortable life." Then she pretended to be sympathetic. "Chuol, you're so unfortunate. Your 2 children are still in middle school, and the clinic has been demolished. The only source of income is gone. What will you do in the future?" Chuol replied, "I have hands and feet. As long as I'm quick, I can still survive." The woman thought Chuol was naive and mocked her internally. It's not easy to be a single woman raising 2 children. Now she's about to lose her place to live. I wonder how many hardships she'll face in the future. Suddenly, a yellow Maserati drove into the old neighborhood, screeching to a stop nearby. The 2 women were surprised and looked at the car. The neighbor woman was astonished when she saw who got out of the car, while Chuol was not surprised at all and even smiled gently. It turned out to be Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Seal Soho. The main character called out, "Mom." The neighbor woman was still stunned, thinking, "Why is Ling Yun back? Is this kid planning to cause trouble?" Meanwhile, Ling Yun approached his mother. Chuol touched her son's face affectionately and asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming home?" Ling Yun scratched his head and replied, "I wanted to give you a surprise." He pointed to the yellow car and said, "Mom, I know you can drive, so I bought this Maserati for you to use." The neighbor woman's eyes widened in amazement at the mention of the car brand, thinking, "Isn't this car worth several billion?" Chuol simply responded, "That's great. It will be more convenient for me to go anywhere in the future." She then asked Ling Yun, "Is this the surprise you prepared?" Ling Yun replied, "Of course not. I bought 2 villas in Cheongsu and Cheonggi." He snapped his fingers. Immediately, Tang Meng presented something covered with a yellow cloth. When the cloth was removed, it revealed a tray with 2 keys corresponding to the 2 newly purchased villas. The neighbor woman couldn't control her emotions and exclaimed loudly, "How could this be?" Ling Yun handed her a file and said, "This is the house purchase contract. You can check it." The neighbor woman awkwardly refused, "No need." Chuol quickly chose one of the keys and said, "I'll take the villa in Cheongsu for peace and quiet." At that moment, from a distance, Sil Soho whispered to Tang Ming, "Why is the boss's mother not surprised by the villa and the luxury car? Look at how the neighbor woman is stunned. That's how an ordinary person reacts." Meanwhile, the neighbor woman was indeed standing frozen, eyes wide and mouth agape. Tang Ming put his arm around Sil Soho and whispered, grinning, "That's natural. The boss's mother's perspective is not something ordinary people can compare to." Jin Chuol then said to Ling Yun, "Come here for a moment. I need to talk to you." Ling Yun, surprised, quickly replied, "Yes, Mom." He was a bit worried, thinking, has she finally discovered something wrong with me? Inside the clinic, Chuol sat in her chair while Ling Yun sat in the patient's chair. The atmosphere was tense. Chuol began, "Ling Yun, I don't interfere with what you do outside, but if you want to earn money seriously, you need a stable source of income to avoid future worries." Ling Yun listened quietly, thinking, as expected, my mother has thought of this. It's exactly what I've been considering. He patted his chest enthusiastically and said, "Actually, I plan to open a clinic in the city. That way, as long as there are patients, I can make money." Chuol seemed satisfied and replied, "That's good, but you'll need a professional nurse to manage the clinic. Have you found someone suitable?" Ling Yun raised his hand and responded cheerfully, "Don't worry, Mom. I've already found the right nurse." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Yoyu anxiously awaited news from Ling Yun, thinking, "Ling Yun, when will you contact me?" Back with Ling Yun's group, Tang Ming was causing quite a commotion, complaining about the boss wanting to open a clinic. His reaction seemed a bit excessive. Ling Yun didn't understand what the problem was and asked for clarification. Tang Ming, without saying a word, bent down and shook Ling Yun's hand. He thought to himself that with the boss's medical skills, even Jong Chin's heart disease could be cured, so it would definitely be a sure thing. Suddenly, Tang Ming realized there was another issue and told Ling Yun, "However, the boss seems to not have a medical qualification certificate." Ling Yun, not being from this world, didn't understand much and asked, "What is a medical qualification certificate?" Tang Ming leaned in and whispered, "It's a certificate. Without it, opening a clinic is illegal." Ling Yun complained that it was a hassle and suddenly thought of reminding, "If Suming's grandfather could help, could he get the certificate for me?" Tang Ming immediately agreed, saying it was definitely possible, as Suming's grandfather was the top doctor in the region, and getting the certificate would be as easy as eating a piece of cake. Feeling that everything was settled, Ling Yun decided, "Then let's split up. Tang Ming, you go pick up Yoyu. I'll go back to school to find Soning." Tang Ming responded, "Understood, boss, leave it to me." Suddenly, he stopped and remembered, "Wait, who is Yoyu?" Sil Soho isn't assigned to any tasks, feeling a bit useless, and asked the boss, "What about me?" Ling Yun put a hand on Sil Soho's shoulder, comforting him, "You should go back and train hard. Only by doing that can you become stronger." After that, Tang Ming followed Ling Yun's instructions and went to the meeting point to pick up Yoyu. The place was near a high-rise building with a lot of people around. Tang Ming stood at the meeting point, waiting, holding his phone for easy communication. He was still curious about how the boss knew a nurse. He wondered why he didn't know this. Tang Ming thought maybe the boss knew a middle-aged lady or an older woman with a lot of experience. An image of an older nurse appeared in his mind. Suddenly, Tang Ming shouted, "There she is!" A young and beautiful girl in a nurse's outfit with a coat over it stood in front of him. She was also holding a phone and looking around. Tang Ming was shocked, as she was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought, "A nurse?" Tang Ming quickly changed his demeanor, trying to appear elegant, and said, "Are you Yoyu?" Yoyu was surprised and hesitated. "You are." He confidently introduced himself, "I'm Tang Ming, Ling Yun's brother." Yoyu seemed a bit disappointed and asked, "Ling Yun isn't coming." Tang Ming quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. The boss has an urgent matter to attend to, so he sent me to pick you up." Hearing this, Yoyu seemed a bit relieved and asked, "Oh, I see. Let's hurry then. I want to see Ling Yun as soon as possible." She quickly walked off. Her words and attitude made Tang Ming freeze like a statue. In her eyes, it seemed like only Ling Yun mattered. He was deeply hurt, tears welling up as he thought, the boss's charm is really something. He then consoled himself, at least in my heart, there is only Ling Yu. Although, in reality, Ling Yu also liked Ling Yun. They continued to the school to meet Ling Yun. The sky was clear today. Tang Ming said, "We're here." The boss told us to wait at the school gate. Yoyu stood there, looking into the school grounds of Cheongsu, waiting for Ling Yun. Suddenly, she saw something. Ling Yun and Soning walking out hand in hand, looking affectionate. Xui Mining said to Ling Yun, "Play with me first. If not, I won't listen to anything you say." Ling Yun tried to be patient and asked, "What do you want to play?" The two of them then looked over and saw Yoyu. Ling Yun said, "Yoyu, you're here." Yoyu, feeling slightly uncomfortable, replied simply, "Yes." Xui Mining looked at Yoyu with a hostile gaze, with sparks seemingly shooting from her eyes. She thought to herself, "Another person competing with me." Yoyu also looked back with the same gaze, thinking, "What's the relationship between this girl and Ling Yun?" Yoyu awkwardly said, "Ling Yun, well." Suddenly, Soning stepped forward, forcefully pushing Ling Yun against the wall and said, "Ling Yun, let's go sing karaoke." Ling Yun awkwardly replied, "Huh? I don't know how to sing." Soning looked at Yoyu, who was feeling aggrieved behind her, and said intentionally, "Ling Yun, don't you need a medical qualification certificate anymore?" She then took Ling Yun's hand and pulled him along. "Today, I'm treating you." Ling Yun, feeling awkward, scratched his head and looked back at Yoyu. "Sorry, I forgot I still need your help." Yoyu, feeling aggrieved to the point where tears were welling up, looked at Ling Yun's eyes, confused. At a nightclub, Soning was sitting on Ling Yun's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Ling Yun asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" She blushed and said, "Ling Yun, be my official boyfriend." This statement truly frightened Ling Yun, turning him pale. Soning clung to him tightly, and Ling Yun tried to dodge so much that his neck seemed to grow 10 centimeters longer. He continuously dodged the flying hearts as if avoiding evil spirits. Soning, seeing this, started crying and said, "Ling Yun, do you dislike Soning?" Ling Yun quickly denied. "How could that be? You're overthinking." Soning looked sad. "I know boys like gentle and obedient girls. I'm a bit stubborn and temperamental. I'll try to change that in the future." Ling Yun replied, "Soning, I've never thought like that." He leaned close to her and said, "You are very good now, and I like you very much." Soning's face turned red, and she covered her mouth shyly, saying, "Then, why don't you want to be my boyfriend?" Ling Yun seriously put his hands on her shoulders and explained, "Because we are still young. Studying is the most important thing. We can talk about relationships later." Soning, with tears streaming down her face, said, "But there are so many women around you. What if you forget about me in the future?" Hearing this, Ling Yun wrapped his arms around her waist and said affectionately, "I promise that in the future, Soning will be the only girl I consider my girlfriend. Is that okay?" She replied, "Okay, but..." Before she could finish, Soning hugged Ling Yun tightly. Ling Yun, feeling embarrassed and red-faced, thought, "Soning, don't do this." She pretended to be upset. "Before we officially date, you have to agree to always take care of me, love me when needed, and hug and kiss me." Ling Yun awkwardly replied, "Isn't that just like being a boyfriend?" Suddenly, she placed her hands on his shoulders and asked, "Ling Yun, don't you want the qualification certificate anymore?" This made Ling Yun break out in a sweat. He innocently said, "All right, I agree." But inside, he felt like he was selling himself. 5 hours later, Ling Yun, exhausted, finally finished up. The sky had turned overcast. Ling Yun looked up and suddenly felt a sharp drop in temperature. It was probably going to rain soon. I should head home quickly. Suddenly, he saw Yoyu in front of him. He wondered why Yoyu was still here. Wasn't she supposed to have gone back already? Yoyu, her face flushed, was hugging herself. Ling Yun approached her, making her jump and exclaim, "Ling Yun, why are you still here?" She stammered an apology. "I thought you meant for me to wait for you." Ling Yun, scratching his head helplessly, replied, "Well, you didn't need to wait all this time." Yoyu said firmly, no matter how late, I would still wait for you. She then threw herself into Ling Yun's arms. As she hugged him, she suddenly sneezed. Ling Yun noticed, took her hand, felt how cold it was, and said warmly, I'll take you home first. With a single motion, Ling Yun carried her to her home. Yoyu, looking at her humble room, apologized, sorry, my place is a bit rough. Ling Yun patted her head reassuringly, no need to apologize. I also grew up in a poor neighborhood. He then cast a sly glance. Standing for so long must have been painful. Take off your socks and I'll massage your feet. Yoyu shyly removed her black socks. Ling Yun focused on massaging Yoyu's feet. The reason I came to find you today is that I'm about to open a clinic and need a professional nurse to help manage it. His hands moved up her leg as he continued. Once you join, I guarantee your salary will be higher than your previous job. Without realizing it, Ling Yun continued speaking as Yoyu's face turned as red as a tomato. Usually, if money was needed, she could just contact Tangming directly without much thought. Suddenly, Ling Yun moved closer and stroked her cheek. Will you agree? Yoyu stammered, yes, I agree. Ling Yun stood up and said, once the clinic is ready to open, I'll let you know. Rest now. Ling Yun's words made Yoyu suddenly feel a pang of loss. She quickly grabbed his sleeve and shyly asked, Ling Yun, could you stay here tonight? As she spoke, she started undressing, revealing her body. Ling Yun asked sternly, are you serious? Without hesitation, Yoyu replied with a blush and opened her dress wide. Ling Yun looked at her as she undressed, then lifted her chin and said, don't let me down. On the floor, Yoyu's clothes were scattered, and she shyly covered herself with her hands. Now, she was only wearing delicate lingerie. She looked away, not daring to meet Ling Yun's eyes. Ling Yun commented, your figure is very good. Ling Yun lifted her foot and continued, especially these legs. Yoyu lay down on the bed, her face flushed. Ling Yun's gaze became more intense as he propped himself on his arms and asked, are you ready? Yoyu, lying on the bed, shyly replied, Mem. Suddenly, a blanket flew over and covered her, making her wonder what was happening. She quickly looked up and asked, Ling Yun, what are you doing? He replied casually, you've been tired all day and caught a cold, so you should go to bed early. Yoyu, clutching the blanket, asked quietly, do you dislike me? Ling Yun answered, why would I think that? Yoyu said, my family is very poor, and I haven't experienced much in life. I can't compare with other women. She lowered her head shyly. From the first time I met you, I liked you and wanted to stay by your side. Ling Yun approached her and comforted her, silly, you've already achieved that. I wouldn't casually hug or massage a woman. I'm doing this because I care about you. Ling Yun pushed her gently, lie down and rest well. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Yoyu cheerfully responded, yes. The next day, at a busy street, Tangming shouted, Boss Ling Yun is coming. Ling Yun, looking displeased, walked towards the car. Tangming was reprimanding him. Didn't I tell you not to call me boss anymore? Tangming laughed lightly and replied, I forgot. Once in the car, Yoyu was already waiting. Seeing her, Ling Yun was helpless. Hasn't it only been 3 days? She clung to his arm, pouting, I missed you, so I came to see you. Ling Yun lifted her chin. Seal Soho and Tangming, sitting in the front, silently cursed, thinking how, in just 3 days, Ling Yun and Yoyu had developed this far. They couldn't help but admire Ling Yun. They arrived at a district. Tangming spoke up, Boss, this is the place. Tangming led Ling Yun and the others into a building. We've searched quite a few places this morning. This one has the largest area and the most convenient transportation. It's perfect for opening a clinic. They met Mr. Wangs, the owner. Tangming greeted him warmly, we're back. Ling Yun stared at the man who had just appeared. Tangming continued, Mr. Wangs, this morning you mentioned 50,000. Can you lower it a bit? Mr. Wangs replied, young man, this price is already very favorable for this location. Ling Yun asked, if it's a good business location, why are you selling? Mr. Wangs answered sadly, I've been out for a long time and am tired. I want to go back to my hometown. Ling Yun suddenly put his hand on the man's shoulder and said, "That's not the real reason. Mr. Wangs, have you been targeted by someone?" Mr. Wangs was taken aback. Seeing his pale and tired face, Ling Yun immediately diagnosed his illness. He placed both hands on Mr. Wangs's shoulders and said confidently, "Mr. Wangs, you've been suffering from daily stomach pains, sleepless nights, and vomiting everything you eat, even water, right?" Ling Yun's face became serious as he spoke, but his eyes were full of determination and confidence, just as if he had experienced it himself. Mr. Wangs gaped in shock and asked, "How did you know?" Ling Yun, feeling pleased with himself, brushed off his hands and said, "Not only do I know, but I can also cure you." Realizing this rare opportunity, Mr. Wangs seized the chance to get rid of his long-standing illness and clutched Ling Yun's hand, asking desperately, "Is that true?" Ling Yun turned around and looked at his companions, who were all surprised by Mr. Wangs's offer. The main character suddenly changed his attitude. He approached Mr. Wangs with a friendly and helpful demeanor, telling him not to rush and to explain the whole situation first. It seemed he realized this was an opportunity to gather more information from Mr. Wangs and about the house. Seeing this, Mr. Wangs scratched his head in surprise. After a moment, he sighed heavily and began recounting his personal story tiredly. "Actually, I've had this shop for several decades. Due to the good quality and attractive designs, business has always been stable. Last year, a new clothing store opened across the street. It also sells clothes, but they seemed inexperienced. Their business hasn't been going well, and they might be closing soon. But just at this time, I suddenly discovered that my health started to deteriorate." As he spoke, he recalled how he was in so much pain that he collapsed, one hand on the table and the other rubbing his chest, the pain so intense he clenched his teeth to endure. With his eyes tightly shut, he continued, "At first, it was just mild stomach pain. But gradually it became so severe I couldn't sleep. Later, I started vomiting everything I ate, even water. My body grew weaker as the pain continued to torment me daily, affecting both my meals and sleep. This really made me, an older person, feel suffocated and frustrated." Mr. Wangs thought of a solution and recounted, "I went to many hospitals for tests, but every doctor said I was fine. Until I met a Chinese medicine practitioner who said I was affected by black magic. Now I remember that the owner of that clothing store is from Sangxio. I heard that Sangxio also has ancient magic techniques. He must be the one causing this." As he spoke, Mr. Wangs could no longer hold back his frustration and covered his face with his hands, shaking with anger. Sealsoho, having listened to the story, could no longer contain himself. He raised both hands as if to demand justice for the man and shouted loudly in dissatisfaction, "To use such a malicious method just because his business isn't as good as yours is really disgusting." His face now resembled a demon, his eyes sharp with hatred, each tooth as sharp as a shark's, ready to bite those who harm good people. Seeing Sealsoho's emotional outburst, Ling Yun and Tangming worked together to restrain him. Mr. Wangs was stunned, his eyes widened in shock. He was so surprised that his eyes seemed to bulge out. Watching Sealsoho's outburst, Mr. Wangs also erupted with anger, shouting loudly, "I went to their shop to talk, hoping they would spare me, but they insisted they knew nothing about it." Mr. Wangs, feeling fatigued, had to lean on a clothing rack. His voice gradually softened. "My health is deteriorating, and I know I won't live much longer. That's why I wanted to sell the shop and return to my hometown to wait for death." Desperately, he admitted he had no other option but to wait helplessly for death to come. In contrast to Mr. Wangs, Ling Yun appeared very strong. His gaze was more resolute than ever, and just by looking at him, one could tell he was trustworthy. Ling Yun said firmly, "Don't worry, Mr. Wangs. I'll help you with the black magic." Sitting down in a ready position, Ling Yun made Mr. Wangs uneasy. Mr. Wangs was astonished that after telling his story, Ling Yun could now cure the incurable illness. Mr. Wangs, skeptical, asked if there was no need for preparation. Yo-Yu calmly replied, "Don't worry, his medical skills are extraordinary and will definitely save you." Ling Yun took out a golden needle that glowed. He instructed Mr. Wangs to close his eyes. With no other choice but to trust this stranger, Mr. Wings shut his eyes, feeling a burning anxiety and tightly clenching his hands, worried about whether he would be cured. His eyes were shut tight, sweat dripping from his forehead. One could say the patient's emotions were a mix of anxiety, confusion, and hope. Suddenly, Mr. Wings vomited a pool of liquid, and strangely, there were two purple objects in it, resembling octopus tentacles. Seeing these, Mr. Wings turned pale with horror, as if he had struck gold. His eyes lit up with excitement, and Ling Yun swiftly took action, using two needles to pierce the purple objects with expert precision. Ling Yun then said, "Mr. Wings, look. These are the two cursed worms that have caused your condition." Mr. Wings stared at the two grotesque creatures in shock, while Yo-Yu quickly covered her mouth. Without hesitation, Ling Yun burned the cursed worms. He then looked at Mr. Wings with satisfaction and asked, "How do you feel now?" Mr. Wings responded, "I feel much lighter, and the nausea has gone. I think I'm truly okay now." Tears of joy streamed down Mr. Wings' face, finally liberated from the hell caused by those creatures. Now, the shop owner was as energetic and lively as a young person. He looked at Ling Yun with admiration, as if he were a miraculous healer, a savior, a deity. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Mr. Wings slumped down, but continued to express his deep appreciation. "You're truly my lifesaver," he said. Ling Yun quickly helped him up and calmly said, "Mr. Wings, don't be too excited. This isn't over yet." Unexpectedly, right after curing the curse, the person behind the scheme appeared. Ling Yun frowned, looking towards the door, noting the speed of their arrival. Just as he finished speaking, the owner of the neighboring store, along with a group of thugs, swaggered into Mr. Wings' shop as if it were their own, standing confidently in the doorway. The owner of the rival store stood among four large bodyguards. He wore an old-fashioned dark green outfit, with short silver hair and a haughty posture, hands in pockets and a scowling face. This man appeared utterly unpleasant, with deep wrinkles and a sharp gaze full of the cunning of a fox. Smirking, he threatened, "Who are you to meddle in other people's business? If you're smart, get out of here quickly." His loud voice carried no weight, making it clear that Ling Yun had no reason to be afraid. Not only that, Ling Yun arrogantly propped his feet up on the table in front of the store owner. Behind him were two burly men, as formidable as the bodyguards. Their faces showed disdain for the old fox's words. Ling Yun grew more excited about the situation, resting his hand on his mouth with a look of amusement, his face darkening with provocation. "What if I intervene in this matter?" The old fox responded calmly, but did nothing. It was puzzling how someone with such a low character could remain so composed. He pulled out cursed worms from his bag, disgustingly licking them. Swiftly, he threw them directly at the main character. It seemed the cold-blooded nature of this man had surfaced. His face was contorted with rage as he shouted, looking for death. Ignoring his words, the main character used his keen eyes to focus on the cursed worms, as if finding a way to handle them. In an instant, his face relaxed, and he involuntarily smiled triumphantly. The main character threw needles at the cursed worms with precision, quickly taking down all four of them. Each worm was struck by the main character's needle, writhing in vain and splattering blood everywhere. Suddenly, the old fox vomited a pool of white liquid, evidently linked to the demise of his cherished cursed worms. Now, the main character was gaining the upper hand. He sat in front of the old man, feigning disappointment and boredom as he asked, "Is that all you've got?" Unable to contain his frustration, the old man shouted, "I'll kill you while my mouth is still dripping with vomit." With a piece of vegetable still stuck to his cheek, it was clear how enraged he was at the main character. The saying, "Old Ginger is spicier," held true. As the older he got, the more spiteful he seemed. He was about to resort to dirty tricks again.
As soon as he finished speaking, the old man already had two parasitic creatures in his hands. His actions were decisive and swift. The shop owner hurled those creatures towards the protagonist, and this time, there were even twice as many as before. The angrier he became, the calmer Ling Yun remained. His movements were so skillful that they were beyond words. With one hand, he threw 6 needles. He mocked the old man, saying, "Using the same trick twice? You're hopelessly stubborn." Each needle flew straight and evenly towards the creatures, but unexpectedly, they turned around. What just happened? The protagonist was shocked, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to believe what had just occurred. The shop owner, with a smug expression, laughed loudly and said, "Your needles are dead objects, but my creatures are alive." He was so excited that his hands were trembling as if he had a nervous tic. "You brat, this is the consequence of your arrogance." The parasitic creatures were rushing towards Ling Yun at incredible speed. They eagerly charged forward as if saying to him, "You can't escape." However, the protagonist's expression was very strange. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also extremely confident. Staring straight at the creatures, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. It seemed that the protagonist had already come up with a plan to deal with them. Suddenly, his hands ignited with blue flames. Each flame sparked from the tips of his fingers, but it was even more impressive than that. In an instant, the flames flared up like lightning strikes. The creatures were scorched and fell one by one. Once again, the old man coughed up a strange fluid. This must have been connected to the destruction of the creatures. Now, the protagonist had the upper hand. He sat in front of the old man, looking disappointed and bored, and asked him, "Old man, is this the only trick you have?" The old man couldn't hold it in any longer. He shouted angrily, "You brat, I'll finish you," even as his mouth was still smeared with remnants of the strange fluid. It was clear how furious he was at the protagonist. They say the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, but it seems that the older they are, the easier they lose their temper. The old man was about to resort to some underhanded tactics again.
The old man appeared right behind Ling Yun, raising his hand as if preparing to strike him. But it wasn't that easy. Ling Yun's sharp, hawk-like eyes could anticipate each of his tricks. He casually glanced behind him and muttered 4 words softly. The old man's hand struck Ling Yun's shoulder, but for some reason, he hesitated and looked surprised. In an instant, the main character delivered a powerful punch to the old man's stomach. With such a hit, there was nothing left to be called a stomach. The old man was paralyzed with pain, his mouth wide open and saliva dripping. The force of the main character's punch was so overwhelming that it sent the old man flying into a large wall, with a loud crash. Everyone around was astonished. Ling Yun warned, "I've already crippled you. From now on, don't think of using these crooked schemes to harm others." The bodyguards behind the old man were useless. Some felt guilty for not protecting their master, some showed fear, some were indifferent, and others stared at the main character with fixation. Smoke rose from the old man who had collided heavily with the wall. He had underestimated his opponent. Now, he realized and asked, "You're so young yet so powerful. Who exactly are you?" His face, covered in saliva and blood, looked even more disgusting. Watching him sit pitifully on the ground, Ling Yun smugly replied, "Even if you practiced for another lifetime, you'd never surpass me." The old man's henchman helped him up, while Ling Yun observed from behind. Ling Yun glanced at the second floor of the clothing store. Yoyu ran over and asked Ling Yun if he was okay, while the 3 men beside him watched. Ling Yun replied, "Of course, their petty tricks couldn't harm me." Tang Ming smiled and said, "Boss, you're so impressive." Ling Yun then told Mr. Wings, "You don't need to sell the shop anymore. This place is yours to keep." Mr. Wings clenched his fist and said loudly, "No, young friend. From now on, this shop is yours." Ling Yun was surprised to hear this. Yoyu thought Tang Ming said that the store's front could sell for over 10 million. Mr. Wings was willing to give it to Ling Yun. Ling Yun patted Mr. Wings on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Wings, there's no need to do that. I would never take advantage of someone else." Hearing Ling Yun, Tang Ming and the red-haired guy frowned, thinking, "Boss, why are you lying? You didn't teach us like this before." Mr. Wings wiped his tears and said, "Young friend, you know, I thought I was beyond saving. I felt as cold as if my heart was frozen." Mr. Wings sobbed, "I just wanted to sell everything, arrange things for my wife and children, and find a place to end my life." Mr. Wings stood up and continued, "But now I can keep living. This feels like a rebirth to me." Ling Yun silently watched him. Mr. Wings, still sobbing, said, I bought this store for less than 2 million back then. Now that you've saved my life, what's wrong with giving it to you? Isn't my life worth 2 million? Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief and said, if Mr. Wangs insists, then I won't refuse. Mr. Wangs hugged Ling Yun joyfully. That's more like it. I'll cover the repairs for you too. Ling Yun, smiling and waving, was hugged. Yoyu stood beside him, surprised. Yoyu covered his mouth in shock. Ling Yun asked Yoyu, why are you so stunned? Yoyu replied, I can't believe it. This will be your clinic from now on. Ling Yun corrected, no, it will be our clinic. Tang Meng and the red-haired guy were chatting happily. Ling Yun handed something to Yoyu. That's right. Remember to keep an eye on the repairs and buy some more things for me. Ling Yun pointed and said, buy wolf hairbrushes, gold paper, and chusa. Also, get a few roosters and male black dogs. Yoyu wrote down everything Ling Yun mentioned. Ling Yun, thinking about the clinic and not having to worry about money, prepared to reach the 4th level of body refinement and plan for making talismans. Ling Yun remembered the magical beast and thought that making talismans typically required the blood of such creatures, but he wasn't sure if there were any magical beasts on this earth. For now, he could only temporarily use rooster blood and dog blood as substitutes. Ling Yun sighed and thought it would be great if he could catch a magical beast. That way, he could make spirit talismans and wouldn't need to rely on Chiljucho anymore. As night fell over the lush green meadow, the grass waves gently swayed. Ling Yun approached a glowing tree and said, here we are again, my dear Chiljuko. Ling Yun was suddenly surprised. Why does Chiljuto's spiritual energy seem to have diminished? Could someone else have come here? The so-called Chiljucho was glowing, and Ling Yun opened his eyes wide in surprise. He turned around and asked, who's there? A beastly foot stepped forward. Ling Yun hesitated. What is this? He wondered if the soul he saw was injured. A magical beast appeared, looking up at Ling Yun. Ling Yun asked if it was hurt, and slowly sat down beside the beast, examining its neck. He then asked if the one using it was injured. Ling Yun let the beast down, which lay on the ground, its legs pointing upwards. Ling Yun said, you can go on now. The beast lay on the ground, confused. Ling Yun said, I'll protect you. Ling Yun smiled and asked, did you think I wanted to kill you? Survival is tough. I'm not that idle. Ling Yun suddenly stood up, raised his hands to the sky, and shouted, of course, if you don't need it now, I'll immediately drain all the spiritual energy from Chiljuko, leaving nothing for you. The magical beast was startled, its fur standing on end. Ling Yun smiled kindly as he looked at the beast lying on the meadow, peacefully sleeping. Ling Yun suddenly noticed something, and in panic, said, the internal injuries are severe. He held the beast and said, luckily, you met me. Ling Yun used needles to treat the beast, reassuring it, don't worry, you'll be fine. The beast slowly opened its eyes. Ling Yun wondered if the magical beast could understand him. Ling Yun was astonished to see it had awakened its spiritual consciousness. It probably wouldn't be long before it could transform into a human shape. Although it had only one tail, it was possible to detect magical beasts on Earth. Suddenly, the magical beast jumped out of Ling Yun's hands, startling him. The beast unexpectedly grew a tail, making Ling Yun exclaim in surprise, 3 tails. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled as he covered his face in awe. It actually has 3 tails. A magical beast with 3 tails was rare even in the cultivation world. The beast, standing proudly with its hands on its hips, emitted a beam of light, causing Ling Yun to open his eyes wide as he saw the beast grow 9 tails. Ling Yun exclaimed, this is Gu Ho. The beast, seeing Ling Yun's reaction, smiled proudly. Ling Yun said, once Gu Ho matures, it can fly and possess unparalleled illusion techniques, even more powerful than the 4 great sacred beasts. The magical beast still had only 1 tail, but Ling Yun gave a thumbs up, praising, you're impressive, little fox. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The beast bit Ling Yun's pants and pulled him, causing him to shout, hey, what are you doing? Ling Yun asked, are you trying to take me somewhere? The scene was quiet and gloomy, surrounded by leaves under the dim moonlight. The magical beast was leading Ling Yun to a certain place. As they walked, Ling Yun asked, "Is this where you live?" Ling Yun stood there, saying, "The aura in this cave is unusual. It's definitely not simple inside." Suddenly, stones began to rise, startling Ling Yun, who asked, "What's happening?" The stones formed into a smoky giant rock cave. Ling Yun said, "What is this?" Ling Yun and the magical beast looked down from the top of the rock. Ling Yun observed the scene and asked, "What is this?" "In the darkness is light, and in the light is darkness. This is a natural cave I hadn't noticed before. There's an enormous heavenly mechanism in the cave." Ling Yun, holding the magical beast, said, "There must be a large tomb beneath." The magical beast, frightened, jumped out of Ling Yun's arms and ran away, prompting Ling Yun to shout, "Hey, don't run." A phone call came in. Ling Yun answered, "What's up?" A loud voice came from the other end, making Ling Yun hold the phone away. "Yumi." Suddenly, he felt sharp pain all over his body. She said, "The suppression you placed is starting to take effect." Ling Yun realized and was alarmed, thinking, "Oh no, how could I forget about this?" Jang Mi-juam, worried, heard Ling Yun on the phone and said, "Tell her to endure a bit longer. I'll come back immediately." Yumi lay on the bed, in pain, sweating profusely, groaning and clawing at the bedspread. Jang Mi-juang stopped her, saying, "Don't claw anymore." Ling Yun quickly returned and said, "Try to endure a little longer." Yumi, gripping Jang Mi-juang's hand tightly, shouted, "Ling Yun, now I'd rather be dead. It's because of you." Yumi, in anger, leaned close to Jang Mi-juang and asked, "Don't you understand my fate?" She said, "The husband you've always yearned for is actually a devilish scourge." Jang Mi-juang was silent upon hearing this. Suddenly, Ling Yun appeared behind the two women, saying, "Enough." Jang Mi-juang, joyfully hugging Ling Yun, said, "You're back." Ling Yun said, "Go get a basin of warm water. Leave the rest to me." Jang Mi-juang nodded and went out, glancing back. Ling Yun sat on a chair beside the bed, taking out something. Yumi grasped Ling Yun's hand tightly as he held needles, frowning and asking, "What are you doing?" Yumi, covered in sweat, shouted, "Kill me. I can't endure this suffering again." Ling Yun looked at Yumi's trembling hand, holding his own, and said, "Yumi, do you really hate me that much?" Yumi gritted her teeth and said yes. Ling Yun gently said, "If I had lost initially, you would have done the same thing, wouldn't you? You would either imprison and torment me, or directly use my head to exchange for money, right?" Yumi looked up at Ling Yun. Ling Yun lifted Yumi's chin, leaning close to her face, and said, "So what grounds do you have to hate me?" Yumi hesitated. "I, Ling Yun," sitting in the chair seriously, said, "Yumi, we're essentially the same kind of people." Just then, Jang Mi-juang entered, dropping the basin of water. Jang Mi-juang, frightened, thought to herself, "So this is the real Ling Yun."